Outside, it is 45 degrees and rainy. Inside, it is warm, dry, and 75 degrees. After pool play, 8 teams have come to the Mocker Union Gaming Lounge here in sunny Cedar Falls for the only Rocket League tournament in the state of Iowa. Hello, UNI Panther fans and Rocket League fans alike. Welcome to the Northern Iowa Cup, where 3 teams will walk away with cash in their pocket, while the other 5 will power down their Phoenix and walk away. Brooke is in production, my name is Hunter, and a huge shout out to Panther Esports and UNI for allowing us the opportunity to put on such a thrilling event for you here today. For the next 6 hours or more, we will have Rocket League. So just like Red Zone, hopefully it's going to be non-stop action all the time. So to kind of get started here, I believe there is 8 teams. 6 of them have played into a pool, or could be more than 6. I do know that there was a Pool 1A and a Pool 2. The top 6 of those teams were able to go into a LAN tournament here in the Mocker Union Lounge. So just kind of looking at the standings from the pool matches, of course, the one to look at today is going to be St. Ambrose University. They are currently 3-0 in their pool play. And of course, other teams competing here is going to be the Monkey Men, Northern Iowa Purple, Weak Patrol, Lulu, Huskies, Corn, Iowa Western, and unfortunately, the other 2 teams who participated were not able to make the cutoff. But we're really excited to see the matchup here. Our first matchup is going to be the Huskies and Lulu, as the Monkey Men were originally supposed to play Iowa Western. They unfortunately DQ'd. Also looking at the quarterfinals today, it is going to be St. Ambrose versus Northern Iowa Purple. That is going to be an exciting matchup to watch. We will also have Tweak Patrol and Corn. Of course, since Iowa Western DQ'd the loser of the first round, this is a double elimination bracket style tournament. Iowa Western will get the DQ, and whoever loses this matchup between the Huskies and Lulu will move on to the loser's quarters. So hopefully we can get this match here underway momentarily. Should be an exciting day of Rocket League. Brooke, do we have an idea of what the prize pools are? Okay, so 150 for first, 60 for second, and 30, which is the venue fee. So third place gets their money back. So that's really exciting to see, as we're currently having teams warm up. Of course, there are 4 stations here today. 2 of them are warm-ups. The other teams just get to hang out, kind of relax in a really nice venue that they have here at the gaming lounge, just right off the main kind of cafeteria area, just down some stairs, and a wonderful little venue where they've got couches, some tables and chairs. I'm sitting in one of these plastic purple chairs, and they kind of almost lean back. They're actually really quite enjoyable and nice, but still should be comfortable for all who attended. I was talking with a member of St. Ambrose, and they drove 2.5 hours to get here. Of course, the longest LAN that they took was about 5 hours. So really excited to see what St. Ambrose can do today. So while we go ahead and get these teams warmed up and ready, we will be back for Rocket League action. Maybe we have some non-copyright music that we might be able to play. Maybe not. We'll figure it out. But just stick around, as our first match of the Northern Iowa Cup is going to start just momentarily. All right, so thank you everyone for sticking around through that little intro. We are going to have Huskies and Lulu ready for their first match of the day in this double elimination bracket matchup. For Lulu, it will be Richie, Mocha, and George Binks, not to be confused with his cousin Jar Jar Binks. For the Huskies, it'll be Hertz, Moxie, Hawk, and Blocky will be for your Huskies team. Of course, in these pool play, Lulu went 1-3. The Huskies went 3-0. The Huskies coming from outside of the state of Iowa. I believe they came from Northern Illinois area. Really excited to see here what both of these teams are going to be able to do today. So as we go ahead and get ready for this matchup, again, Panther fans, if you want to go ahead and support Panther Esports, you can go ahead and do ! merch. That'll take you to our Guardian Pro Line shop, where we have t-shirts, hoodies, and fully customizable jerseys, where you can go ahead and, with the holidays around the corner, you can get a t-shirt, hoodie for the gamer in your life. And of course, at the same time, you are supporting Panther Esports. So really excited to see these brand new, or I guess kind of brand new. They're they've been in print for about a year now, the jerseys, because I remember, so as an old man who graduated in 2022, the jerseys were very quite different, and I really do like how this is the purple with the yellow with the splash on it. So really excited, fully customizable, half the price of a professional jersey. Hopefully we can, if you would like to support Panther Esports, go ahead and rep UNI by getting some merch today. As we go ahead and get ready into the match, I believe teams are going to be joining here very shortly. Also, if you want to do ! donate, that will take you to our Give Campus site, where UNI is going to raise $10,000 for their ability to get some new PCs, of course, to put on more LAN tournaments and be able to give more access for a very pivotal and central part to Mocker Union, the student lounge, a very good hangout site. I know plenty of students come here to just hang out, meet with friends, study, because some people actually like to hear a little bit of noise. And of course, if you donate, that will help grow the capability and allow students to, be a part of something bigger. Of course, there's a big kind of situation going around the world where you won't be able to be able to get some of these centrally located kind of events. And of course, with how some schools are starting to pull away funding for esports, it's really great to see that UNI is trying to help us with the ability to expand our capacity here in the Mocker Union. So again, friendly reminder that this is pool play, or what was the result of pool play. If you want to look or follow along, you can just go to Start DG, where we can go to Northern Iowa Cup, and you'll be able to follow along with the brackets, be able to see the pool play, and just support your favorite fans or favorite teams virtually. So again, we are just waiting for the teams to start or get things going here. All right, so here we go. Underway. It is going to be George Binks, Mocha, and Richie on Lulu. And with the first match of the Northern Iowa Cup. And already, Jojo Binks trying to get something going here on offense for the Huskies. And Hurt's going to go ahead, try to defer, but Jojo Binks takes it out left to right. Blocky able to go ahead and pass it over to Hawk. He'll take it across the timeline. Already 30 seconds away, and Hawk will go ahead and get a demo. Right. And with the shot and the goal, Mocha able to go ahead and draw first for Lulu. Hopefully, the Huskies can go ahead and come back from this. Of course, a really good, well-played shot center of the pitch. And with that, Lulu draws first here in game one. I do believe they are going to be playing a best of 3 until we hit top 4. That will then move on to a best of 7 situation. So, Jojo Binks again trying to work the left-hand side, passes over to Mocha, tries to float it in, just goes off the crossbar. And with 1 minute in away, Lulu, we're going to go into command here. And the ball goes in. Hawk kind of demos himself. Of course, it doesn't really say who's on Lulu. Able to go ahead and get the demo. But here comes Hawks. He's got a little bit of boost. Passes to Hurts. He'll take it across the timeline, tries to nose it in, set up for the double back shot, and goal! Well placed pass shot for Hurts. Hammering it in for Hawks. So we are tied with 3:36 left to play in game one. Really excited to see what both of these teams can do throughout today's tournament here in the Mocker Union. And with the shot too strong, as Jojo Binks able to go ahead and get this one saved. Really nice, not the top of the crossbar, no can do. And the follow-up is no good either. Okay, go ahead. Try and reset the Blocky. Go ahead. Passes it over to Hurts. Nice shot. Mocha, though, with the save. Really nice, well-played shot. Here comes Hawk screaming in center of the pitch. However, a defender right there for Lulu. Hurts going to go ahead, go back into the defense. Binks passes over. And Hawk will go ahead and take it himself off the top of the ceiling. Center of the pitch. Mocha to get this 50. Set it up for Ricky. Mikey tries to get it in the corner. No can do. Jojo Binks with the follow-up and a triple commit. what kind of rotation was that? As Richie will go ahead, get that 50 for blocking. Pulls it over to Mocha. Shot no good. Mocha able to go ahead and get the save. Richie. Mocha intercepted by blocking. Jojo Binks again. Tied 1-1. And, of course, I had to cast it through that broke. Yes, I did. And just like that, the Huskies will go ahead and draw it by 1. Really nice setup there by Hurts to Hawk. Second time we've seen the connection between those two today, already in game 1. Kickoff's clean. Hawk will go ahead, try to take a full set of boosts. Makes one defender miss. He's just got Richie, but that's an awkward 50. Jojo Binks pulls it out and around. Nice nose it in. Passes it to Hawk. Hawk and Hurts will work the left-hand side. Flip reset. Almost got there. The 2 defenders there for Lulu. But Blocky right there, able to go ahead and get the follow-up, as it seems like the rotation between Lulu just isn't quite there. Of course, Ricky and Mocha both had almost near full sets of boosts. And you and I, or excuse me, not you and I, the Huskies, I'm so used to saying you and I, the Huskies able to go ahead, lead it 3-1 with 1:40 left to play in game 1. And again, another thing that I've noticed is kind of the slow pace of play that I've seen for these teams. Of course, first match of the day, you get a 15-minute warm-up. Sometimes that's not enough. Computer issues. Of course, there is mechanic issues because you're in a different space. Of course, you and I and Panther Esports tries to make it as comfortable as possible while being here in the LAN. And Hawk is able to go ahead and get a nice save. Really well timed there for Hawks, and Lulu kind of sputtering now, and here comes Mocha trying to get something going for Reiki. Shot. Oh, just can't quite nose it in. Didn't get the friendly bounce, and a nice save opportunity for the Huskies. Hurts. Sets it up. Double back. Hawk trying to go ahead and get it in, but that was bumped out of the way by a Lulu defender. That's so fun to say. Lulu, love that team. Mocha tries to nose it in, gets the angle, can't quite get it across the goal line. And with 30 seconds left to play, another missed opportunity. Unfortunate to see. Mocha trying to set it up, take it off, pinch it down, but Hurts able to go ahead, steal this one away. Hawk tries to bump and get the clear. And with 10 seconds remaining, Lulu down by a pair. Might have to think about what they're going to do in game 2. And one thing that I really noticed here, of course, we see Hawk there with the 2 goals. Really great job. And of course, Blocky with 1 save. I don't believe that there was any really kind of save situations there. Of course, Hawk able to go ahead and get a save as well. And you know, sometimes it just comes down to how many shots on goal you can get. And right there, 13 for the Huskies. Lulu has 7. So sometimes that makes a difference, just being able to get the ball in play offensively into the goal. And sometimes that's what gets you the win. And with that, the Huskies will go ahead and take game 1. Game 2, looking to see what Lulu can go ahead and do and bounce back. Also, we're really looking forward to seeing the matchup after this. It's going to be Northern Iowa Panthers versus the St. Ambrose Fighting Bees. So that should be on the docket for everyone. Following this matchup, both teams currently warming up in Station 3 and 4. Shot for Hurts is good, and with 15 seconds done and away in game 2, already offense continuing for the Huskies. A really nice pass shot there by Blocky to Hurts. Of course, that's the first goal for Hurts this series. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. I set it up for George Binks. Reiki trying to get the good rotate in. Exactly what you needed to do. Kind of catch the defender there. Who the third man back is off guard. Exactly what you needed to do. Unfortunate placement there for Lulu. Reiki, Blocky with the shot. Big save by Mocha. And George Binks taking it across the timeline, trying to get some offense going for Lulu. However, the Huskies are right there to defend. Awkward 50. Reiki with the demo. And trying as they might, as Mocha pinches it out, Hawk to kind of intercept. And this suffocating offense that the Huskies have is just kind of suffocating whatever defensive kind of scheme Lulu is trying to bring out. Mocha. And again, try and get something going on offense. That's something that I've noticed too so far this series, even in the first 2 games, is that Mocha kind of sets it up on that right-hand side, and there's no follow-up from either Reiki or George Binks. So something to maybe think about as they go on in this double elimination bracket, to maybe think about what kind of plays they can go ahead and get going on offense off of that right-hand kind of initiation from Mocha. And already with a screaming shot in for, I believe, Blocky, as Mocha will go ahead and try and nose it in, set it up for his teammate. Awkward 50. Hawk with a full set of boots tries to nose it in. George Binks missed opportunity, and Mocha able to go ahead, get this one cleared with the shot. Hawk able to go ahead and save, and Hurts able to clear. Really well-timed setup for Mocha. That is the member on Lulu that I'm really looking forward to see great things here, as they're going to try and steal it away. Set up the double back for Hurts. Missed opportunity. Hawk follow up, too strong off the top of the crossbar. Follow up for Blocky again, just left of the goal. And back on offense is going to be for Lululu. Mikey gets the demo, and that's another thing too, is that as Mocha gets the demo here, gonna see how demos are gonna play into this as Mocha gets a nice flip reset here. Reiki with full set of boost kind of needs to take it the distance here. If he can, make Hawk miss. However, Hawk steals it away. Blocky, awkward 50. Mocha sets it up, rolls it out and around. And 50'd again, mid-pitch. Who's going to come back on top? It's going to be Reiki. He's kind of full head of steam here. And Blocky able to steal it away, but Mocha able to go ahead and get the save. The one man who kind of does it all is going to be Mocha. And again, noses it out of the way. Mocha doing a great job on defense here and trying to get something going on offense. Really need to see George Binks and Reiki kind of step up here when so far it's only been one goal this entire match. And that was kind of off the first 15 seconds by Blocky. Or by Hertz, sorry. Blocky. Go ahead. Try to get something on the left-hand side. Reiki tries to set up his own waterfall. And the Huskies able to go ahead, steal this one away. Huskies trying to fake out with Hawk. However, Reiki right there to go ahead, get that one saved. And with 1 minute left to play, still anybody's game if there can be a really well-timed offensive execution for Lululu. Hawk can go ahead and nose it in. And Hertz, again, trying to just play keep away at this point. It kind of looks like doesn't really seem as focused with full set of boost. All the members of the Huskies are going to kind of focus in on him. As Hawk, it's a breakaway. Tries to follow up his own shot. Tries to nose it in. No! And the follow-up from Hertz was mistimed. So what could have been the dagger, unfortunately, missed opportunity there on offense for the Huskies. Hawks. Go ahead. Set it over to Hertz with less than 4 seconds to play. Looks like game 2 is going to go to the Huskies. Mocha's going to try as he might, try to tie it up with the shot, but Hertz able to go ahead, nose it in, and a very clenching moment there if you were the Huskies. Of course, their victory in pool play, they being Lululu, is born where they were able to go 3-1 in that situation, whereas the Huskies, I believe, they went at 3-0 in their pool play, and I believe that was against none of those teams. The Huskies played against Corn, Iowa Western, and the University of Nebraska at Omaha. So, of course, Iowa Western DQ'd. University of Nebraska at Omaha, unfortunately, did not qualify as that they went 0-3. So, could be just a sleeper pick here for the Huskies that, of course, a little bit easier kind of pool play. Maybe that's what got them here, but really looking forward to see what Lululu can do, even though they went 1-3, in my opinion, a much harder kind of pool play division. And already game 3 underway with almost 50 seconds done and away, scoreless, and I really like the rotations coming out from both of these teams right now. Hertz again trying to take it across the timeline, but George Binks pinches it out. He'll make one defender miss. He'll make Blocky miss. And Mocha able to go ahead and get the demo. Here comes Lululu now on offense. Tries to set up the double back. Blocky able to clear past the Hawk, but Mocha right there screaming in with a nice little setup 50 on the left-hand side. Hawk nose it in, awkward 50 off the ceiling. Blocky doesn't have enough boost. Mocha able to try and Slide tackle him out of the way. Ball moves left to right. George Binks, missed opportunity. Couldn't quite get the angle that he wanted it in. Reiki, third man back, misses. Hurts with the demo. Shot is in. Hawk able to go ahead and get this one scored, and a really well-executed demo on the third man back. As we kind of see there, Hurts able to go ahead with the demo. Hawk able to go ahead and score game 3. Of course, the Huskies leading 2 in this series. Really looking forward to see what the Huskies can do in pool play tonight. Of course, their matchup, whoever wins this match will have to play the Monkey Men, who got the first round bye. But Mocha able to go ahead and score. Reiki with the demo on Hurts. Really nice. Well played. Kind of set up on offense, and this is exactly what they need to do. A missed save opportunity there for Blocky, and just like that, we're tied in game 3. Maybe we can see a reverse sweep. I don't want to cast or curse this, but who knows? Off the initial kickoff, it's going to be clean. Hurts able to get the demo on George Binks. And here comes the Huskies on offense, and they are sniffing for blood. Reiki able to go ahead and get the save as that was screaming in from the right-hand side. Now Blocky moving it into the left-hand side. George Binks able to go ahead and defend. And Reiki able to go ahead and clear, and Mocha with full set of boosts. Dangerous. Could try and set something up here, but Mocha gets kind of toadstooled by his own teammate. That was not a well-executed play. Respectfully. Mocha setting it up for Reiki. Missed opportunity again. Hurts. Tries to nose it in. Over. And get something going past the timeline. Mocha trying to set something back up for Reiki. Rotates out and around. With low boost, he has to rotate out. For Binks, left-hand side. Stolen away by Hawks. Past the Blocky. Blocky trying to get something strong off the ceiling. But George Binks going to be credited with the save. Ball up to Hurts. Oh, Reiki able to be the third man back, able to go ahead, get this one streamed in on offense. George Binks with the shot, and Hurts with the save. Really nice third man back for the Huskies. Hurts gonna go ahead, rotate out and around. Mocha, left hand side, tries to set up for George Binks. Unfortunately, gonna have to rotate out and around. Reiki now, center of the pitch, makes one defender miss. He's just got Blocky and Hawk. Hawk tries to bump it out of the way. 50 for Mocha. And Hawk gonna go ahead, try to take it away. Makes one defender misses. Reiki was kind of screaming in on the offense there. Can't quite get it. Off the bottom of the crossbar, no can do. Missed opportunity for the Hawks. 1:08 left to play in game 3, and we are still tied. Could it be the first overtime situation here? Potentially. 1 minute remaining now. Hawks. Go ahead. Try to set something up on offense. He's going to make one defender miss. Mikey able to get the clear. Blocky to intercept. Makes him miss. Mocha trying to nose it in. 40 seconds left to play. And Lulu. Let's try to get something going on offense. George Binks. Over to Mocha. Finishes it in. Right hand side. Clear out for the Huskies. 30 seconds remaining. Here comes the Huskies. Blocky tries to set up the double back. And that one's stolen away by Reiki. Bumped out of the way. Ball up for Mocha. It's good! And just like that, left side goal. Setting it up for Reiki. Really great job here by Lulu on offense. And that's exactly what we need to see by this team. But in 16 seconds, we have seen teams score for less, in less. But you got to have a clean kickoff here. Hawk. But Reiki stealing it away. Gets demoed with the shot and the dagger. Reiki able to go ahead and get his first goal of the series. And just like that, game 3, potentially, gonna go to Lulu. And something that the Huskies maybe need to work on is a little bit more of that transition kind of offense, of course, with these teams that communicate and you kind of have your assigned roles. Really looking forward to see how they can kind of lock in. Sometimes it takes that first loss to really kind of lock in as a player, as this double back is set up for Hawks. Of course, 0's on the clock. I think after the initial kickoff, it is going to be game over unless they can, for some weird reason, nose it up, which I highly doubt that. Oh, and I guess with the 0-time goal, it's going to be Lululu going to go ahead and take game number 3. Again, just kind of like the shots on goal. Looks like the Huskies have 8, I believe. Lululu had just a little bit less, but, you know, sometimes it's the quality of shots that count too. Of course, coming up there towards the last minute, Lululu able to go ahead, give it to their game player, Mocha, able to go ahead, get that one in. So that will then push us to a game 4 and a best of 3. Initial kickoff's pretty good for both teams as Lululu tries to get something on offense. Mocha gets demoed and no third man back, a critical demo. Hurts able to just walk it in from the right hand side. Really exciting to see again what the Huskies can do in pool play. Winner of this match is gonna have to play the Monkey Men, which is I believe their description was just a couple guys from Iowa, I think was their description from when I was looking at their start.gg. And of course, if you want to follow along with today's matches, just go to start.gg, go to the Northern Iowa Cup, and you can follow your favorite teams throughout today's games. And you can also look at pool play as well. Reiki trying to get something going on offense. However, Mocha going to go ahead, take it left-hand side. Really good rotate coming out for Lululu. George Binks pass to Reiki. He's going to get demoed. Hurts able to pass to Hawks. Coming in offensively. And Blocky working on the left-hand side. Noses it in. Over to Mocha. Going to steal it away. Pinches it out. And Hurts trying to get something going on offense, but George Binks able to go ahead and defend. Hurts able to go ahead and get the demo on Mocha, and that's exactly, if you're the Huskies, what you need to do is just continue to demo Mocha as kind of the playmaker for Lululu. Reiki gonna go ahead, set it up for Mocha. Mocha will take it across the timeline, tries to nose it in. Double commit from the Huskies, but they'll go ahead and get it cleared out. Reiki able to nose it in to the left-hand side, and the pace of play has increased significantly from game 1. Huskies able to go ahead and get a defend, and with 2 minutes already done and away in game number 4, the only goal is that Hurts kind of set up demo. Go ahead and get this one in with the only goal so far in game 4. Shot, no good. Reiki able to go ahead and get this one saved, and the Hawk is trying to apply that pressure. Hurts with the demo. Bokbo able to go ahead and get it cleared. And Mocha again working the left-hand side, pass over to Reiki, excuse me. And Reiki gonna go ahead. Has 2 defenders. He'll try and nose it in. Full set of blues, tries to pinch it. Defender there, able to go ahead, get it saved. George Binks trying to nose it in. Mocha again applying the pressure. Reiki. Mocha gonna go ahead, get demoed. Blocky with the shot and the goal, and I believe that was kind of a missed save opportunity there, as George Binks was trying to defend. And no, actually, George Binks didn't bump it. That was just a really nice setup shot there for Hurts, for Blocky. Initial kickoff is clean. Tries to set up the double back for Blocky. 2 minutes left to play in game 4. And a nice save by Reiki. He's slowly becoming the third man back. If there was any kind of setup roles here, it would, of course, be the attacker, or the main offensive player is going to be Mocha. George Binks kind of that wing, and then Reiki the third man back. So really exciting to see what they can kind of do as the cohesion slowly builds here for Lululu. Again, who, even though 1-3 in their pool play, a much more difficult pool than the 3-0 Huskies had to play. Blocky. Gonna go ahead and work the left-hand side. Gets bumped out of the way. It hurts. Trying to apply that rotational pressure as Hawk has to get that one saved. He's going to go ahead. He's going to try and set up his own double back on a awkward flip reset, but can't quite get it in. And with 1 minute left to play, the Huskies so far with a commanding 2-0 lead. And of course, it all comes down to shots on goal that I just feel like offensively it's been more commanding for the Huskies. As time winds down here again, it's a best-of-3 situation as Reiki is able to go ahead and draw the first goal here in Game 4 for Lululu. And just a missed kind of block there by Blocky. Of course, you can't block there if you aren't timed just right. And could we see our first Game 5? Maybe. If Lululu can get something going on offense. Bumped out of the way. 30 seconds left to play. Mocha passes over to George Binks. Reiki with the shot. Tries to get it in. Right-hand side. No can do. And George Binks, again, trying to apply that pressure. Hawk just trying to get it out of there. First to Hurts. Mocha, who's been critical in kind of this reverse sweep moment, has only 6 seconds left to play in order to push it. Shot. Distance. No can do. Able to go ahead, get that saved by Blocky. And Hurts. Mocha trying to set it up and just didn't have the rotation out and around. And if you were rotating, you could have gotten that goal. Unfortunate. As the Huskies will go ahead and take this series 3-1. And they will play the Monkey Men in the winner's bracket. Also, if you want to support Panther Esports, just do ! Merch. That'll take you to our Guardian Pro Line store where we have t-shirts, hoodies, and fully customizable jerseys. With the holidays just around the corner, get a gift for the gamer in your life. Just type ! Merch. We will have more Rocket League action coming to you here from the basement of Mocker Union here in the Panther Gaming Lounge. Of course, it's rainy. Why go outside? It's cold. It's 45 degrees. No one wants to be outside. So you can go ahead and stick with us here as we'll be back with more action here for the Northern Iowa Cup. Stay tuned. All right, Rocket League fans, we are going to get the next match underway here momentarily. It is going to be Tweak Patrol versus Corn. And for Tweak Patrol, it is going to be Sap, Storm, and Jonathan, where Corn will have uh, OBU, Prisma, and Kyler. Really excited to see what these teams can do. In pool play, it looks like Tweak Patrol kind of finished 7th out of 10th. They were able to get 2 wins and 1 loss. Of course, their losses were to St. Ambrose. Their wins were against Clark Pride and Lululu. So really excited to see what Tweak Patrol can do here. And Corn, their matchup during pool play, they had a win against the Huskies and then lost to Iowa Western and University of Nebraska at Omaha. So just barely able to squeak in a win and able to come to our event today. While we have a moment, go ahead, do exclamation point merch. That'll take you to our Guardian Pro Line store where we have t-shirts, hoodies, and fully customizable jerseys. With the holidays just around the corner, get something for the gamer in your life. Just type exclamation point merch. We also have a donation drive going on. You and I trying to get 6 new PCs to expand the capacity here at the Mocker Union Gaming Lounge. All you have to do is do exclamation point donate. That'll take you to our Give Campus link. For every dollar you donate, the foundation will go ahead and match that dollar up to $5,000. So every dollar you give is actually 2 to help expand the capacity here at the gaming lounge. So looks like we are getting teams joined in. Hopefully we can give the thumbs up here soon and we can go ahead and get the game underway. All right, Rocket League fans, back here at the Northern Iowa LAN, Northern Iowa Cup. It's going to be Tweak Patrol versus Corn. Should have an exciting matchup for you here today. Of course, both of these teams played in our pool. Corn going, I believe, Corn ended up in pool play winning 2-1. Tweak Patrol went 1-2, and here we go. We are going to be underway finally with more Rocket League Northern Iowa Cup LAN action. It's for Tweak Patrol. It's going to be Sap, Storm, and Jonathan. And for Corn, it will be Prisma, Obiu, and Kyler. And already clean kickoff here in game one. It's going to be a best of 5 situation until we hit top 4, which at that point it's going to be best of 7, and a really nice block on the third man back. Tyler able to go ahead and get this scored, all thanks to Obiu getting the block on Jonathan. Of course, statistically, that's not going to be given as a save, but by golly, it'll be there. Obiu, flip reset, tries to get the answer, hammered through, no good, and Storm able to go ahead and get that one saved out and away. Jonathan gonna take it across the timeline. And here comes Tweak Patrol. Deep shot for Obiu is good, and Corn strong as ever. Off game one. And just like that, in quick succession, not even a full minute done and away in game one. Corn able to go ahead, push it 2-0. Initial kickoff's going to be clean. Storm trying to set up his own double back, and a nice follow-up for Storm. Off the initial kickoff, left-hand side. Does get a little blocked by Obiu, but that doesn't matter. Storm able to go ahead, take it the distance, left-hand side. And here comes Tweak Patrol now on offense. Kickoff's clean. Prisma trying to nose it in. That's up a demo, so it's going to be a 2v2 there for just a brief moment as Obiu tries to set it up as a member of Tweak Patrol, able to go ahead and get it passed over. Jonathan trying to get it in, can't, as Prisma able to go ahead, get that one saved. Tyler over to Obiu, missed opportunity, but still off the left-hand side. Follow-up for Prisma is good, and the third man back for Tweak Patrol just wasn't quite there. Just like that, the advantage grows to 2 for Corn. Nothing more Iowan like Corn. Of course, Broken Production sitting next to your chuckling here. And the initial kickoff is clean here in game one, as Obiu gonna go ahead, try to set something up on the left-hand side. Passes to Prisma, but Sappy can't quite get there. Nose in. Obiu follows up his own clear. And a really well-placed shot on that kind of left-hand side. Able to go ahead, get it the distance, long ball. Obiu able to go ahead, get a second goal of the series. Already in game one, initial kickoff, pretty clean. Jonathan trying to clear it out, but Kyler able to go ahead, get some boost, tries to flip reset. And Jonathan trying to work the left-hand side. Obiu steals it away. And Prisma applying that pressure for Corn. And Jonathan with the shot, too strong off the top of the crossbar, and Kyler only with a half set of boost has to deal with Sappy. Awkward 50. Sappy with the demo. 2 demos come out for Tweak Patrol. Jonathan with the far shot, and Prisma able to go ahead and get the defend and the save. Sappy trying to nose it in. Tyler gets demoed, and Obiu right there. Excellent job by Corn. That is going to be his hat trick already in game number 1. And just like that, the distance grows, and a tall order for Tweak Patrol. And with 2:41 left to play, Corn ahead by 4. Sappy trying to make one defender miss. And I really love the pace of play. Of course, the pace of play was a whole lot slower in our first matchup when we had Lululu and the Huskies. Love to see this pace of play pick up here with some high-tier Rocket League. This one works right to left. And Sappy with full set of boost tries to get back there. Double back set up for Kyler. Sappy able to go ahead and get this one saved. Jonathan trying to get this one cleared out, but Prisma, again, off the ceiling. Left-hand side, sets up OBU. OBU going to go ahead get that one defended by Sappy. He'll get clear, and nice little setup for Storm. Tries to get his own ball and can't. An unfortunate set of events for Tweak Patrol, as they are going to have to go back to the drawing board. Missed opportunity there. Just couldn't quite get the angles in that they wanted. OBU 50. Storm able to clear it out. Tries to pass to Sappy. He's going to be blocked by Prisma. Prisma over to OBU. Too strong, and that was almost an own goal situation. Thankfully, it was a bit too strong. Otherwise, the second goal would have been there for Tweak Patrol. OBU. Full set of boost, makes Sappy miss. Jonathan trying to get the aerial defend, does. Demo comes out on Corn. Here comes Tweak Patrol. Kyler, though, able to go ahead, try to set up this one across the timeline, and one with 1 minute left to go. A tall order set up here for Tweak Patrol. And Tweak Patrol is one of those teams that was able to come outside of the state of Iowa, able to go ahead and make the trek, I believe, from the northern Illinois area, and really excited that they were able to join us today, as another missed opportunity there for Horn. As Storm will go ahead, let this one rotate out and around. Prisma passes, or tried to pass. That one's stolen away by Tweak Patrol. Jonathan trying to set its own little bump on the left-hand side, self-assisted, but couldn't quite get the timing down as Sappy trying to clear, gets demoed, pass to Jonathan. OBU gets the clear out, and with the ball kind of nosing in, it looks like game one is gonna go to Corn, all thanks to the hat trick by OBU. And with that, OBU, 5 centered balls, 6 shots on goal, and a really nice job setting up. And another thing that you really like to see is each member of Corn able to go ahead and get a goal. And it all comes down to that. 11 shots on goal to only 7 for Tweak Patrol. Something there has to change for Tweak Patrol on offense. Of course, maybe try to get something going on transitions. We saw some of the setup plays, but I think what really set the standard here is when OBU got the first goal, or excuse me, actually he assisted for that first goal, able to slide tackle a defender out of the way who was kind of that third man back, able to set it up for, I believe, Kyler to go ahead and get that go-ahead goal. So really excited to see there. And here we go, game number 2, Tweak Patrol trying to come back in this one, a best of 5 scenario, first to 3, and maybe Tweak Patrol can go ahead, get the series tied as Corn leads it 1-0 in the series. Initial kickoff clean, Kyler able to do some aerials, Sappy able to go ahead, defend just momentarily, Jonathan trying to nose it in, 50. Kind of up in the air. Who's going to get there first? Prisma with the shot and the double back. No follow-up as Kyler and OBU were out rotating around trying to get some boost. So really great job kind of recognizing that, as OBU is going to go ahead, get the demolition and maybe a follow-up. Shot for Sappy is good, and Tweak Patrol draws first. Sappy able to go ahead, get this one in with 29 seconds already done and away in game number 2. Of course, Tweak Patrol coming in from out of state. Really looking forward to maybe they can go ahead, walk away with some money. Each team today had a $30 venue fee to buy in. First team going to get 150, second team 60, third team gets their money back. And I'm actually kind of leaning for Tweak Patrol being one of those teams who walks away with some cash. Jonathan trying to work the left-hand side, sets it up for Storm, but Prisma able to go ahead, bump it up, pass to Kyler. Dappy to steal it away. He's going to be credited with the save. So he'll go ahead, try to work the left-hand side. Jonathan, follow up for Storm, nor can do. OBU able to go ahead, get this one saved. Kyler trying to work the offense for Corn. OBU trying to do some aerials. That's going to be well defended by Storm. And Jonathan going to go ahead, try and work something here on offense. Storm noses it in. Right-hand side. Prisma, though, going to go ahead, try to nose it in himself. Kyler, third man back. And a really good pass play so far from both these teams. Rotations are coming out just wonderfully, in my opinion. As Storm will try to get this one to go. No can do. Too strong off the top of the crossbar. And a missed opportunity for Corn. Of course, we just missed sweet corn season here in Iowa. If you were able to enjoy some, fantastic. As Prisma able to go ahead and tie it up. And of course, that came off at the top of the ceiling there. Kind of nice setup there by Kyler. Kind of caught him out of rotation. And of course, here I am just talking about Corn. As Corn goes ahead, ties it 1-1 in game 2. 3 minutes left to play. Initial kickoff's kind of awkward. Able to go ahead, get a demo on Corn. On a team member of Corn. And here comes Corn now, back on offense. Demolition comes out for Tweak Patrol, try to set it up for Sappy, and a nice little bump out of the way, able to go ahead and get the clear. And Kyler causing chaos as the ball works right to left. Storm trying to set something up, rolls it around, right to left. OBU able to go ahead and intercept. Prisma, third man back just in case. Rotate out for Kyler, third man back. Able to go ahead and get the clear. And ball lazily goes in. Lulls Tweak Patrol to sleep, and a really great job. Right-hand side. As Kyler just able to go ahead, get that bumped in, and Storm wasn't quite ready for it. Of course, maybe didn't quite expect to get the clear. And just like that, Corn able to go ahead, take a lead. With 2:13 left to play in game 1, maybe Tweak Patrol can get something going here on offense. Jonathan, right-hand side, sets up for Storm, and just like that, we are tied again. A pair apiece with 2:06 left to play, and a really nice setup for Jonathan. Left-hand side for Storm. Initial kickoff's going to be clean. Prisma trying to get the offense going, get some early breath rotation for this quarantine. OBU able to stream it in, but off the mark as Kyler, again, applying that pressure. Nice demo from Storm. Jonathan working the right-hand side. He's bumped out of the way, and Kyler at the last minute able to go ahead and get that one saved as a corner shot was going to be money. Unfortunately, doesn't get it there. Kyler able to go ahead, get the clear, set something on offense. However, no boost available for Corn. Storm trying to nose it in. 1:30 left to play in game 2. Tied 2-2. Prisma trying to pinch it in, or I guess bump it in. An awkward 50. Snappy to nose it down. Kyler with a full set of boosts, going to try and chase after it. Jonathan wins that kind of delayed 50. But OBU with a full set of boost has Sappy. Sappy to steal it away. Again, 50. Kyler going to be the first one to bump. 1 minute left to play. Prisma and Corn trying to make something happen here as we're tied. Jonathan, OBU sets up a waterfall, and just a miscalculated time. Prisma tried to come streaming in and doesn't quite get there. And here we go. Pace is definitely slowed as both of these teams kind of not trying to make a mistake. Of course, a lot of mistakes were capitalized here. And with 30 seconds left to play, we are tied. Could we see the first OT match of the Northern Iowa Cup come just in game 2 of the second match we are streaming. Prisma tries to nose it in. Left-hand side. Misses opportunity. Kyler tries to get the offense going. But here comes Tweak Patrol. Less than 10 seconds to play. Tries to nose it in. Sets it up. Shot. 50. And a nice save as time winds down. Ball is still going to have extras as it bumps. But just like that, first overtime in game 2 in our second match today. Initial kickoff. Clean. OBU. Trying to set something up on offense. The hat trick from game 1. Maybe he can get something going here on offense. Storm able to go ahead and get this one saved. First goal to win. And Korn able to... Oh no, missed opportunity. Jonathan, center of the pitch for Tweak Patrol. And no defender there. Kyler, the only one with a set of boost. Couldn't quite get there out of rotation, and the third man back just didn't have enough boost. And just like that, Tweak Patrol ties the series 1-1. And a big shout out to every member of Tweak Patrol able to go ahead and get a goal. And just like that, you know, sometimes it's the differences with the shots. And sometimes it's the quality of shots as well. Both teams shooting 6. However, the last one coming in OT. Again, what I want to see from Korn here is, you know, just giving it to your playmakers, OBU, Kyler. Of course, being the third man back, would really like to see him more involved in offense. Of course, we saw a goal apiece in game 1 by Korn. So maybe you just need to get OBU more in there. Maybe that could be the difference maker. However, in game 3, we're going to be going tied, as Kyler is going to go ahead, maybe swap back into a different car. Maybe that might be the difference here. Just like that, we are tied. 1-1 apiece in the series and a best of 5. Here we go. Game number 3. Kickoff is clean, but OBU able to go ahead and make one defender miss. Prisma tries to nose it in from the right-hand side on the backboard. Didn't have the angle. And pace of play picking up once again. Both of these teams trying to outfeed their opponent. Storm tries to nose it in. Nice save there by a defender for Korn. OBU trying to get something going here on offense. Prisma rotates out over to Kyler. Kyler tries to pass it to OBU. Missed opportunity there. And Sappy able to go ahead. Now Tweak Patrol is going to be the one on defense. OBU takes it across the timeline. Double Elim comes out. So just for a brief moment, 2v2 Rocket League car soccer. Tried to do some aerials there. I was just chuckling to myself because I never quite saw the move kind of react like that. Just kind of bouncing around. As this shot is in and good for Sappy. Able to go ahead, work it right-hand side. And a really nice setup there by Jonathan. And Sappy was just kind of the third man back, just waiting. Just a well-quality shot. And that's exactly what you want to see there. The quality shots come out, of course. Able to kind of dissect the defense. And just like game number 2, Tweak Patrol scores first. OBU trying to get the clear, has to do some aerials, makes Sappy miss, but Storm able to go ahead, follow up on the defense. OBU trying to set up something from left-hand side. That's going to be nosed out of the way. And Kyler. Pass to OBU. Jonathan trying to nose it. Ball works right to left. OBU working the left-hand side. Sets it up for Kyler. But Jonathan able to go ahead, get this one cleared out. And Prisma able to go ahead, get that one saved as the ball just slowly was making its path to the goal. Jonathan, Sappy, OBU able to go ahead, defend. He'll take it off the ceiling. Passes to Kyler. He'll take it across the timeline. Corn back on offense. And with 2:40 left to play in game number 3, anything can really happen here. Prisma tries to nose it in. 50. Dappy trying to chase his own ball. Gets that one intercepted by Kyler. Here comes Corn. Prisma trying to set something up here all by himself. Chases his own ball. And just like that, Kyler going to be slide tackled out of the way. And whatever offensive plan Corn had, just absolutely destroyed by the well-executed defense of Tweak Patrol. Storm working the left-hand side. OBU trying to intercept. And makes one defender miss. Passes to Prisma. Jonathan trying to defend. OBU out of position. Prisma tries to nose it in. Can't. And again, just well-executed defense by both of these teams. They're getting the rotations that they need. And no real big theatrics we've seen from either team. No, like, lucky 50. No kind of flip reset center of the pitch. You know, no awkward angle shots that haven't really been seen on goal. And so far, it was just that one quality shot, center of the pitch, that Jonathan set up for Sappy. That's the only goal of the game so far, with 1:15 left to play. But Prism, Jonathan able to go ahead and get that one save. What was almost going to be a sure shot goal for Corn. Can't quite get there. Jonathan, the third man back, able to go ahead and get this one saved, and he'll take it across the timeline, coast to coast, working the right-hand side. And with 1 minute remaining, maybe the dagger. But unfortunately not, as OBU will try and take it across the timeline. Makes one defender miss. Makes the second miss. Sappy able to go ahead, get this one defended. Prism and Kyler trying to set up. Just didn't know how to execute. Maybe a miscommunication there. As Sappy tries to nose it in. OBU with the save. And really high save numbers from both these teams. Just kind of well executing on defense. With 30 seconds left to play, the only goal is Sappy. Sappy trying to take it across the timeline. Set up for Storm. Makes the aerial defender miss. And OBU taking stock of this Tweak Patrol team. Double back. Set up. No can do. Kyler and Corn need something to get going on offense. And with 5 seconds remaining, with the shot, no good. And Prisma going to go ahead, let this one air out. And just like that, on the goal from Sappy, Tweak Patrol able to go ahead, take the lead in the series 2-1. All right, going into game number 4, really excited to see what these teams can do. Of course, very well matched, very well skilled, and really looking forward to see OBU and Sappy see what they can do for their teams. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. Jonathan, Sappy kind of double commit. Sappy's going to be demoed by OBU. And Jonathan able to go ahead and nose it in by sheer force alone. Jonathan working that left-hand side, and of course, Sappy's going to be credited with the assist. However, I don't believe it was an assist, as Jonathan just all force and might noses it in. Able to go ahead, draw first for Tweak Patrol in game 4. Of course, win situation here for Tweak Patrol if they can go ahead and secure the dub. But they still got 4:39 left to play, and of course, what we saw from game 1 for Corn is OBU able to go ahead and get that one to go, but Sappy able to go ahead, get the follow-up left-hand side, and just a missed save or clear by Prisma. And so far, mistakes all along the side of Corn. And you can maybe potentially hear behind me some of the communication from both of these teams. I've seen well communicated play, people able to go ahead, hit their rotates as this one floats in. Kyler from the left-hand side, able to go ahead, get that one in. And sometimes it's just those lucky little bumps off the wall that you get. That Storm, who was going to try and get that clear out. And now Kyler able to go ahead, get the goal in for Corn. Of course, OBU able to go ahead, get our hat trick in game one. Has since non-existent in either defense or offense. Not really getting many saves, not really scoring much. So hopefully he has a little bit more left in the tank here offensively, like he did in game one. Storm able to go ahead, center of the pitch as this ball was trying to get cleared out by a Corn defender. And a just nice pass play here by Sappy. And just like that, every member of Tweak Patrol able to go ahead and get a goal. And that's just proving to show how communication and rotation is so important in a game like Rocket League. Initial kickoffs, clean. Kyler trying to defend. Tries to work it left to right. Prisma having to chase his own shot. Tries to set it up right-hand side. Awkward 50. That works left to right. OBU setting it up for Kyler. Sappy right there to get it saved. But here comes the offense again for Corn. Prisma trying to nose it in. Right-hand side. Can't quite get there. And Sappy able to go ahead, get this one cleared out. Storm to kind of continue that offensive pressure now. And Sappy able to go ahead and get the demo on a Corn defender. And that's another thing that I really want to see from this Corn team. Of course, OBU able to go ahead and get that slide tackle to kind of clear out that third man back. Really high IQ play that we saw in game one. Have yet to see something like that similar since. Jonathan trying to nose it in. If there wasn't that third man back, just kind of faked out OBU as he went up and the ball went down. A really well kind of high IQ play from Jonathan. And Jonathan again tries to follow up left-hand side. Sappy again from the right-hand side. No can do, just off the right side of the goal. And Storm trying to rotate out and around. Sappy with a full set of boosts now. Trying to set something up on defense. Storm trying to clear it out. Sappy, Prisma getting the awkward 50. Ball goes down. Really nice demo from Corn as you took the offensive pressure away. Awkward 50, too strong. Prism tries to get his double back. Can't. Sappy with the boost has to defend, and he does. I believe Jonathan was able to go ahead and get that one saved as Prisma working the right-hand side. Has two defenders. Can't quite get that one to go. And Kyler, center of the pitch. Sappy able to go ahead and get this one saved. OBU trying to nose it in and finally does. The unrelenting pressure from this Corn team, able to go ahead and get the execution here. Finally, as a well-defended Tweak Patrol just couldn't quite make that one go. Just like that, it's 3-2 in favor of Tweak Patrol with just shy of 2 minutes done and away in game number 4. Tweak Patrol looking to continue here in the winner's bracket for the double elimination Northern Iowa Cup. Sappy, full set of boost, has to rotate, beat the third man back, able to go ahead, get that one saved from the shot by OBU. Again, has not been there offensively ever since game number 1, and it has since fallen on the shoulders of Kyler and Prisma. OBU trying to go ahead, try to set it in left-hand side. OBU able to go ahead and get the demo, so maybe get something going there defensively. OBU, Sappy able to go ahead and extend the lead for Tweak Patrol. With 1:05 left to play in game number 4, looking for a win. Initial kickoff's going to be in favor of Horn. Slide tackle out of the way. OBU, 1 minute remaining. Gets bumped out of the way by the aerial, and Jonathan gonna go ahead, rotate out as Kyler misses the follow-up, and Obiu has to scramble there, who was gonna probably set up that kind of double back from the right-hand side. Unfortunately, now has to race back to the ball. Prisma defaults to Kyler. Nice slide tackle out of the way by a member of Tweak Patrol. Storm able to go ahead, get this one cleared out. Demos coming out onto Korn, trying to take away that offensive pressure. And we need some strong heroics here from OBU. Makes one defender miss. However, Sappy's there, able to defend. Storm able to clear it out. And Prisma, again, having to get this unrelenting pressure to get past all three defenders of Weak Patrol. And just sometimes defense is just your best offense in kind of the situation that we've seen play out today. And just like that, Tweak Patrol is going to go ahead and take their first match here at the Northern Iowa Cup. They will go ahead, move on in the winner's bracket, whereas Korn will go ahead and face the loser of C. So either St. Ambrose or Northern Iowa, the loser of that match will have to face Korn in the losers in this double elimination bracket. So for Brooklyn Production, my name is Hunter. We will have more Northern Iowa Cup LAN action coming to you very shortly. We'll have a next match set up for you. In the meantime, if you want to go ahead, take a little break, get some hot cocoa. It's cold outside, it's raining, but you can lock it in right here for Northern Iowa Cup matchup. We'll be back. All right, Panther fans, we are going to get ready for UNI Purple versus St. Ambrose. Of course, you other Rocket League fans can go ahead and join whoever you want to support here in this quarterfinal matchup, double eliminations. And for UNI Purple team, it is going to be Brewer Dogs, Bikes, Jase, while St. Ambrose will have Flamethrower, Astonic, and Voltic. So it should be an exciting matchup, of course, out of all these quarterfinal matchups that we see here today. I believe this one's going to be the most electric. Of course, I was talking with Brewer Dog, the president of Panther Esports, and he is filling in currently for TJ. TJ, unfortunately, could not make today's event. And, of course, St. Ambrose driving 2.5 hours down in the kind of cold rain, 45-degree weather, able to go ahead and make it here. Really excited that there are some Iowa teams here, some Northern Illinois people were able to go ahead and make today's game, as both teams are going to go ahead and get joined in. And here we go, a quarters final matchup between St. Ambrose and UNI. Of course, the Fighting Bees looking to be favored very heavily in today's matchup. Of course, the initial kickoff is going to be clean, and here comes the Fighting Bees. Astonic trying to pinch it out, rotate out and around. Jase back on that Cybertruck. Love him in that Cybertruck. Not something that you typically see, especially professionally. However, mechanically, he is able to succeed very well. And of course, to make up for my earlier mistake, I did call, I believe, Lululu the Panthers. Well, I can say the Panthers here now, and just like that, Brewer Dog able to go ahead, score first for the Panthers. Of course, Flamethrower must be their coach, as it is going to be DeLonc going to be playing in, be that third man. And just like that, UNI able to go ahead, draw first. St. Ambrose in their much tougher pool, them being the reason why the pool is so difficult. They went 3-0 in their matchup in the pool play. And the Panthers, since they are hosting the event, it'd be kind of weird if they kind of lost out in the pool play and then wasn't able to attend their own event. So they got ahead and got the free bye, of course. Hopefully they can go ahead and settle in, as they haven't seen any of these teams because of the pool play. But just like this, Panthers showing strong offense. St. Ambrose going to go ahead, try to force out the demo, as Voltic is going to go ahead, try to get something cleared out. However, DeLonc is going to go ahead, try to set up a own little sub flip reset. As, again, St. Ambrose is going to go ahead and get the demo on a Panther. Shot cleared out by Bikes, and that's a really nice save by the junior Bikes. DeLonc gonna go ahead, try to get something going for the Fighting Bees. Flips, reset, center of the pitch. Jase being the third man back, able to go ahead and get that one saved. Not something that you want to see statistically is Jase being the third man back. In fact, we want to see him more on the offensive side of the ball. What I really want to see here from the Cats is Brewer Dog being that TJ role of kind of rotating out and around, being able to go ahead and, you know, complement the play of both Bikes and Jase. And just like that, Brewer Dog able to go ahead and get that one saved. Of course, TJ's kind of the clutch moment kind of guy, as Schlonk able to go ahead and get this one missed. But Astonic able to go ahead and get this one in, as we are now tied 1-1 in game one with 2:24 left to play. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. UNI going to go ahead, start getting something going on offense. Brewer Dog has Astonic to match with him. Voltic vibes, tries to make one miss, sets up the double back, but Jase able to go ahead and clear it out and away. Astonic gets his ball intercepted. by Jose. Jose passing to Bikes. Bikes back to Jose. Ball just barely about to nose in as Brewer's Dog. Follow-up is no good. Jose trying to set again. Something up on offense. Astonic makes one defender miss, and Jose able to wrap around and get the save. Jose doing a little bit of everything. Good job by the freshman here. Blanc working the left-hand side. Jose, bump, Bikes, able to go ahead, get this one cleared, but Voltic Vibes stealing it away. Awkward 50, no communication there. It was kind of like a quadruple commit. As Astonic lulls UNI to sleep, able to go ahead, get this one scored in, and nudges it just by one goal with the lead. Now the Panthers looking to come back in this one with 1:26 left to play in game one, best of 5. Hopefully UNI can get their answers, and we've seen them get answers in quick succession. Just have to communicate and set it up on offense. Jose tries to nose it in. Right-hand side. That one's going to get bumped out of the way, and Schwank trying to clear. He'll get demoed. As Astonic, again, trying to rotate out and around. Schwank clearing it out away. Schwank. Just love saying that name. Schwank. Voltic Vibes. Going to go ahead, try and get this one cleared. Bike's going to try and settle it in. He'll work right to left. UNI defender is going to get demoed. And with less than a minute to play, Schwank trying to get it to go, but Bike's able to go ahead, get this one cleared out. Jose working the right-hand side. They'll do some aerials. Astonic be there. Tried to nose it in. Gets demoed. And Schwank, again, just a lot of demos coming out from both of these teams. Of course, you know, you want to take the rotational momentum out of each other's kind of sails, and so far, the one to do it better is going to be UNI. Jose, follow-up for Bikes is no good, and Bikes can't quite get it in. I believe it was Brewer Dog that time who missed the shot. Unfortunate as a missed opportunity for the Cats, and they got to be feeling pretty bad on that one. Ball going to still be up in the air. As it gets nosed in, it's going to be St. Ambrose who's going to go ahead and take the game one off of a missed opportunity heartbreak by UNI. And again, it's quality of shots that we've seen. You want clear shots on goal or get a really nice move going. Unfortunately, the Panthers just can't have it there. And when it comes to Jose and Bikes with the saves kind of tied, would really like to see Bikes maybe get more saves and allow Jose to get those rotations out, be on the offensive side of the pitch. But unfortunately, not the case here. And Astonic, the big offensive powerhouse here, 66% from the pitch. Really good quality shots that we've seen. But alas, we still have to play a best of 5, and it's not necessarily a one-and-done situation. So UNI can still bounce back. We've seen them with TJ able to come back for the reverse sweep. So maybe with Brewer Dog sitting in for TJ, get something going here on offense and hopefully tie up the series. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. Ball is going to be on UNI's side of the pitch. Jose trying to get it cleared out. Astonic going to go ahead, work the left-hand side of the ceiling. Tries to get his own ball. However, Voltic Vibes gets the awkward 50. First one there is going to be Brewer Dog. And Astonic able to go ahead, get the save. Jose tries to set it up, but Astonic going to be right there. Able to go ahead, save it again. Voltic Vibes this time gets the clear out with the save. And here comes the Fighting Bees on offense. Panthers work it out right to left. Bikes trying to rotate around with a full set of boosts. Brewer Dog just kind of sitting there seeing what Astonic's going to do. Jose with the shot. Too strong. And off the top of the crossbar, missed opportunity offensively for the Panthers. Brewer Dog setting it in. Left-hand side, Astonic knows it in. To take it across the timeline. Bikes fending. Astonic has to rotate out and around. Jose able to go ahead, get that one bumped out of the goal. However, not credited with the save, but still something that mattered on defense. Voltic Vibes applying that pressure. Steals the full set of boosts. He's trying to work that right-hand side. He gets demoed, and a well-executed demo by UNI. Jose working the left-hand side. He's slide tackled out of the way. Voltic Vibes and the Fighting Bees trying to set up a breather here. Sonic working out left to right. Jase able to go ahead and get the clear into the right side of the pitch of the Fighting Bees. Flip reset. Voltic Vibes, deep shot. Bikes able to go ahead and get that one saved. And Astonic trying to nose it in, and Brewer Dog went right, should have went left. And it's going to be Astonic again, able to go ahead and draw first for the Fighting Bees. And Brewer Dog, had some boost if he wanted to use it. Of course, the momentum of him going left to right was just a bit too much. And just like that, with 3:07 left to play in game number 2, the Fighting Bees able to go ahead, draw first, 1-0. Jase passes, defers to Bikes. Missed opportunity center of the pitch. Astonic flip reset, tries to nose it in. As Schlonk kind of stole it away. Don't know what was kind of going on there. Maybe he was trying to hammer it in or get a different angle shot, kind of setting it up on a tee for Astonic, but he had that flip reset that he was able to kind of use, but just didn't. Brewer Dog able to go ahead, get a full set of boosts, credited with the save. Jase, third man back, awkward 50 off the backboard, and Bikes passes to Brewer Dog. Voltic Vibes able to intercept though, work the right hand side. He'll nose it in, pass to Astonic, missed opportunity, and that is not what you want to see from St. Ambrose. Maybe you and I can finally capitalize. Jase takes it across the timeline, tries to nose it in, set up the double back. But Schlonk able to go ahead, get this one defended. Voltic Vibes able to go ahead and get this one defended as well. And Jase trying to work the left to right side. Flip reset. Likes to pinch it out off the wall. Ball just right of the goal. And Brewer Dog only has one defender. He tries to nose it in. Can't quite get it there. Bikes. Schlonk deals it away. Tries to get the clear. Jase trying to interrupt him. But Bike's able to go ahead, rotate out and around. You and I trying to get something going here on the offensive side of the pitch. Jase, right-hand side, set up for Brewer Dog. Can't quite get there. Bikes tries to nose it in. And Astonic, again, able to be a big playmaker here. Able to get the save. 120 left to play. And you and I still, has the right idea. Just can't quite execute. As Jase is going to get demoed. Tries to pinch it in for the corner for Schlonk. Can't. As Brewer Dog was able to go ahead, get that one bumped out of the way. Jase, flip reset. Schlonk steal it away. 1 minute to play. And the Cats, again, just kind of slowing the pace right now as Voltic Vibes able to nudge this one in and potentially a dagger or St. Ambrose. Of course, maybe I shouldn't sound as depressed because this is kind of like a neutral site. It should be a neutral team fight. Unfortunately, the Panthers gonna have to come back with less than a minute to play. And St. Ambrose currently leading the series 1-0. Shot for Schlonk. Missed. As it looks like, unfortunately, a defender there for you and I, Jase, just kind of rotated out just a little bit too late and just couldn't quite get the reaction there. And it is going to be 3-0 for St. Ambrose going into game number 2. Do we see our first sweep today? That could be a possibility as Astonic able to go ahead off the initial kickoff. Kind of awkward 50, double awkward 50 as Voltic Vibes bumped Jase out of the way. Well-timed play and just playing interference. And so far, the St. Ambrose team looking very strong in our winner's quarterfinal. Brewer Dog trying to defend. 30 seconds left to play. And I feel like if you're you and I, you just got to get the mentals right. You got to communicate. You got to talk. And that's the biggest thing that Brewer Dog was talking about, as his tenure of coach is like, you got to communicate. You got to rotate. And you just got to... The biggest part about professional esports or collegiate esports is the mental aspect of things. And unfortunately, you and I throughout the semester has tried to battle back from a lot of it and still facing adversity here as St. Ambrose will go ahead and take game number 2, 4-0. So, of course, each team is going to be allotted a timeout if they so desire to take it. Not something necessary, of course, but every team has that option if they want to. If I was you and I would maybe, take that time out to maybe get the mentals back. But here we go. Sometimes just pure brute force is what you need as a Stonic. Able to go ahead, get this one saved, and exactly what you and I needs to do here. Get the demo, get the disruption going on offense, and maybe, just maybe, you can get something going here. This Bike's able to go ahead and get this one saved. Double back for, I believe it was Blanc. Couldn't quite get it there. Now here come the Panthers on offense. But a Stonic flip reset, mid-pitch, passes to Slonk. Double back, Voltic vibes, setting back. Able to go ahead, pass to Schlonk, back to Voltic vibes. He'll miss, but Schlonk will take his own pass into the right-hand side. And UNI sometimes does a lot better in these kind of later matches just because they know what kind of to expect from their opponent. And Brewer Dog able to go ahead, bump it out, as it looks like they were going to set something up on offense. Couldn't quite get there as Jose wins that 50. He's going to go ahead, left-hand side. Try to nose it in, set himself up, tee it up for Bikes, but Astonic able to go ahead, steal it away, and just really great flip resets coming out from Astonic here. Definitely the person to watch this series. As Voltic Vibes tries to get this one pinched into the right-hand corner, can't quite get there. Bikes able to go ahead, make him miss. He'll take it across the timeline, working the left-hand side. Over to Brewer Dog. He'll pinch it in. Set up for Jose. Over to Bikes. Astonic able to intercept. And with 2 defensive moves, Astonic just doing an amazing job, both offensively and defensively. I'd really want to see what his player score is. He is quite the Rocket League player. Bikes pinching it out. Tries to set it up off the ceiling for Brewer Dog. He'll work the left-hand side. Wonderful shot by Brewer Dog, able to be patient, and the Panthers draw first in game number 3. Would really like to see them maintain this offensive pressure. We haven't seen St. Ambrose in an uncomfortable position. It's really hard for them to get into that position, but with 2:50 left to play in game 3, maybe, just maybe, this is a way for you and I to do it. Stonic, working the right-hand side. Kickoff looked clean as it could be. Double back. Set it up for Voltic Vibes. Can that get across the timeline? Yes, it does. A clinched moment there for the Panthers. And finally, Voltic Vibe gets the friendly bounce. And, of course, Bikes wasn't quite ready for it. If he had 1 or 2 more milliseconds, I bet he would have able to go ahead, get that one saved. But unfortunately, we're tied with 2:30 left to play in game 3. You and I staring down a loser's bracket bid. Blanc sets it up for Astonic. Nice save by the Cats. And Voltic Vibes gets the awkward 50, wins it, but Brewer Dog able to go ahead, try to get the clear 50 in favor of the Cats, but first one there is going to be Jose. Voltic Vibes can't quite set it up, and the follow-up, unfortunately, was not there for the Cats. They were rotating out, back and around. Astonic gets this one bumped out of the way by Jose. Bikes. Who's first one there? Awkward 50 to Schlonk. Schlonk over to Voltic Vibes. Voltic Vibes going to get demoed, so here come the Cats now on offense. Voltic Vibes able to respawn back, able to clear it out. Pass to Schlonk. Schlonk trying to work mid-pitch over to Astonic. And Blanc able to go ahead, get that one stolen away. Shot on goal is good for Astonic. Kind of left of center. Kind of nice little aerial nudge. And just well executed as Brewer Dog was kind of going left. Kind of expected the momentum to continue. But Astonic able to pass him and lead it now for St. Ambrose with 1:28 left to play. Ambrose up by a goal. Panthers staring a loser bracket bid. And of course, if the Panthers do end up losing, they will have to face Horn in the losers bracket. Of course, would really like to see that matchup. Of course, our semifinals going to be interesting as well. The Monkey Men versus the Huskies, and the winner of this match will get to face Weak Patrol. 1 minute remaining. Cats down by 1. Brewer Dog. Oh, Schlonk able to go ahead, kind of force his way in there mid-pitch as Brewer Dog was trying to get there. Just couldn't quite nose it in. And Bikes, who is, again, our third man back, just hasn't made his presence known defensively. Late to that save. And right now, St. Ambrose looking like they might be sitting pretty for that semifinal bid. Jase working the left-hand side. So go ahead. Jase able to go ahead, get this one cleared, and would like to see him more on the offensive side of the pitch. Bikes. He's got the ball, makes one defender miss. Double back, interrupted by a Stonic. With 30 seconds left to play, the Cats trying to come back down by a pair. Voltic Vibes going to get demoed by a member of UNI. However, off screen, Astonic able to go ahead, get a demo as well. Now Astonic gets demoed. So lots of demos coming out. You just don't want to do demos willy-nilly. You got to have it timed. You got to have it on a setup of an offensive play. And that is kind of the missed opportunities there with demos, even though demos are going to be more in favor of UNI, I believe. However, it's just not well timed. Just like that, our first sweep of the Northern Iowa Cup will be against the Panthers. St. Ambrose going to go ahead, make their way to the semifinals. We'll have more Rocket League LAN coming up for you here in just a moment. So stick around, stay tuned, stay to your screens. We'll have the next matchup ready for you here momentarily. And like always, go Cats. All right, Rocket League fans, we are going to get your next match underway here just momentarily. It's going to be the first time that we see the Monkey Men today here for our semi-final matchup. And I believe top 4 is going to be a best of 7. So I would fully expect to have a best of 7 situation here. And for the Monkey Men, it is going to be Base, Tip, Acuity, and Flux that is going to be on their team. Well, the Huskies will have Hertz, Hawk, and Blocky. Of course, we saw the Huskies earlier today play against Corn. They were able to go ahead and win that 3-1. And already off the initial kickoff, both of these teams firing out of the chutes. And Tip already trying to get some offense going here for the Monkey Men. But Blocky able to go ahead and do what he does best and block. Nice little nose out, but Tip able to go ahead and steal it away, tried to nose it in. Blocky misses the save, but Hawk able to go ahead, follow this one up. And the Huskies trying to get something going here on offense now. Acuity gonna go ahead and nose it in. Get something going here for the Monkey Men. Tip able to go ahead and maintain that pressure. Blocky bumping it over. And Base, again, in a really interesting new car. Haven't really seen that today. Of course, we saw earlier in our matchup against UNI and St. Ambrose, the Jase able to go ahead and play the Cybertruck. Again, it might have to do with mechanics or maybe play style that Base is using this new vehicle. Blocky able to go ahead, roll it out on defense. Acuity able to go ahead, work that left to right, tries to set it up for Base, but Base doesn't have enough boost. He is able to grab some there, and Blocky right in front, tries to tee it up. Acuity misses the follow-up as Blocky just had that on top of the hood of his car on essentially like a tee, and a missed opportunity for the Monkey Men. Hawk, find that pressure. Able to go ahead, get this one rolled out and around. Awkward 50. Tip trying to work it out left to right on defense. Acuity tries to pinch it left-hand side. He'll go ahead, chase his own ball with a big set of boost. However, Hertz going to go ahead, try to do some aerials. Defends, and a double commit for Hawk and Blocky. A kind of miscommunication there, and Hertz able to go ahead and salvage this one. However, Acuity able to clear it out, work the right-hand side. And Blocky makes one defender miss. Pass over to Tip. Tip will go ahead, try to nose it in. Flip reset, makes one defender miss. Acuity right there. Tries to set up the left-hand side. Can't, as Hawk is able to go ahead, get this one saved. And we are still scoreless with 2:15 in game 1 in this semifinal matchup here for the Northern Iowa Cup. Kind of jousting. Hertz gonna go ahead, get slide tackled out of the way. This ball is gonna get cleared. Tip trying to get something going on offense for the Monkey Men. Hertz gets demoed by Tip. Tries to get the ball cleared out. Blocky able to do that. Acuity will go ahead and get this one saved. Tip, bump, blocky, intercept, hurts, full set of boost. And really interesting to see how these teams are going to come out. And of course, the Huskies went 3-0 in their division here in the pool play before making the LAN tournament. So really interesting to see how their offensive domination is going to continue. Of course, in that first matchup, Hawk was the one who was able to go ahead, get the first 2 sets of goals, or able to draw first. And so far, we are scoreless with 1:03 left to play. Really strong offense and defense from both of these teams. Still, unfortunately, we're scoreless. Less than a minute to play. Acuity trying to get something here. Passes to base. He'll work the left-hand side. That's going to be bumped out of the way for Hertz. Hip, the first one, in the air. Tries to set up his own double back. Able to get it to go. 39 seconds left to play in game 1. And the Monkey Men draw first. Really nice kind of double back setup there, and tip. Just able to kind of tip it in. Come on, we got to use puns here. It's going to be a long day. Initial kickoff's clean. And the Monkey Men will go ahead, lead it 1-0, I do believe, with the top 4 kind of matchups. It is going to be a best of 7. So, a long one ahead of us. Hurts able to steal this one away. Maybe the Huskies can finally get something here late. Hawk, center of the pitch. Acuity, able to save. Blocky, working it out right to left. Kind of awkward 50 in favor of the Monkey Men. And with 5 seconds left, Hawk trying to do something. Acuity to match him up. 1 second left. Ball, left-hand side of the pitch. Hawk up in the air. Still in extras. Still want that ball up in the air as Hawk, again, trying to get something here. Acuity trying to nose it in. Big demo coming out on tip as just like that, the Monkey Men late able to go ahead off the tip double back. And they will go ahead and take game number 1. Really like to see the shots on goal here. Unfortunately, the Huskies do kind of have 4 shots to 4 shots, and something to maybe think about, that sometimes you just got to get a good quality shot on goal, get the rotations out, get something going here on offense, and maybe, just maybe, you'll get that lucky goal. But here we go, game number 2. Again, a strong defensive matchup between these 2 teams as the initial kickoff set off for Blocky. Unfortunately, that went off the goalpost, and what could have been the first goal in the first 7 seconds, unfortunately, doesn't fall for Blocky. And Acuity tries to pass to base. Big demo coming out here for the Monkey Men as base is going to get the friendly roll into the goal. And just like that, the Monkey Men able to score first here with 4:38 left to play in game 2. And the Huskies trying to come back, as we saw them first play at 1 o'clock. They were able to get a little 15-minute warm-up. Of course, all teams able to go ahead and get a 15-minute warm-up, but maybe that first game kind of wearing on them mentally, as even though we haven't seen much mistakes, just kind of missed opportunities for them to capitalize on some of this kind of clean defensive rotation that we've seen from the Monkey Men. Double back, set up for Acuity, too strong. And Hawk going to get demoed, tried to clear it out right-hand side, however, base is going to go ahead, take it, work it left. Blocky, able to clear. He'll take his own clear, try to work it across the pitch timeline. Blocky. Going to get that one stolen away by base. Full set of boost. Hurts applying the pressure. Right-hand side. Set up for Hawk. He's going to get demoed. But Blocky, center of the pitch. Able to go ahead. Try to get shot on goal, but base to steal it away. Base to tip. Tip to base. And with that, a deep shot for tip. And able to go ahead and get this one in. The Monkey Men lead it 2-0 with 3:35 left to play. Initial kickoff's clean. And Acuity going to go ahead, have to defer as Blocky's going to go ahead, try to set up the double back. Able to maintain that pressure. Hawk has tip. Flip reset for Hawk, trying to block it. And Blocky able to go ahead, get the clear. Set it up. Acuity past the tip. With the deep shot, left hand side of the goal, just missing. And Hawk going to get slide tackled out of the way by Acuity, who's going to challenge them mid-pitch. Tries to nose it in for himself. Double commit for the Monkey Men. Ball just going to lazily try to go in, and Hertz finally capitalizes with 2:57 left to play. And able to kind of come back from this one. Hopefully they can go ahead and use this momentum and get the tie with 2:37 left to play. However, the Monkey Men up by a goal. Hawk, initial kickoff. Base with a full set of boost tries to stop that kickoff as Blocky setting up the double back for himself. Maybe the waterfall even. That one's going to be cleared out by the Monkey Men. Acuity able to go ahead and get the demo on Hawk. So, Base setting up Acuity. Missed shot. Hertz taking it left-hand side. Looking to Hawk. Maybe to pass. Tip over. Go ahead. And Acuity misses the clear out. So Blocky's going to go ahead and maintain the pressure. Tip trying to nose it out. Hertz working the left-hand side. Now Blocky working the right-hand side. Tries to set it up for Hawk. He noses it in, but Tip able to go ahead and get the save. And Hertz has it up on a tee for him for Acuity. And just like that, Hertz with the solo play on the right-hand side. Well executed. Just off the tee of Acuity, follows up his own shot, grabs the full set of boost, and able to go ahead and get this one in. Just like that, we are tied in game 2 with 2:06 left to play. Hertz, initial kickoff's clean. Demo coming out for the Monkey Men. Tip's going to go ahead, work the left-hand side, has Hawk. He's going to nose it in, but Acuity able to follow it up. Awkward 50, going to be in favor of the Monkey Men. Blocky trying to defend. Tip going to have to work back out and around, and Hawk with the clear. Able to go ahead, and Tip able to go ahead and get that one cleared. Now with the shot. Hawk able to save. Full set of boost. Trying to nose it in. Slide tackles Acuity out of the way, who challenged him kind of mid-pitch. And Hertz off the wall. Pass to Blocky. And Hawk will go ahead out of that rotation. Go ahead, take it across the timeline. Now the Monkey Men get a demo. Mid-pitch, Base going to be interrupted by Hertz. Acuity able to go ahead, try to work that left-hand side. Doesn't quite have it there, and with 1 minute left to play, maybe we see our second OT of the day, but we still have 52 seconds left to play. Waterfall set up for Blocky. Shot is good! What a well set up demolition, and that's exactly what the Huskies needed to do. Hertz set the double back, and Ace was more worried about the demolition there. Instead of getting the save, maybe they were thinking a different shot was coming out, and a kind of missed opportunity there for Base. What I thought was a well-executed demo on the side of the Huskies, unfortunately was not the case. Base too busy trying to get their own demolition. With 38 seconds left to play, the Huskies could go ahead and tie the series here in game 2. However, deep shot for the Huskies is no good, as Base is able to go ahead and get this one cleared. Defer to Acuity. Aerial slide tackle by Blocky is missed. Base working the left-hand side. Blocky trying to work it out defensively now. Acuity sets up Tip. Tip's demoed, or excuse me, Hertz demos Tip as he was trying to nose that in with the extra boost. And at this point, the Monkey Men looking like mistakes abound here, especially late for Base. And the Huskies able to go ahead and tie the series after kind of a nice centered shot by Blocky. And Hertz, of course, a big shout out to him. 2 shots, 2 goals, 100% from the field, able to go ahead and get an assist as well. So really looking forward to see what the Huskies can do against a very well played team of the Monkey Men. Game 3 underway. I believe it's going to be a best of 7 here, so still quite the distance to go. As Blocky, go ahead, tried to defend. Tip, working the left-hand side. Blocky able to go ahead, nudge it out, but Acuity to follow it up. Tip with the demo. It's a 2v. Nice light tackle by Hawk. On to Tip, who is going to go ahead and try and set up something there. Center of the pitch. Unfortunately, you get that ball kind of taken away if you are the one removed from the situation. Demo on Hertz. Acuity working the left-hand side. Try to go with numbers, but Blocky able to go ahead and get there defensively. That's the biggest thing that we've seen from the strong defensive Husky team is Blocky. The third man back, and if there was a defensive player of the series, I would definitely give it to Blocky. However, the Huskies going to have to go back on defense. This time you got to lean on Hawk. Full set of boost. Gets that one stealing away. Blocky able to go ahead and clear. Set up for Hawk. Acuity, base. Jousting for it in the air. And Hawk will go ahead, work it right to left. Hertz and Tips both get demoed for just a brief moment, so it's going to be a 2v2 situation. However, those people are already back, and Hertz able to go ahead and get the clear. Deep shot is saved by Tips. If Tip wasn't there, Hertz was going to get a long kind of moon ball, kind of lets it roll in. Unfortunately, missed opportunity. Kind of on the deep shot, and we are scoreless here in game 3. Tip working left-hand side, and caster curse as always. Tip able to go ahead and get this one scored, kind of center of the pitch, kind of set up there well for base. And just like that, base the Tip, able to go ahead, get this one in, draw first with 3:21 left to play in game 3. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. Base, working the left-hand side. Going to get that one interrupted by Hawk, but Tip able to follow it up. And now the Huskies looking for something here on offense. Base able to go ahead, bump it out of the way. Going to be credited with the save as he was kind of rotating out and around. And what I would really like to see is more kind of offensive kind of rotation, like more speed from the Hawks, or from the Huskies. But just like that, as I was trying to kind of describe what was going on here, Blocky able to go ahead, get the deep shot, as Hertz going to be the one to kind of slide tackle base out of the way. And like what we saw early is, you know, just the ability for the Huskies to kind of nudge and kind of outpace their opponent. Of course, we saw that against Lulu in that first matchup of the day. Just kind of the pace of play was a bit too strong. They started off slow, but then slowly the momentum build for the Huskies. That's the one thing that maybe the Monkey Men need to avoid, is kind of these long, drawn-out rotations, kind of these long, drawn-out offensive plays for the Huskies, because I feel like in the attrition battle, the Huskies win every single time. Yep, setting it up. Or I guess that was base, excuse me, as Acuity trying to squeeze it in right-hand side. However, a defender was there for the Huskies, but Tip trying to still maintain that pressure. Hertz with the deep shot, missed. Just tried to nudge it in into the corner with an impossible angle there, and just couldn't quite get it in. Demo on one of the Huskies. A demo and on another Husky. And Blocky going to be the only one left to try and clear it out. He'll go ahead past the Hawk. He'll take it across the timeline, working the left-hand side. Tip able to intercept with full set of boost, and he's going to go ahead, work his right-hand side. Tries to set it up right hand side for his own kind of like little bump and pinch play. Couldn't quite get it there. And here come the Huskies with 1 minute left to play. However, nice clear out by the Monkey Men, and Blocky gonna go ahead, work out and around. Hawk. Oh, nice demo out for the Monkey Men. Just kind of took whatever kind of offensive play the Huskies were going to go for or couldn't. And with a quick little flip reset, the Monkey Men trying to nose it out with 30 seconds left to play. Base, working the left-hand side. Able to go ahead, try to defend for Acuity, center of the pitch. 50. 50 again. Hurts. Left-hand side, gonna have to defer. Go over to Tips. Base with the clear and the save as Blocky's gonna have to defend here. He's got one. Makes two miss defensively. Acuity, though, rolling it around. 50. And the clear for the Huskies. And like this, maybe nose it in. Big save by Hurts. Extra time. Ball still in the air. Hawks trying to nose it in, and we are going to go to our second OT of today. Of course, first OT of the series. The series is currently tied 1-1, so whoever has this has the momentum going in to game number 4. Kickoff's clean. However, Base winning the joust. Gonna go ahead, let Hurts kind of bump it out of the way. Acuity tries to get the deep ball. Base, center of the pitch. And just so far, it's a lot of this back and forth motion. No one's really trying to set up kind of the offensive rotation or clear out or work back around. It's just a lot of jousting back and forth kind of mid-air. But Base able to go ahead, get his first demo. And Acuity able to go ahead and get this one saved. Tip able to go ahead and salvage to the 50 mid of his shot, mid of his goal. Tip trying to get the score. Can't quite get it. Follow up for Base is no good. Ball lazily goes in left-hand side. But Tip able to go ahead, nose it in, pinch it out. Hurts tries to clear. And we're already a minute plus away in OT in game 3. Base working the left-hand side. Hawk trying to work it. He'll work right to left. Hawk has Tip. Acuity, again, maintaining that pressure. And Hurts wasn't quite ready for it. Nice little block there by Hurts as that ball was sure to go in by the follow-up by a member of the Monkey Men. Tip gets demoed. He was trying to work the right-hand side. Hurts trying to do some aerials. Flip reset. However, doesn't have enough boost, but doesn't need to as Blocky. Going to go ahead, take it across the timeline. Tip on the backboard. Tries to clear it. Hurts to nose it in. Acuity. Back. Able to slide tackle Blocky out of the way. Tip able to go ahead, get the demo. Hurts full set of boosts. Clear it out. Here comes the Monkey Men. Tip, left-hand side. He'll try and take it in himself. That's going to be well defended by a member of the Monkey Men. Deep shot. Just right. No follow-up. Tip defers to Acuity. He's going to be slide tackled out of the way. Tip and Hawk. 50. That's right-hand side. First to touch is going to be Acuity, but no, he missed it. His Base is going to work the left-hand side now. We're already 227 plus into this OT of game 3. And again, the battle of attrition is always won by the Huskies. But Tip trying to get it there. Gets the demo on 2 members of the Huskies. They're back now. Hurts working the right-hand side. Tries to set up. Base has that ball just kind of screaming right in front of his face. Tip trying to get the follow-up, and so far, the pace of play is definitely picked up. Acuity, shot, no good, as Hawks able to go ahead to get that saved and cleared. He'll chase his own ball into the Monkey Men's side of the pitch. Slide tackles, pitch, Tip out of the way. Base able to go ahead and clear. 3 minutes plus already in this OT, and we are still tied at 1-1. Tip, left-hand side. Whoever can get this will feel good. Of course, great even, and just like that, you know, the Monkey Men tried to get a demo, tried to set something up on offense. Unfortunately, didn't have the angle here. Tip, able to nose it out of the way. Blocky, going ahead. Defer. Over to Hurts. Hawk, mid-pitch. Has Base and Acuity, and a full set of boost. Makes one defender miss. Blocky to intercept. Base trying to clear. Can't quite get there. Hawk, back over to Blocky, who has about half boost ready now. Has to nose it in. Hurts, finally rotating out and around. However, didn't have enough boost and couldn't quite do anything with it. Hawk, back to clear. Tip to intercept. Tip gets the 50 win. However, Hertz able to follow up. Center of the pitch. Gonna be blocky. Awkward 50. Follow up for Hawk. And we almost played an entire game of Rocket League with 4:14 left to play in this OT. Demo on the side of the Huskies. Tip trying to set up the right-hand side. Hertz tried to steal it away. Demoed by Base. Base able to go ahead, get a demo this time on Hawk. And demos galore now. Both of these rotations just being too strong. And a minute 40 already done and away. We've almost played an entire game of Rocket League here as the ball, again, just has not found the home of the goal. Blocky gonna go ahead, get something offensive going for the Huskies. Tries to set it up, gets the demo instead. His Tip is able to take this across the timeline. 50 for Hawk. First one there is going to be Hawk. He wins that kind of delayed 50. Set up for Hertz. Double back. Waterfall. No good. Tip to intercept. And he'll pass to Base. Base has to rotate around to Acuity. Acuity intercepted by Hertz. And Base slowing the pace. Over to Tip. Blocky. Looking to set it up here. 5:30 already in OT. And this is an exciting matchup between both of these teams in the semifinal. Hertz. Over to Base. Base to intercept. Blocky working it out and around. Tip to nose it in. Hertz. Trying to clear. He has a full set of boosts. However, has to defer to Hawk. Hertz. Left-hand side. Shot. Saved by Acuity. Hertz. Left-hand side. Double back opportunity. No can do. And now we are 6 minutes into overtime. Strap in, people. Demo. Out for the Monkey Men. Shot. Too strong. Hertz with the follow-up. Rolls it in! And Hertz with 6:10 in overtime. Able to go ahead and push the distance. Like I said, the Huskies always win in the attrition game. And just like that, the Huskies knows the advantage in OT. 6:10 has to be a record somewhere, as the Monkey Men, try as they might, 7 saves for Base. And it looks like the Huskies have 10 saves as a team. 11 saves for the Monkey Men, and just a strong defensive battle. Really like to see what these two teams have in this semifinal matchup. So both of these teams going to go ahead and try and talk it over. Of course, each team has a timeout if they want to use it. I'm wondering if the Huskies are using theirs just to kind of talk this match over. And it looks like we will go ahead and go into game number 4. The Huskies outlasting the Monkey Men. And big shout out to the Huskies coming from the northern Illinois area, traveling across the Mississippi and trying to make it big here with a $150 first place prize. Initial kickoff, game 4 is going to be clean, and both of these teams going to have to reset mentally. Of course, the biggest mental reset needs to be for the Monkey Men. Ox going to go ahead, work the left-hand side. Blocky, setting it up. Acuity, though, able to intercept, tries to get the clear. Demo out on a Husky, and Hertz going to go ahead, try to walk it in. Defensively, over to Hawk. Hawk gets that one intercepted by Blocky. Oh, missed aerial there by Acuity, and that allowed a member of the Huskies to go ahead and get the clear. 1 minute done and away in game 4, and we are scoreless. Oh, I almost caster cursed it again. Oh, I gotta stop with that. Blocky's going to go ahead, get this one cleared out for the Huskies. Tip to intercept. He'll pass to Acuity. Acuity to Tip. Tries to nose it in. Doesn't get his own bounce off the right-hand side. And Blocky going to try and get some aerials. Hurts able to go ahead clear. Acuity to intercept. Hurts able to try to nose it in, but Tip's going to be credited with the save. Hawk, center of the pitch. Makes Tip miss. Blocky tried to nose it in, but Acuity able to go ahead and steal it away in front of his own goal. Here come the Monkey Men. Base. Going to go ahead, work it out, left-hand side. Member of the Huskies able to go ahead, get the credited save, and Acuity slide tackle Blocky out of the way. Hurts has to follow it up. Base to clear. And that's the one thing that I've noticed is just the strong rotations coming out from either of these teams. It almost seems like there's one, or if not two other members back to follow it up if you miss your shot. So there's always someone there with a bit of boost. As this deep ball is good for Tip as he was slide tackled out of the way, kind of right of center. And it was for naught as Hawk was trying to go for the 50, couldn't quite get there. And the Monkey Men able to go ahead and score first in Game 4. This is how the mentals need to be for 2:50 left to play in Game 4, trying to go the distance. Initial kickoff's clean. Tip, again, trying to work the left-hand side. Hurts gets demoed. Tip tries to nose it in. Blocky trying to get something going on offense for the Huskies. Of course, we saw a 1-1 tie last game. Maybe we could see that here today. However, the Huskies have to go ahead, take the ball offensively. And just like that, across the timeline is going to be Acuity. He'll go ahead. It's going to be bumped out of the way by Blocky. Hurts able to go ahead, get the demo on Acuity. And Hawk able to go ahead, get this one cleared. Acuity working it out. Right-hand side, excuse me. Over to Base. Base trying to set himself up. Doesn't have enough kind of follow-up boost there as Tip tried to nose it in. Couldn't quite get it in. And here come the Huskies now. Defensively, the Huskies struggling so far as this one tries to nose in. Hurts with the save. Follow-up for Acuity is good, and this could be the dagger in this low-scoring affair. Acuity able to go ahead and able to set it up there as Tip, again, you know, the one who kind of drew first in this match. Again, there's always one or two members of the Monkey Men just kind of waiting in the wings with a little boost or a little bit of bump if necessary. This time, the ball too strong off the top of the crossbar. Hawk able to get it in, and just like that, a quick answer for the Huskies. Hawk able to go ahead, get this one scored. And a nice little bump for Hawk, kind of trying to get the Monkey Men who is going to try to attest or contest him kind of in the air, bump him out of the way, kind of negate his positioning as the kickoff is clean. Acuity has to go ahead and get this one bumped as that double back was set up for Blocky. 50 in favor of Hurts, but he'll be demoed. Blocky able to follow it up with the shot. Big save! Left-hand side for Base. And Base will go ahead, take it across his own timeline. Over to Hurts. Awkward 50. Follow-up for Tip is no good. And Hawk now going to take it to left-hand side, but Acuity able to bump it out of the way. And it kind of stops this right-hand kind of offensive pressure that the Huskies were trying to enforce. Hurts and Base kind of waiting. See who the rotate's going to come out to help them. Acuity with a full set of boosts. He'll go ahead. He'll take it across the timeline. Blocky misses. Hurts. Saves. And back on defense is going to be the Monkey Men. 30 seconds remaining, and the Huskies only down by a goal. The Huskies going to go ahead, try and work out and around. Base trying to follow up his own shot, sets the waterfall. Follow-up for Acuity is no good. Just left of the goal. Maybe a potential pin shot. 10 seconds left. Blocky has it up in the air, tries to set it up for Base. Base to Tip. Dagger, no. It didn't quite go past the goal line. And with this ball, nose down, the Monkey Men will go ahead and tie the series 2-2. And a really good play there, of course, Tip, the one who able to kind of nose it in, draws first late, but the go-ahead goal was there by Acuity. Really excellent rotations coming out from both of these teams. Unfortunately, the Monkey Men always seem to have a third man back or just someone waiting in the wings as we go ahead and push into game number 5. Both of these teams looking to go ahead and finish into the finals. Winner of this will have to play either the winner of St. Ambrose or Tweak Patrol. Of course, there's a grand finals that we have to kind of set up here. Of course, the grand finals gonna be an exciting matchup. Losers bracket for those interested. Horn able to 3-0 UNI purple team. So unfortunately, the hosts get knocked out. And right now, so far, both of these teams winning their matches. However, someone has to go home between one of these two, or we could see them in the grand finals matchup. But with 1 minute done and away in game number 5, again, a strong defensive matchup. I would fully expect to see maybe 1 or 2 goals from either of these teams. Of course, when we saw the Huskies earlier, they were able to kind of score very strongly against Lulu and able to push that to a 3-1 victory. However, this is a strong defensive matchup, and it's all thanks to kind of Blocky and Base being the third men back, the defensive pieces that have really allowed Acuity and Pip, as well as the Huskies, have Hertz and Hawk kind of play their wings and play offensively. But just like that, Base able to go ahead and kind of same scenario that we've seen here. Base with the long shot does get blocked by Hertz. Maybe he was trying to go for the interrupt 50, but wasn't enough. And Base will go ahead and score first for the Monkey Men in game 5. Initial kickoff is going to be in favor of the Huskies, as Acuity going to have to work the left-hand side. Hertz doesn't have enough boost. He decides midway through to kind of avoid that, as Tip tried to work left-hand side, gets that one bumped and cleared out of the way. And here come the Huskies. Left-hand side, Tip slide tackled out of the way. Hertz to maintain the pressure. He'll try and nose it in. Left-hand side, first one to get there is going to be Base. He'll take it across the timeline. And he'll work the right-hand side of the pitch. He'll have to defer. Hertz will get the clear. Acuity to maintain the pressure. However, Hertz to clear. Tip able to be credited with the save. He'll go ahead and work out. Beat the third man back just in case Hertz kind of noses it in where he wants it. However, Blocky's right there. 50. First one to get it is Tip. And Tip's going to go ahead and Dembo a member of the Huskies. And this is not what you want to see with the ball offensively if you're the Huskies. Another demo comes out. 2 more demos in quick succession on the members of the Huskies. And a ball able to go in, and Hertz able to go ahead and score after those double demos come out. And sometimes the best kind of situation there is just to negate the players at all. You lose the momentum, you don't have any boost, and just like that, we're tied with 2:09 left to play in game number 5. Both of these teams looking to go on to the winners final. And kickoff is initially clean. Pip, center of the pitch, has 2 defenders. Has to work it out, left-hand side over to Acuity. Acuity back to Tip. Tip to try and nose it in, left-hand side. Hawk able to go ahead and get it cleared. Acuity, just enough boost to center it up for Base. And Hertz able to go ahead, get this one saved. And he'll go ahead, he'll have to take it across the timeline just based off of necessity. Hawk gonna nose it in. Tip wins that kind of joust. And just like that, Hurts able to go ahead and save as Acuity was trying to get it centered up. And unfortunately couldn't quite get it. Are we going to see another OT situation here? 110 left to play. Could be. As the Monkey Men going to have to play a little bit defensively. Tip able to go ahead to get the clear. That one's going to be bumped out of the way by Blocky. Now with less than a minute to play, we are still tied 1-1. Hawk over to Acuity. Blocky has to take it out of his own goal. Working the left-hand side. They'll get the clear, but Tip the follow-up. Base. Hawk intercepts the ball that was intended for Base. And Blocky will go ahead, try to get the clear. Base gets demoed. Here comes the Huskies. 30 seconds left to play. Hawk, right-hand side. Hurts. Tries to take it again off of Acuity, off the top. Blocky to Hurts. Blocky able to go ahead and get it to go. 20 seconds left to play, and the Huskies lead it by 1. Really well executed play as Blocky was kind of getting it there for Hurts and just kind of a missed kind of clear situation. Just like that, the go-ahead goal. 20 seconds left to play. However, Base initial kickoff tries to get it going here offensively for the Monkey Men. Hurts to clear it out, and at this point, the Huskies just want to play keep away as much as possible. 5 seconds. Now down to 2. Ball still has the extra time in the air. Base. Tip. 50. Ball still going to take an awkward bounce. And just like that, in a 20-second kind of remaining goal, the go-ahead goal for Blocky and Hurts able to go ahead and get the assist. Well done for these Huskies as they will go ahead and nudge it to 3-2 in the series. So, what I originally thought was a best of 7 for the semifinals, I guess that wasn't the final 4. So, that was a best of 5 scenario. So, with that, the Huskies will go ahead and move on to the winners final. Whereas the Monkey Men will go ahead and get their first loss of the day, move down to the Monkey Men versus Corn. So, we will be back with more Northern Iowa Cup action. Stick around. We'll have the next game time ready for you. Could potentially see St. Ambrose versus Tweak Patrol, or we could see the Monkey Men back at it again, this time versus Corn in a kind of loser goes home situation. Well, that will be it for us for now. Stick around. We'll have the next game time on the screen. We'll be back for more Rocket League action here. The Northern Iowa Cup LAN. Stick around. All right, Panther fans, we are going to have St. Ambrose versus Tweak Patrol coming up here in just a moment. But while I have your attention, go ahead, do exclamation point merch. That'll take you to our Guardian Pro Line store where we have t-shirts, hoodies, and fully customizable jerseys available for your purchase if you so desire. Also, with the holidays coming up, get something customized for the gamer in your life, and hopefully they would find it very appreciative, as we sure do, if you go ahead and support Panther Esports. So, momentarily, St. Ambrose, who's currently undefeated both in pool play and currently in this tournament, going to be playing against Tweak Patrol. Really excited to see what that kind of match is going to bring with us as we go ahead and get set. Also, if you want to go ahead and do exclamation point donate, that will take you to our Give Campus link, where currently the Panthers here in where the Panthers are going to try and raise $10,000 for new PCs, of course, because of the PC kind of demands. UNI is trying to expand their capacity here in the gaming lounge. As we will get here momentarily, the teams are going to be joining here momentarily. So if you want to go ahead and check out our socials, just do ahead exclamation point socials. That will take you to our link tree where we have our X, so you can get up to date with time for X for game times and other necessities. Also, we have our Discord. If you would like to be friends with any of the players or get to connect with other Panther fans, you can go ahead and do that. And with that, we are going to be underway in this matchup between St. Ambrose and Tweak Patrol. So for St. Ambrose, it will be Schlonk, Voltic Vibes, Astonic, and for Tweak Patrol, or excuse me, yes, for Tweak Patrol, it will be Sappy, Storm, and Jonathan. So St. Ambrose will have Schlonk, Astonic, Voltic, and Tweak Patrol has Sappy, Storm, and Jonathan. Already off the initial kickoff, both of these teams looking to go against the Huskies in the winners final. Of course, the winners final is going to be a best of 7. This one's still a best of 5. Trying to avoid the loser's bracket. And in that situation, it is a lose and go home scenario. But so far, the hosts, UNI, purple team, so far the first team eliminated in today's game. And already, so far defensively, both of these teams doing a really great job kind of hitting their rotates, able to go ahead and get some clears. I can hear St. Ambrose communicating very well, as Voltic Vibes will go ahead try to set something up here for Astonic. Astonic going to go ahead, get that one stolen away by Sappy. Sappy over to Storm. He'll try to set up something for Jonathan. However, Voltic Vibes able to go ahead, get that one saved. Voltic Vibes tries to send the tide against Storm, and Schlonk gonna go ahead, take it across this timeline. Here come St. Ambrose. Voltic Vibes, the Fighting Bees, trying to get something going here. Schlonk gets that bumped out of the way by Storm. Storm with not enough boost, but will still take it across the timeline, makes one defender miss. Noses it in, makes two defenders miss. He's going to be slide tackled out of the way finally. Schlonk will go ahead and take it across his timeline. Jonathan tried to clear it out, slide tackled out of the way. Astonic gets the awkward kind of sub 50, as now it is a foot race at the left-hand corner of St. Ambrose side of the pitch. Sappy now working the right-hand side, sets it up for Astonic. Missed opportunity, as that one was able to be defended. Voltic Vibes trying to take it center of the pitch. Over to Astonic. Sappy to clear. Plunk to pass to Voltic Vibes. But Storm able to go ahead, get a big save. Center of the pitch. Well set up offensive play for St. Ambrose. However, just wasn't quite enough as there's always been a third man back. Sappy's going to get demoed. And Astonic going to try and take it mid-pitch. But Jonathan able to go ahead and interrupt them mid-aerial. And Sappy able to go ahead and get the clear. And Weak Patrol able to go ahead and take a deep breath. Blanc. He's going to work the left-hand side over to Jonathan. Jonathan able to go ahead. Peel that one away, but Astonic's center of the pitch. Flip resets. And gets that one nosed by Sappy. Sappy tries to nose it in. Left of center. Can get it to work out. Jonathan over to Sappy. Double back. Schlonk able to go ahead. Bump it out of the way. Voltic Vibes. Get that one cleared out by Sappy. And Astonic has to be the third win back here. And with 1 minute done and away, or I guess left in this game one, it's been a defensive stronghold. Really like to see it here in our winners semis. Sappy gonna have to rotate out and around. Set up for Jonathan. Interruption by Astonic. Tries to nose it in, but Schlonk able to go ahead and get this one saved, but Storm applying that pressure. Jonathan, third man back, has to contest, get the clear, and a double commit by Schlonk and Astonic. Baltic Vibes, able to come out from the wreckage, take the left-hand side, or excuse me, the right-hand side over, away. Has to clear it out. Left hand to right-hand side now. Storm, applying that pressure. Sappy, able to take just a little bit of boost, but Voltic Vibes only has one defender. Slide tackled out of the way. Double back first. Sonic is good. 20-second left. Make it 19. And Astonic, maybe the go-ahead goal as Sappy was kind of ready there on the defense, able to set up for the double back. However, was just kind of left it in suspension. And the go-ahead goal with 19 seconds left to play. Kickoff is crucial for Weak Patrol. Sappy over to Storm. Blanc able to clear. 10 seconds left. Jonathan rolling it out. Sonic trying to set it out, but Sappy full set of boost. Voltic Vibes able to go ahead. Intercept. Tries to nose it in. Ball still up in the air. Clear out over to Sappy. Astonic able to maybe pinch it down and in. Does. And St. Ambrose on a last kind of 19-second goal able to go ahead and go the distance. Of course, Astonic able to go ahead, get that double back and a nice little setup there for Voltic Vibes. Now, big shout out here too to Jonathan, able to go ahead and get 2 saves for Tweak Patrol. Of course, the really great thing about both these teams is that you don't necessarily have a dedicated role. You don't have a third man back. You don't have an attacker. You don't have a wing. You are able to kind of, whoever is available will go ahead and get the save or get the offense going. I really like to see how both of these teams are able to successfully rotate around and communicate. Now here we go, game 2. Maybe another strong defensive match set up here, but initial kickoff going to be over for Tweak Patrol. Schlonk, though, for St. Ambrose and the Fighting Beans, able to go ahead, get this one going to clear. Now here they come on offense. Now back on defense. Sonic's going to be demoed. Jonathan trying to work it out over to Sappy. Sappy has to rotate back. Voltic Vibes with a full set of boost. Tries to work it left-hand side. Storm able to steal it away. He'll take his own bump. Pass it to Sappy. He'll take it left. Blanc able to get that one saved in a really good transition offense for Tweak Patrol. However, could not get it to capitalize. Blanc tries to clear it, but Storm able to follow it up. Love this pace of play that we are seeing so far from Tweak Patrol. As Sappy is able to get this one cleared. Has to rotate out and around. Jonathan. Sappy trying to collect some boost. He's going to have to face Astonic. But Jonathan isn't quite there. And again, a nice transition offense. This time well executed by Astonic. Able to go ahead and get the goal. Again, another goal for Astonic. And he's been astonishing. Astonic has. Tried to say that 3 times in a row. As the initial kickoff is clean, Astonic's going to go ahead, get taken out. as Jonathan's going to get taken out, and Voltic Vibes, or excuse me, Astonic able to go ahead and get that one saved back from the dead. Jonathan gets that one stolen away by Astonic. I've been saying Astonic every other word, and it's going to be imprinted in my mind. Of course, he is such a well kind of rounded player. So, of course, you're going to be right where the action is, either on offense or defense. Might as well say your name. Voltic Vibes. Gonna go ahead, pass to Astonic. Dappy able to go ahead and intercept. Blanc setting it up, mid-pitch. Storm able to go ahead, get this one taken away. Sides against the full boost. Just to try and get something going defensively. Dappy, Voltic Vibes. Sets it up for Schlonk, and Schlonk able to go ahead and get this one in. 2-0 with 3:06 left to play in game 2 in our winners semi. And a really well executed kind of pass play for Voltic Vibes. Again, if there was kind of a dedicated role, Voltic Vibes seems to be that kind of utility player, always ready to get that save or that bump pass or set something up for somebody like Astonic or Schlonk. A really well executed pass there. Voltic Vibes, though, with the shot, is going to get that one saved. Sappy's going to take it across the timeline, left-hand side. Rotate out and around. Blanc tries to clear it. Donatan over to Storm. Missed opportunity. Some follow-up that you wish you had back, but a double back. Set up for Jonathan. However, Astonic able to scream in, able to get the save. Over to Voltic Vibes. Back to Astonic. Back to Voltic Vibes. Nice pass play. Sort of kind of like a breakaway that you usually see in basketball. One player to the other, then back again, able to go ahead, hammer it in. And a really nice setup there for Voltic Vibes and the Fighting Bees. And again, if you're St. Ambrose, you would love to get the skunk on Tweak Patrol going into this game 3. Demo comes out for a member of St. Ambrose. Dappy has to defer. Storm able to go ahead, get this one saved. However, Voltic Vibes going to defend, takes his own ball off the wall, gets pinched out over to Astonic. Astonic's going to take it to the left-hand side. Dappy with a full set of boost, able to go ahead and get that one cleared. Astonic kind of did a little fake out as Storm is able to go ahead and get this one saved. Follow up by Sappy to save in a waterfall situation. Jonathan able to go ahead and get that one cleared, and a missed opportunity to really hammer it home for the Fighting Bees. Blanc, shot, no good. Sappy, the third man back there, but the follow-up from Voltic Vibes this time. The utility player, feed the beast, man. Let him have it. Offensive dominance for St. Ambrose and the Fighting Bees. Up 4-0. 1:30 left to play in what we have historically seen to be kind of low-scoring matches. Not this time, as just kind of the passing from St. Ambrose. And it's all thanks to the communication. Not sure if you can hear it over the microphone, but over just behind my right is where St. Ambrose is at their station, and they're communicating constantly. Kickoff is clean. Voltic Vibes going to take it across the timeline. A little too strong off the crossbar. And 1 minute left to play in game number 2. Just kind of feeling good if you're St. Ambrose. If you're Tweak Patrol, you got to mentally reset here. Of course, you know, you're already coming off of a strong kind of matchup against Korn. You won that game 3-1. Of course, as Voltic Vibes, again, hammering it in as I was kind of looking away, looking at the bracket. Of course, Voltic Vibes, you know, able to try and set it up there. Of course, Astonic able to go ahead and get a nice bump on Jonathan. Dappy just, you know, wasn't able to go ahead and get the save because he was out of rotation. And a really, again, firing on all cylinders for St. Ambrose. Voltic Vibes, 30 seconds left to play. Storm will take it across the timeline. Maybe they won't get skunked. In the setup play, Voltic Vibes able to get a critical demo on a Tweak Patrol team member. And what would have kind of been a saving grace, like you don't go away from the game skunked. And just like that, you get any momentum, any kind of mental out of the sails as Storm tries to set up his own waterfall, push through, is blocked out of the way by Schlonk, and a strong game for St. Ambrose and the Fighting Bees. Of course, Voltic vibes there with the hat trick. Again, feed the beast, feed your utility player. 6 shots on goal, 50% efficiency. A really great job. Just kind of the assist and the pass plays that every member of St. Ambrose is able to do. Really well done. Now, maybe Tweak Patrol. Gonna have the reverse sweep kind of trope. Maybe get something going here. We have seen a reverse sweep happen before, of course, with you and I. Of course, Tweak Patrol could be the same way. Of course, Storm there, able to go ahead and get 4 saves. That's pretty big. So maybe you just got to rotate a little bit faster. Tweak Patrol did a really great job at kind of outlasting their opponent against Korn, and they were just one step ahead of Korn. So one thing that I would really like to see Tweak Patrol do is kind of get a little bit better rotations going, kind of have that third man back. And if you continually to apply that pressure, maybe, just maybe, you can outlast St. Ambrose. But it's really hard with a strong defender like Stonic and Voltic vibes. Game number 3 underway, and it is going to be a series lead 2-0 for St. Ambrose, looking to go ahead and advance to the winners final here in the semifinal matchup. An initial kickoff is going to be clean. Loser of this match has to face off Lululu. Of course, that was a 3-1 loss against the Huskies earlier in our winners quarters. And 30 seconds already done and away. This ball lazily gonna go in, and Jonathan able to go ahead and get this one in with 4:23 left to play in game 3. And just like I was hoping for, maybe a reverse sweep coming into play. Initial kickoff's gonna be clean. It's gonna be in favor of Tweak Patrol. And Jonathan trying to set it up. Left-hand side could be the offensive key that they need to come back in this one. St. Ambrose kind of spread to the winds right now. Looking like they're kind of out of rotation. They're slowing their pace, most definitely. But Astonic take it across the timeline. Past the Voltic vibes. 50'd into the right-hand corner of Tweak Patrol. Ooh, disgusting 50 as Schlonk kind of nosed it in, tried to clear it out, but this time a member of Tweak Patrol is there. This time it's cleared out by St. Ambrose. Set up for Voltic vibes on the waterfall. Unfortunately, didn't get that one executed. And back on defense is Astonic. He'll let the ball roll in. Jonathan able to go ahead and get this one saved. Offensive guru, now defensive guru. And with 3:18 left to play, St. Ambrose still looking for their first goal of the game. In game number 3. Jonathan, right-hand side, has 2 defenders. Voltic vibes. Over to Storm. Storm able to go ahead, get the deep shot, and Astonic there with the save. Hammer through for Sappy is good! And the distance of the lead grows by another. 2-0. And way to come back from a skunk situation. Of course, the mentals have to be there strong for Tweak Patrol. Able to kind of come back from a 5-0 kind of loss. Now you bump it back to a 2-0 lead. Way to go, Tweak Patrol. Storm trying to get the offense to continue. But Schlonk trying to intercept. Dappy, left-hand side. Knows it in. Tries to set it up, but Voltic vibes able to go ahead, try to intercept. Storm with the 50. Tries to get his own bump. Voltic vibes to steal it away. Over to Jonathan. He'll defer over to Sappy. Sappy will go ahead, take his own bump, pass but that one intercepted by Blanc. Astonic, the Voltic vibes. Every member of St. Ambrose touching on this possession. And if it wasn't for Sappy, that would have been a go-ahead goal there for just a brief moment. However, this one gets cleared out by Tweak Patrol. Blanc, full set of boost. That's Jonathan. Slide out of the way, double it home, and Sappy able to go ahead and get this one in. He's got 2 already in game 3. And a nice bump out of the way for Jonathan. Big shout out to him. Able to get that third man back negated. An initial kickoff is going to be in favor of St. Ambrose. Blanc defers and just kind of missed opportunity there. Now it seems like St. Ambrose is going to be the one in a kind of reset mentality. Of course, you're down 3. Still have yet to score. A little bit of mistakes abound. And believe it or not, this is just by virtue of me just being close to the St. Ambrose bench. They have gone silent. Or at least I haven't been able to hear them. So something that might be in play there. But a nice demo by Astonic. Able to allow Voltic Vibe from the left-hand side to go ahead and get the demo. So maybe they're just being a little bit more quiet, as that was a well-executed left-hand play by the Fighting Bees. With 120 left to play, the deficit decreases to 2 for St. Ambrose. Initial kickoff, good for Sappy and Tweak Patrol. Astonic trying to slide tackle. Jonathan, flip reset, tries to nose it in. Astonic able to get this one saved. Storm, double back, right-hand side, can't quite nose it in. And Voltic Vibes will take it across the timeline. Voltic Vibes gets the demo and the shot, tries to hammer it home, and Voltic Vibes able to go ahead, and 1 goal is the distance now for St. Ambrose to get back in this one. 59 seconds left to play. However, Tweak Patrol leads it 3-2 in game 3. Looking for that reverse sweep. Initial kickoff, awkward. Sappy able to steal it away with that kind of weird 50 between 2 players off the initial kickoff. Jonathan working the right-hand side, set it up for Storm. He'll defer over to Sappy. Sappy setting it up left-hand side for Jonathan. Voltic Vibes working the right-hand side. Storm to bump. Back on the backboard. Astonic tries to nose it in. Jonathan misses. Sappy following it up, but Schlonk to steal it away. Schlonk to Storm. 30 seconds left. Voltic Vibes and the Fighting Bees trying to claw back in this one like they tried to late. Sappy trying to get the dagger. Can't. 20 seconds remain. Shot. No good. Too strong. Off the right-hand side. Jonathan trying to slow the pace. Voltic Vibes slide out of the way. He'll grab some boost. 10 seconds left. And here come this Fighting Bees. Pinch out. Flare out by Jonathan. And Voltic Vibes and St. Ambrose might have to go back to the drawing board as we head to game number 4. And a big shout out there to Jonathan. 3 saves, 1 goal. And Sappy, the one who's able to go ahead and get it done with 2 goals. Of course, big shout out, 6 saves between St. Ambrose. The defense was there. Unfortunately, just offensively was not where you wanted it to be. We saw a lot of passing last game, especially when they had that 5-0 beater offensively. Couldn't quite get it there on offense. And again, I feel like a little bit of that is communication, and a little bit of that is just kind of mental fortitude. Of course, you kind of relax going into that. And here into game 4, St. Ambrose still leads it in the series 2-1. However, Tweak Patrol looking for that reverse sweep momentum. Game 4 underway. Blanc going to go ahead, work it left-hand side. He's got Storm. Storm over to Voltic Vibe. Voltic Vibe, Astonic, and Sappy able to go ahead and get the first save. But here comes the pressure. Schlonk, Jonathan able to go ahead and get this one save. Voltic Vibes. And here is the bench now alive and well for St. Ambrose. Storm gonna have to get that one slide tackled by Astonic. Astonic, full set of boost, steals it away from Jonathan. Jonathan tries to clear it, can't quite get there. Sappy screaming out right to left. Able to go ahead, take it across the timeline. Has to rotate. Schlonk with a full set of boost. Top of the ceiling, center of the pitch. Tries to flip reset. Instead, boats to nose. But Jonathan able to go ahead and get this one cleared. Storm tries to set it up, but Sappy has one. Able to go ahead, get this one cleared out for Voltic Vibes. Schlonk gonna go ahead, have to defer. The Storm will take it center of the pitch, has Voltic Vibes. Voltic Vibes able to save. Pass to Astonic. Pop shot too strong off the top of the crossbar. And a member of Tweak Patrol able to go ahead, get this one saved. Voltic Vibes tries to set up his shot. Storm to save. Follow up from Sappy is no good. And Voltic Vibes missed opportunity for the Fighting Bees. Just didn't have enough boost. Sappy able to nose it in as the Sonic tried to follow it up. Schlonk with the double back. Jonathan to play save. And a very strong defense from Tweak Patrol. They're back on offense. Storm, full set of boost, rotates out and around, takes it away from the Bees. And the Fighting Bees trying to get something going here on offense. Storm applying that pressure. Right-hand side. Sappy has Schlonk, makes him miss. Voltic Vibes has to 50 it out. The ball works out right to left over to Storm. He defers to Jonathan. Jonathan to Storm. Storm to Sappy. Shot! Just strong! And a big save by Voltic Vibe. Storm gonna go ahead and apply that pressure, and we are still scoreless with 2:45. First demo comes out in favor of St. Ambrose, but doesn't matter. No, maybe, potentially, Jonathan with the shot, and Schlonk with the save. Storm setting up his double back. Schlonk, though, gonna go ahead, rotate out and around. Over to Sappy. Astonic able to go ahead and save. We haven't said his name hardly at all the last match, and he was pivotal in the first two games, able to go ahead and push the series 2-0. However, the last game was in favor of Tweak Patrol. Both of these teams hitting a groove. As Sappy's going to go ahead, try and nose it in. St. Ambrose looking to advance to the winter final to face against the Huskies. Whereas the loser of this has to play Lululu. Storm. Going to go ahead, try to nose it. Defers it to Sappy. That's intercepted by Vibes. Nice save coming out from Storm. Astonic with the shot and able to get it in. 1:45 left to play. And what could potentially be the go-ahead goal for the Fighting Bees comes off of a nice center of the pitch play by Astonic. Tweak Patrol, though, still has it in them. Some really good rotations. Really liked what we saw from the last game. Just able to go ahead and kind of outlast and maintain that pressure. Eventually, St. Ambrose is going to make a mistake. You just have to capitalize off that. Sappy, Astonic, awkward 50. First one there is Jonathan. Set up the double back. Follow up for Storm with the demo, and Voltic Vibes able to go ahead and get this one saved. Jonathan working it out right to left. Schlonk to clear. Over to Astonic. And a double commit this time by Tweak Patrol. However, Jonathan able to go ahead and get the demo and the slide tackle out of the way. Sappy trying to work center of the pitch, makes one defender miss, but Voltic Vibes able to go ahead and clear. Pass to Astonic. Astonic slide tackle out of the way. 1 minute left to play. Jonathan gets this ball intercepted by Voltic Vibes over to Schlonk. Again, just really good passes from St. Ambrose. Just definitely a favorite thing to see between a very strong St. Ambrose squad. Jonathan trying to work the right-hand side for Sappy. He's going to have to defer back as Storm is able to go ahead and get this one cleared. What could potentially be the go-ahead goal for Astonic might be the difference here as Voltic Vibes get this one cleared out. And Astonic's going to be demoed. Would really like to see Tweak Patrol get a little bit more demos here and kind of interrupt this kind of momentum shift that the Fighting Bees currently have. With 8 seconds left to play, maybe, just maybe, Jonathan can take it across the timeline. Over to Sappy. Shot. Set up the double back. Follow up is no good! And what was right in front of the goal, heartbreak for Tweak Patrol. They could have forced it into overs. Unfortunately, heads to the loser bracket. Just well executed play there. Just couldn't get the roll or the bounce, and unfortunately, in the little extra time that they had, couldn't quite follow it up. And St. Ambrose will go ahead and face the Huskies in the winners final. Really big shout out to them. They were able to go ahead and get it done. In the meantime, we will take a little break and have more Rocket League LAN action here in the basement of the Mocker Union, here in the Gaming Lounge. We will be back with more Northern Iowa Cup. Stick around. All right, Rocket League fans, we are back with more Rocket League action. This time it is going to be Tweak Patrol versus Lululu, and Lululu will have Reiki, Mocha, and George or Binks. Whereas Tweak Patrol, you just saw them from last game, going to be Sappy, Storm, and Jonathan. And already out the gate strong with both of these teams, able to go ahead and get a big save there. As Jonathan going to go ahead, try and work the offense for Tweak Patrol. Unfortunate last-minute loss that we had against Tweak Patrol. They were kind of having that extra time setup shot and unfortunately could not get that ball to go in. As a couple demos are able to come out for the side of, I believe it was Lululu. Storm trying to set it up. Offensive, too strong. Jonathan with the follow-up. No can do. And here comes Oka. Passing to George or Binks. He's going to be slide tackled out of the way. Nice little bump pass, but Reiki with the follow-up and the goal. Reiki able to go ahead and get it in. Right-hand side. Just like that, Lululu able to go ahead and draw first in game one. Still a best of 5. This time in the loser's bracket. So this time, loser has to pack up and go. And as time kind of weans down, it's going to be a long car ride into the darkness as it is already currently our time, 5:23 in the, I guess, evening at this point, it feels like. Already, Jar Jar Binks trying to set it up, work it out, right to left. Storm going to go ahead, get that one bumped out of the way, and George or Binks defers to Reiki. He'll take a full set of boost. That means George or Binks and Jonathan able to clear. Clear past to Sappy. However, Mocha going to go ahead, rotate around. Storm to intercept. Storm passes to Sappy. Sappy over to Storm. Can't quite get the angle on it, but Jonathan able to pinch out. Set up for Sappy. Georgia, though, able to go ahead, get this one saved, and Georgia Binks being a critical third man back in this kind of unrelenting offensive pressure right now for Tweak Patrol. Georgia go ahead, has to defer over to Reiki. Jonathan tried to get the clear. Kind of slingshot right to left on that 50. Sappy able to go ahead, get this one cleared. Reiki's going to be the first one demoed for Lululu. And the Mocha with the deep shot and a nice save by Jonathan. Jonathan able to go ahead, take his own save, work it past the timeline. Pass, set up. Mocha able to go ahead and save. And that's the one thing that we saw from Lululu in that first matchup against the Huskies was Mocha was just kind of that critical player on both offense and defense. Really like to see Mocha hit their stride early already this series. Reiki gonna be go ahead and credited with the save. Already have 3 saves so far, as this one's gonna be cleared out. Here comes Sappy. Sappy gets it to tie. Sappy center of the pitch with a nice little bump pass by Storm. Just kind of well set up. He was kind of ready for it. And boom, Mocha just wasn't quite there on defense. Kind of saw it coming, but wasn't quite ready for it. Just like that, we're tied. 1-1 left to play in game 1. 1:41 left to play. And lots of ones to be handed around. Mocha gonna do some aerials. Right-hand side has Sappy to contend with. Reiki over. Gets that one cleared out by Jonathan. Mocha's going to be slide tackled out of the way. And a really well set up block by Tweak Patrol. And Mocha, wow, just really nice kind of idea. Unfortunately, just you can't do everything yourself. And you'll learn as Rocket League is a team-based game. Can't handle it all on your own. Reiki, the only one with the goal so far for this Lululu squad. Gonna have to do something here on offense. He kind of bicycles over to Mocha, Jonathan with the 50 has to rotate out and around in a double commit by Tweak Patrol. Jonathan, though, third man back, wasn't kind of caught up in that kind of car wreck. Able to go ahead and defer. Jonathan has to pinch it in. George Binks able to go ahead and squeeze it out. Nice little pinch by Storm. That ball will work right to left. Jonathan going to have to rotate out and around to Storm. Storm's going to go ahead and maintain that pressure. Deep shot. Mocha able to go ahead, get credited with the save. Reiki to clear it out, but Storm maintaining the pressure. Right-hand side. Storm, 50. Jar Binks tries to clear. Credited with the save, and Reiki will take across the timeline. With the shot, no good, as Sappy's going to be able to go ahead and get that one saved. But a pressure coming in for Mocha and ties it with 20 seconds left to play in game one. Amazing job by Mocha again, just able to go ahead and get it center of the pitch, something that you want to see from your playmaker. 20 seconds left to play. We could see our first OT here in a best of 5. Mocha, flip reset off the initial kickoff with the shot, too strong. Follow up is good for Reiki. 12 seconds left to play. And just like that, 8 seconds in, and Lulu able to go ahead and push it by a goal. And Reiki with his second goal already this game. That first matchup that we saw against the Huskies, Reiki was kind of a late bloomer, only came in late with a handful of goals. However, good demo, and we're tied again with 4 seconds left to play. Amazing situation here that has slowly unfolded as Sappy was able to go ahead and get the demo, set it up for Storm. He gets it off of his own backboard, and we're tied, and we could be looking at an OT situation in game one. Kickoff, clean, Jonathan has to race it right-hand side. Gonna be jostled, ball gonna nose down, and just like that, we're in overtime in game one. 3-3, won't do it. Shot off the initial kickoff, nice little save there. Of course, it wasn't credited as a save, but a really nice kind of liner as Jonathan tries to win that 50 bump from the left-hand side. Storm screaming in, tries to get it saved. Mocha able to go ahead and get it cleared. Jonathan trying to nose. Stappy gets slide tackle out of the way. Jonathan with no boost has to try and get the clear. Reiki, Storm, jostle for it. Into the corner is Mocha. Mocha with the shot. Sappy able to go ahead and save it with the clear. Reiki gonna go ahead, rotate around, only has 13 boosts, has to defer to George Binks. And Banks going to defer to Mocha. 50. Going to be cleared out by Reiki. Mocha slide tackled out of the way, and Reiki, oh my goodness, able to go ahead and get this one in. Well executed play by Lulu. And of course, Mocha, the playmaker, doing what he does best. And kind of gets that contested aerial ball slide tackled out of the way. And just like that, Lulu takes game one off of the hat trick from Reiki. Again, something that we normally see is usually Mocha in that earlier matchup was kind of the distance maker here. This time, Reiki coming in big, and of course, Reiki able to go ahead and 3-0 UNI Purple Team. So they have that win under their belt as well. So both of these teams successful here in the LAN tournament. Unfortunately, Tweak Patrol there playing against St. Ambrose just couldn't quite nose it in, force it to extras. And here we go. Initial kickoffs clean. Both of these teams playing at a very fast pace. Lulu with the series lead at just one. Storm trying to take it across the timeline, tries to nose it in. Can't, as Reiki's going to go ahead, steal it away. Going to go ahead, has to defer. Jonathan tries to get the clear. Mocha to follow up. Storm tries to do a little funny action there. Tries to set it up for Jonathan. Jonathan too strong off the crossbar, and Mocha able to go ahead and try and salvage a missed opportunity by Tweak Patrol. Oh, how the mighty have fallen if Tweak Patrol doesn't come back with a single kind of game win in the series, if that so happens to be the case. Ball over right in front. Mocha able to go ahead, slide right in front of the ball before Storm was trying to hammer it through. Jar Jar Binks is going to be demoed. It's a 2v3. Storm trying to maintain that pressure. Off the right wall. Tries to bump it to himself. Mocha able to go ahead and get it saved. Reiki trying to set up on offense. Mocha. Reiki. Too strong. Off the crossbar. And Storm trying to get something going here on the right-hand side. No can do. Mocha with the save. Can Mocha save again? No. This time, Jonathan and Tweak Patrol drawing first in game 2. 3:34 left to play. So would really like to see Tweak Patrol come back from that heartbreaker against St. Ambrose. Jonathan going to go ahead, take the kickoff. Pretty clean. Ball right in front of Lulu's goal. The follow-up from Storm is no good. Reiki has to move it left to right. Storm takes it left to right for his side. Reiki trying to get the clear, able to nose it past Sappy. And Mocha, third man back, able to go ahead, get this one saved. Sappy tries to nose it in, right-hand side. Reiki to steal it away. Jonathan maintaining that pressure. Gets jostled in the air. And Mocha able to go ahead and get this one saved, but Storm follow-up, no good. Reiki with the save. Clear out by Reiki in kind of a delayed 50, and Jonathan still maintaining the pressure. Storm and Tweak Patrol on the offense. Reiki. So he's going to go ahead, defer it to Jar Jar Binks. They'll take it across the timeline. Love these pass plays so far for Mocha in the corner. What a team effort there by Lulu. Every member able to go ahead and touch this ball, and that's exactly what you want to see. Of course, I would give the additional assist like you can in hockey to Jar Jar Binks, if possible. Reiki off the initial kickoff is clean. Storm with a full set of boosts. He'll go ahead, have to rotate and get the clear. However, Mocha's going to contest. 50, first one there. Sappy, he'll pinch it in off the right-hand wall. Reiki, full set of boost. Gets slide tackled out of the way by Sappy. Storm with the shot and the follow-up. No can do. Jar Jar Binks to intercept. Reiki wins that. He needs to get to the ball. However, he doesn't have enough boost. Mocha trying to set it up. Right-hand side. Jar Jar Binks missed opportunity as Storm gets the clear. Pass over to Sappy. Sappy too strong off the right side of the goal. This time the follow-up is no good as Mocha's able to go ahead and get that one saved. And I love these rotations. Love the pace of play. Really high level here. The Storm tries to nose it in, but Reiki able to go ahead, get the clear. Jonathan gets that ball intercepted by Reiki. Mocha gets his little bump to be cleared out. And Reiki. Oh, double demo! Reiki and Mocha go down. And here comes Storm trying to force his way through. Sappy, nice 50 for Mocha, able to go get it, but no can do. It's not enough. Left-hand side. Tweak Patrol able to go ahead through pure brute strength. Sappy able to go ahead and get it in. And potentially you could even classify that as an own goal because Reiki just kind of nosed it in as he was trying to get it out. But just like that, Tweak Patrol able to go ahead, lead it 2-1 in game 2 with 1:18 left to play. Reiki bumps over. Sappy tries to clear. Jar Jar Binks steals a full set of boosts and a missed opportunity. Awkward. What would have been a nice little 50. Unfortunately, Storm did capitalize, and Storm made Mocha miss and just kind of well-timed there as Tweak Patrol extends their lead by 2. 3-1 in game 2. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. Reiki's going to get bumped out of the way. And the pass to Jar Jar Binks is going to be intercepted. 1 minute left to play. Lulu down by a pair. Jonathan tries to set up his own flip reset to Storm. Mocha's going to be able to save. Storm gets the demo on Reiki. Is it going to be enough? Storm shot. No good as Mocha's right there again. Would really like to see at the end of the day what Mocha gets for saves, as he just always seems to be a constant in the back line for Lulu. Reiki, shot, good! 26 seconds left to play, and Reiki able to go ahead and score a goal shortening the distance down to 1 for Lululu. Would really like to see more pass plays, of course. That one kind of dream set up there for George Binks to Reiki to Mocha, something that we like to see. Love to see the passing once this Lululu squad kind of locks in. But the dagger, could it be there? Yes, it can. Sappy able to go ahead off of the initial kickoff. Kind of splits the defense there. What should have been a well-cleared ball from Reiki, unfortunately, didn't get cleared. And a missed opportunity to get the clear. And Weak Patrol capitalizes. Ooh, 2 demos come out off the initial kickoff on Lululu. Reiki has to clear it out himself. 10 seconds left, and I would fully expect Tweak Patrol to go ahead and tie this series 1-1 in the meantime. So, therefore, if that is the case, as Reiki gets the corner shot, nope. And Tweak Patrol will go ahead and get this one tied. Really well done job, able to kind of battle back from adversity. So, if you would be interested in supporting Panther Esports and you want to follow along with us, just do !socials. That'll take you to our link tree where you can get access to our X where we post game times and scores. You can hang out with friends of Panther Esports on our Discord, or you can get access to all our Twitch VODs on our YouTube channel. So if you want to relive today's favorite moments, the stream will be up in a few days on our YouTube. In the meantime, Tweak Patrol gonna try and come back from this one. Of course, all coming back off the back of Sappy. Storm and Jonathan able to go ahead and get a couple pass plays, and Sappy able to go ahead and get some saves. But big shout out to Mocha though. 7 saves with a score of 777. Heaven's number, as you like to see him come in as the savior to try and crawl back into this. 1-1 is the series now for Tweak Patrol and Lululu. And here we go. Game number 3, still in a best of 5 scenario. No winner go home kind of vibe just quite yet. Of course, knowing that, you know, the next loss could be your final one, going to be something that plays on the back of the mind of all these players here in the losers bracket. George 50'd. Jonathan able to go ahead and get that one over to Storm. He's going to have to defer, and Mocha's going to go ahead, get slide tackled out of the way. Reiki has to follow it up, but Sappy going to go ahead, steal that away, flip reset. He'll take it across the timeline, but Mocha intercepts. Storm misses. Jonathan able to go ahead and pick up the pieces there as Mocha was just screaming in from the right-hand side, doing some aerials. Reiki pinches it off the top of the ceiling. Over to Mocha. Storm tries to nose it in, and Storm able to go ahead and get this one in. Really nice job for Tweak Patrol. And again, just all members of Lululu were just kind of out of their rotation. And just like that, able to go ahead and get it in with 4:07 left to play in game number 3. Tweak Patrol up by a goal. Reiki going to be credited with the save. We haven't really heard much from him offensively other than in game 1, where he was able to go ahead and get that very nice dominant hat trick. Of course, coming in, that hat trick coming in overtime, as Reiki just able to nudge this one out of goal. Jonathan working the left-hand side, kind of wins the clear, takes his own rebound off the right-hand side. Reiki trying to take it across the timeline where Sappy has a full set of boosts. Tries to pinch it out. He'll try and steal it away. Mocha, center of the pitch. Jonathan, steal it away. Jar Jar Binks over to work it right-hand side, but Storm going to maintain that pressure. Reiki, flight tackle out of the way, and he kind of looked like one of those like sea turtles where he was kind of flopping right in front of the goal. Didn't have anywhere to go, but Tweak Patrol wasn't able to capitalize. Storm, right-hand side. Jar Jar Binks intercepts. Tries to pinch it in, and Sappy going to see if they can capitalize from this. 50 sets up the double back for Storm. Double back to again. Sappy, 50, tries to get his own rebound. can't. And Jonathan, center of the pitch, able to go ahead and get it to go. Sometimes it's that extra person in the background to get it in, and that's exactly what Jonathan was there for. Just kind of the safety valve as the rotation was kind of caught out, and there was no defender miles from the Lulu goal. With that, it's going to be 2-0 in favor of Tweak Patrol in game number 3 here in the losers semi, I believe. Excuse me. Losers quarter. Okay. Clean kickoff. Gonna try and get something going here defensively. Has to get this one going. As Mocha is able to go ahead and get this one saved. What was going to be a surefire goal from the left-hand side. No can do. Mocha able to go ahead, stream it in. This time right to left. Storm trying to maintain that pressure, but Reiki's right there. Shot rolls just over as George Orbing sacrifices himself to the demo and the save. Reiki takes it across the timeline. Has the full set of boost. Has to use all of it, but Jonathan able to go ahead and seal this one away. He'll flip reset. Pass to Sappy. Sappy able to get this one in. And with 2 shots and 1 goal, 50%. As a nice little setup there for Jonathan. And Sappy able to go ahead and hammer it in. And Lulu just kind of looking for answers here. They have the right idea of the rotations, but they're not getting their passes and they're missing their clears. And I feel like that's the one thing that is going on, I guess, differently from what we saw in game number 1. And of course, when we saw them in that Huskies matchup, they had some good rotations going. Unfortunately, the Huskies just kind of outpaced them. And that's kind of what we're seeing here as Storm able to go ahead, get 2 really big defends and a missed shot there to follow it up for Lulu. It seemed like every single member had a perfect shot on goal, and unfortunately just couldn't quite get the angle in. And that time, Reiki just left of the goal, couldn't quite get that one to go down. So you can't miss those opportunities. However, just a very strong defense from Tweak Patrol as Reiki's going to go ahead, get the demo, and here comes Tweak Patrol now on offense. Shot too strong for the corner, and with 1 minute remaining, Tweak Patrol leads by 3. Oka trying to get George Binks the pass play. Reiki to Mocha. Storm tries to slide tackle them out of the way. George Binks, third man back, not quite ready for it, and just kind of missed opportunity. That's something that you got to have back. If I was Reiki, I would George Binks, I should have been rotating. I should have been getting boost. You had a full set of boost just left, and you would have been able to rotate around and probably get that save. However, you don't. And just like that, it's 4-0 in game 3. Tweak Patrol looking to come back in this one. Initial kickoff is clean. 30 seconds left to play. Sappy going to go ahead and defer over to Storm. Jonathan, though, through the rotations, able to go ahead, get across the timeline, but Reiki's able to go ahead and get that one stolen away. Mocha, double back, set up for Georgior. In the corner, no can do, but Mocha able to hammer it in. Way to go for Mocha and avoid the skunk situation with 13 seconds left. And of course, Tweak Patrol had St. Ambrose kind of on their heels, and if it wasn't for that last goal just kind of following down in kind of like the leftover extras time, probably would have seen a game 5, and it would have been a blockbuster game 5. Unfortunately, Tweak Patrol's ball just kind of went right in front of the goal as time expired and had to now play here in the loser's quarter. Just like that, Tweak Patrol able to go ahead and get the victory 4-1. We'll go ahead and nose the series 2-1 against Lulu. And a big shout out there to Sappy again, able to get 2 goals, 1 save, 2 goals, 1 assist, and 2 save on 3 shots. Really like to see what Sappy's been able to kind of do here. Jonathan, kind of the third man back. I just love how Tweak Patrol does their rotates. It always seems like there's going to be another person there. Kind of similar like what we've seen from the Monkey Men. There's always someone available either for a save or for a clear, and just you take what the defense gives you offensively. And so far, checking all the boxes. Tweak Patrol. Game number 4 underway, and this could be a lose and go home situation now for Lululu. So can Mocha get this one set up for his team along with Reiki and Jorjor? As Sappy able to go ahead, knows this one in. 17 seconds already done and away in game number 4 off of 2 well-placed demos. And Sappy just going to go ahead and go in. I guess the demo was in favor of Lululu that second time, but still, you get a well-placed demo, and the demo outside of the goal just can't quite do. Reiki able to go ahead, get a favorable kickoff, sets it up, but Sappy able to go ahead and get this one cleared. Mocha's going to be the third man back, and you can't just rely on Mocha doing everything as he goes ahead and tries to get the shot, tries to take it coast to coast. We haven't seen a coast-to-coast goal yet this, I guess, entire LAN, so it would have been fun to see if Mocha was able to go ahead and get that in from his own goal to the opponent's goal, but unfortunately not. But Mocha, though, trying to set it up. Right-hand side, tries to nose it in. That one's going to be cleared out by Storm, and Mocha's going to be demoed. That's almost kind of exactly what you want to do if you're Tweak Patrol. You want to get the demo on Mocha, and of course you want to interrupt Reiki as much as possible, especially as being the third man back, or for kind of the rotating offensive player. That's exactly what you need to do. And with 3:45 left to play, so far the ball possession has been strong with the side of Tweak Patrol. Storm tries to get it cleared. Reiki decides not to go with the boost, and Storm able to go ahead and steal it. Jorjor Binks gets demoed. Mocha, though, doesn't win the 50 battle, and sometimes you just don't get those. And that's unfortunate, as the goals now extend to 2-0 for Storm, and sometimes you just win those 50s. You got to feel bad. There's nothing you could do in that scenario if you are Mocha. You just kind of lose the joust in front of the goal. An unfortunate place where the ball eventually ended up. Mocha, though, flip reset into the Tweak Patrol's side of the pitch. However, demo's going to come out. Jonathan taken across the timeline. Reiki going to go ahead, defer over to Mocha. Makes one defender miss. He'll take a little bit of boost, take the full set of boost. Jonathan able to go ahead and get this one clear. Jorjor rotates out and around. Jonathan to steal it away. Reiki steals it back. Reiki, left-hand side, tries to set up the double backstorm to interrupt. Jorjor, with a full set of boost, going to apply the pressure. Sets up the double back for Reiki. Jonathan able to save. Mocha trying to apply to the center of the pitch. Jorjor intercepts, but it's no good. When you're center of the pitch like that, you don't want to just slide tackle Jonathan out of the way. You want to go for the 50. And Reiki was, again, trying to get that timed with that clear, but couldn't quite get it there, and just kind of mistakes abound right now for Lululu. 3-0 left to play in a loser-go-home situation for Lululu. Jorjor Binks, third man back, who, you know, has been the one, the safety valve, kind of sits center of the pitch, but isn't really well known. We've seen, of course, like Bikes or, you know, Mocha even, Pip from the Monkey Men, or Base even from the Monkey Men, being that critical third man back, and their presence is always known in kind of like these low-scoring affairs. And we just haven't seen that here from Jorjor. But he's able to go ahead and get that save there. So he's doing his job at least. So really great job in that regard. However, Reiki's going to go ahead and try to get something on offense. Other than the kind of hat trick, or excuse me. Yeah, other than the hat trick in game 1, Reiki has kind of been silent offensively. Even though he's had 4 shots on goal, it's just there's been no quality shots because they haven't really been setting up a clear direction to goal. Reiki, right-hand side, off the backboard, tries to set her up the pitch for Mocha, and it's good. So with 1:11 left to play, 3-1 in favor of Tweak Patrol. Of course, maybe Mocha and this Lululu team might be able to come back in this one. I've seen players score this LAN in about 8 seconds flat, so they'll have to kind of match that. However, this ball just lazily goes right in front of Lululu's goal, and the pinch out by Jorjor going to be cleared out by Reiki. Reiki able to go ahead and get the demo. Mocha tries to set up his own double back, tries to nose it in, can't. Jorjor, you need to follow up with this. And unfortunately, he does not. Mocha able to go ahead, get it cleared out. Storm tries to pinch it off the ceiling. Mocha to intercept. He'll pinch it left-hand side. He'll have to take it in, set it up. But Snappy peels it away. Jorjor, right-hand side. Rotate out and around. Reiki with a full set of boosts has to use it. Tries to get in front of the ball. As Storm will go ahead and bicycle kick that one in for a goal. And Tweak Patrol able to go ahead and score 4 with 22 seconds left to play. And Lululu staring down elimination, down by 3, and you still got 22 seconds left. Fappy, clean kickoff. He'll go ahead and take it. And at this time, you got to play keep away. Jonathan, but maintain your game and get ready for the next matchup. Fappy defers. Mocha lets this one roll right to left. Noses it in, and just like that, Tweak Patrol able to go ahead and outlast Lululu from what was a very exciting OT in game 1. Just Tweak Patrol carried that momentum going through and just kind of stole away any offensive sales that Reiki and Mocha had, and just well executed defense for Tweak Patrol. So with that, we will have another matchup here in just a moment. I believe we will have the Monkey Men in Corn, or we will have the Huskies versus St. Ambrose. That would be a winner's final matchup. But stick around as more Northern Iowa Cup action coming to you live from the basement of Mocker Union. All right, Rocket League fans, we are going to get back at it. This time, we are going to have the winners final against the Huskies and St. Ambrose University. For St. Ambrose, it is going to be Schlonk, Astonic, and Voltic Vibes, while the Huskies will have Hertz, Hawk, and Blocky. The Huskies and St. Ambrose, both teams, are undefeated in pool play and leading up to this winners final. However, one of them will have to lose and head to the losers final, where they would face either the Monkey Men, Corn, or Weak Patrol. Here we are, best of 7 now, going into this matchup. Already, initial kickoff is going to go ahead and be clean. Blanc will take it across the timeline. Intercepted by Hertz. Voltic Vibe tries to nose it in with a little aerial. That one's going to be saved by a member of the Huskies. Voltic Vibe tries to set it up for Schlonk. Schlonk's going to get demoed. Right-hand side, Astonic. Been saying his name a lot, especially the last matchup. He's going to go ahead and get a demo. Set up for Schlonk. Tries to nose it in, but Hawk able to go ahead and get this one saved. In kind of what would have been a slow off-speed floater. Instead, that's a big saved ball for the Huskies. Shot cleared. Follow-up for Voltic Vibes is good. And 4:19 left to play. St. Ambrose draws first. The Fighting Bees back where they started. Really great job to see kind of the follow-up play that St. Ambrose has been able to do, and hopefully they can maintain this offensive pressure here. After the initial kickoff for Astonic, big save by Blocky, and the Huskies showing their strong defense. Voltic Vibes, Hawk, race for it into the corner. Voltic Vibes defers, and a nice little left to right setup for a hammer through for Hertz, and we're tied with 1-1 with 3:59 left to go in game number 1. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. Voltic Vibes, though, has to scramble for it as Blocky's going to be the first one there. Awkward 50. Astonic able to go ahead, get that across the timeline, but here comes Hertz. Pass to Hawks. Voltic Vibes with the save. Astonic has to defer over to Schlonk. Schlonk to Astonic. He defers. Hawk with the save. And just good pass plays throughout as Voltic Vibes will get demoed by Hertz. Astonic, no boost, has to rotate back and around. Fly tackle for the joust in the middle of the pitch. Going to be in favor of St. Ambrose. So they will go ahead and get the clear. Hawk noses it in. Right-hand side. Schlonk with a full set of boost. Able to go ahead and get this one clear past the Voltic Vibes. He'll try to nose it in. Can't get his own double back. Follow up for Astonic. Too strong off the crossbar. Blocky has to clear. Blanc pinches it. Left-hand side. Blocky to get the full set of boost. And it's going to be a 1v1. Hertz. Able to go ahead and get this one deferred over to Blocky. Blocky to Hawk. They'll work the right-hand side. Blanc to clear. Astonic to get the demo on Hawk. So Hawk able to go ahead, respawn, get the full set of boost. And Hertz going to go ahead, work it around, gets his own rebound off the wall. Astonic get the demo on a member of the Huskies. Voltic Vibes going to go ahead, try to work the left-hand side. Double commit, though, for St. Ambrose, and the Fighting Bees going to have to rotate out and around as this ball goes across the timeline. However, Astonic's going to be right there, able to go ahead, get this bump into offensive side of the pitch. Voltic Vibes, Astonic, no can do. And Hawk will go ahead and get this one cleared away. Hertz noses it right in front of St. Ambrose's goal. He'll have to defer to Hawk. Hawk to block. And Schlonk gonna go ahead and try and defer to Astonic. Hertz passes to Hawk. He'll try and nose it in, take it up the right-hand side of the wall. Voltic Vibes to steal it away. Blocky able to go ahead, pinch it out, clear it out, and here comes the Huskies. Hertz Gonna get that one stolen away by Astonic. Comes reaming in from the right-hand side. Hawk able to go ahead, get this one intercepted by Voltic Vibes. Voltic Vibes sets it up, right-hand side. No follow-up for Schlonk. Schlonk with the floater. Hawk able to go ahead, get that one saved. And Hawk knew that was coming off to his angle as the third man back. Schlonk. 3 shots on goal, is yet to lay one in. And Voltic Vibe trying to go ahead and defend. Hurts slowing down the pace. 1 minute left to play. We are tied 1-1 in game 1. Voltic Vibe takes it across the timeline. Tries to get it off the top of the crossbar. No can do. Astonic able to go ahead and get this one in with 51 seconds left to play in game 1. Leads it to 2-1. Hawk off the initial kickoff. Going to be clean for St. Ambrose. Shot is good for Schlonk. And with 46 seconds left to play, a quick 5-second goal, able to extend their lead by 2 for St. Ambrose. And the Fighting Bees back offensively. With 45 seconds left to play, 3-1 is your score. Of course, that's going to be in favor of St. Ambrose in game 1. However, Blocky able to go ahead and get this one scored. And the distance slowly closing there off the initial kickoff. Blocky able to go ahead and follow up as Astonic was trying to rotate around, tried to scoop it in as that ball just was right in front of the goal. Blocky able to go ahead, nose it in. Initial kickoff is good. 33 seconds left to play. It's going to be on St. Ambrose's side of the pitch. Hurts tries to follow up. Missed the angle. Left-hand side. Blocky to apply the pressure. Set up the double back for Hurts. That's cleared out by Schlonk. Hawk. Gonna go ahead. Defer over to Blocky. Blocky. Hurts. 50. Schlonk to pick it up. And he'll apply the pressure. Now 10 seconds left to play. Down by a goal is the Huskies. Double back. Interrupted by Voltic Vibes, and the ball will go ahead and nose in, and it looks like, oh, maybe. Can't quite call it off just yet as Hawks going to get this one 50'd. Blocky able to go ahead, try to nose it in. Voltic Vibes trying to nose it. Shot is good! Extra time goal, coast to coast, and we're tied. We're heading into overtime in game 1. Winners final. Of course, I was about to call it off, and no can do. We are now into overtime in game 1. This is Rocket League. Of course, a very good soundbite. And here we go. Initial kickoff, clean. Gonna be on the Husky side of the pitch. Blocky has to get this one cleared out as he does. Full set of boost. He'll work the right-hand side. Voltic Vibes tries to nose it in. He's gonna go ahead and win that 50. But Hawks followed up. Schlonk clears it out. Hurts. Left-hand side. Astonic sets it up for Schlonk. Nice little block, but here comes Astonic, able to go ahead, get that screen pass going. But Blocky, left to right, or excuse me, right to left. It's going to be Hurts. Hurts has to defer. Right-hand side, going to have to rotate out back and around for Hawk. Hawk doesn't get the bumpy once. Has to try and pinch it in, center of the pitch. Nice little pinch out by Schlonk. And 1 minute already done and away here. An extra shot on goal. Nice save by Hurts. Follow up from Astonic. Tries to get the floater in. Hammer it in for Voltic Vibes. And St. Ambrose will go ahead and take the OT win. Excellent job by the Fighting Bees. And just a really good kind of offensive play from both of these teams. Defensively, very strong. Love the rotations. Love the passing. But the biggest shout out here is going to have to be the shots on goal. St. Ambrose able to go ahead, get 15 shots on goal, where the Huskies only have 7. Sometimes it's just possession. Sometimes it's taking those shots. And with that, St. Ambrose will go ahead and start in this colossal winners final here in a best of 7 match. So here we go into the matchup. Game number 2. St. Ambrose leads the series 1-0. course, St. Ambrose driving about 2.5 hours to get here. The team that comes and hails the Huskies from the northern Illinois area. I wonder, looks like that drive is about 4 hours. So they drove 4 hours to get here. So big shout outs to both of these teams, waking up a little bit earlier, probably than normal on a weekend, and able to go ahead and play some very high level Rocket League. Blocky, gonna get one missed. Spurt's gonna get demoed, so it's for a brief second. 3v2 as Astonic's gonna go ahead, work the left-hand side. He's gonna be bumped out of the way off the wall. Blanc to kind of defend, Hertz to clear, and Astonic to kind of intercept and get credited with that save. Blanc working it over to Hertz. Hertz able to get that intercept, tries to work it in for Hawk. He'll try and nose it in, left-hand side, no follow-up there as Blocky's the third man back, tries to pinch it out. He'll go ahead. Oh, missed opportunity. Maybe that was a plan deferred for Hertz, but however, Astonic was able to go ahead and get there. To defend, pinch it in, it's no good. And the follow-up from Schlonk is good, and just a really good kind of broken play defensively by the Huskies. And Astonic able to go ahead, kind of interrupt Hertz. Blocky couldn't quite get the follow-up, and just like that, Blanc will take the first goal of game number 2 for St. Ambrose. 1-0 with 3:35 left to play in game 2. Double back set up for Hertz is no good, just off the mark, and that's exactly what you need to do off the initial kickoff. Unfortunate, he didn't have the angle on it. Astonic gonna get slide tackled out of the way. Baltic Vibes gonna try slow down the pace here. Astonic defers over to Schlonk. Hawk bumps it left-hand side. Astonic has to use his last settle of boost to get it across the timeline. Blocky third man back. And a Hawk with a full set of boosts. Going to see if they can get something going here on offense. Astonic defers over to Volt. And a very nice setup play left-hand side. Of course, we were kind of looking for more of a double back. Instead, Voltic Vibe kind of pinches it in. And that's the second goal for Schlonk here in game 2. 2-0 with 2:50 left to play in game number 2. Hawk rotating it around. Makes one defender miss. Sets up the double back. Schlonk to intercept. Hertz going to try and contest. Doesn't get the slide tackle. Blocky, though, able to go ahead and do that. Sonic, though, trying to joust for the ball. Right-hand side, able to go ahead, get around. Maybe looks to get a boost pad, but Schlonk able to go ahead, get his. Has to rotate out and around as Hawk was the first one there for the ball. Baltic Vibes gets demoed by Hawks, tries to set up. Schlonk able to get the save. Blocky applying that pressure. Left-hand side, he'll take his own bump off the wall. And kind of nice little 50 there, kind of in favor of the Huskies. However, Blocky going to go ahead and try and maintain that pressure. Hertz over to Hawk. Blocky able to maintain. Left-hand side, tried to play keep away against Schlonk. And Voltic Vibes. And nice little bump pass. Voltic Vibes able to go ahead and get this one saved. And Blocky, so far, no saves, only 50 score. And his name really needs to be known here. Astonic with the demo on Hertz. Hawk has to have one defender, Astonic. He's going to try and be bumped past, slide tackled out of the way, kind of being ran on interference on the right-hand side where Blocky will pinch it. Blanc trying to take it, center of the pitch. Hawk's going to be there to contest. Astonic able to steal it away. Hawk's going to have to rotate out and around for Blocky. Astonic pinching it out, makes one defender miss. Doesn't have the boost pad mid-pitch and gets his other one stolen away. He has zero boost and trying to get something going on offense. Unfortunately, he can't. And with 1 minute left to play, the Huskies kind of starving for our offense. And Hertz going to go ahead and get demoed. And Blocky's going to work it right to left. Voltic tries to hammer it in just right of the goal. Fortunately, doesn't. And Hawk over to Hertz. That's intercepted by Schlonk with a deep shot and the dagger. Schlonk able to go ahead, get the hat trick in game number 2 from a long shot from essentially his own goal, as he was able to go ahead and get the clear, as it looked like the Huskies were trying to be very aggressive. With this, St. Ambrose looking to be the strong team here. 30 seconds left to play. I would almost think that you would want to go back and rethink about the kind of play style that you're playing. If you're the Hawks, normally what we like to see is good pass plays. We've only seen a handful of them this game, and let alone this series. Of course, you lose a heartbreaker goal the last time through with that kind of hammer in. And Hawk, again, just kind of upside down, not really doing much anything. He's kind of looked like a beached whale or something, just kind of on the top of his hood, just kind of waiting as that ball goes right in front of him. And with 1 second left to play, it looks like St. Ambrose will go ahead and get game number 2 4-0. St. Ambrose, again, just doing a really good job communicating, I feel. You kind of know who the third man back is at any point. And Schlonk there, 3 shots on goal, 3 goals. Just a really kind of game changer here. Normally, we didn't say his name kind of in the earlier series, just because Astanek was the one who was kind of rotating out and around. But hey, you got to take what the defense gives you. And sometimes that's just giving it up from your playmaker to someone else, and they are able to rise to the occasion. But here we go. Game number 3, not a lose or go home situation. This is a best of 7 for the top 4, and also the teams are able to go ahead and get a timeout if necessary. Instead of getting a 1 minute kind of between games, they can go ahead and get an extra minute. That is 1 per team. So hopefully, as this ball for Schlonk is missed, there goes his 100% efficiency from the floor. And Hertz able to go ahead and follow it up. Oh, Voltic Vibes gets the after goal curriculars on the demo. Got to be feeling some frustration there. It's kind of like a blown rotation, and Hertz able to go ahead and draw first for the Huskies. 1-0 this time in favor of the Huskies. 4:25 left to play in game number 3. Sonic will go ahead. Tries to get the shot. Hertz able to go ahead, get the save. And here comes Voltic Vibes and Schlonk. Just like that, the equalizer in no time flat. Schlonk from Voltic Vibes. And just like that, we are tied 1-1 with 4:09 left to play. I'm kind of smelling a high-scoring bout potentially here. As Astanek off the kickoff with the shot. Oh, big save by Hawk. And Voltic Vibe still trying to maintain that pressure, but Hawk just screaming out of the left-hand side. Able to go ahead and get this cleared as well. Astanek stealing it away. Hertz gets the bump. Block to intercept. He'll work the left-hand side, defers to Voltic Vibe. Voltic Vibe on the right-hand side. And what I just really like to see is these pass plays coming in. Again, each member of St. Ambrose was able to kind of touch the ball and get it passed through. Of course, you had that kind of 50 that went into your favor. And big demos coming out now from both of these teams. Hertz tries to nose it in. Sonic able to go ahead, get this one clear, but the follow-up for Hawk is good. And just like that, the Huskies take their lead back with 3:14 left to play. 2-1 in favor of the Huskies. Would love to see the St. Ambrose Fighting Bees kind of come back in this one. Of course, Hertz able to get 1 goal, 1 assist, and 1 save. Look to see more from him as Schlonk trying to follow up with that offensive pressure. Cannot, of course, a dominant piece last game getting the hat trick as Hawk is going to go ahead, taking it in for himself, right-hand side. 3-1 with 2:51 left to play in game number 3. Really nice job for the Huskies here. And maybe if you are St. Ambrose, you are kind of up 2-0 in this situation. If you give up a game, I guess that's no sweat off your back. Just kind of reset mentally, because that's the biggest thing here in this matchup is going to be the mentals and kind of the drawn log. And like what we've seen all day, the Huskies able to outlast a lot and win those attrition battles as well. Of course, the biggest attrition battle, I believe, was the only kind of game 5 that we saw today was against the Monkey Men, and the Huskies were able to go ahead and battle to that one, and especially going into a 6-minute overtime in game number 3. Baltic Vibe gonna have to defer to Astonic. Hawk gonna get that awkward 50, win that 50, tries to set it up for Hertz with the shot and the goal. Hertz able to go ahead and make his presence known, as well as kind of the follow-up from Hawk was no good. Nastonic tried to go right. Hertz went left. Really nice follow-up there. And the lead extends 4-1 with 1:48 left to play in game number 3. Baltic Vibes tries to set it up. Right-hand side. Tries to double back for Astonic, but Schlonk has to go ahead and race out back and around. Noses it in. Blocky doesn't get the 50. Hawk trying to get the intercept. And Hertz will go ahead and take it out. Maybe he'll take it across the timeline. No, he won't, as Astonic's going to go ahead and try and bump it. Schlonk defers. Baltic Vibes. Third man back. Ball. Floater is good for Hawk. And that is going to be a hat trick for Hawk. 5-1 with 1:15 left to play in game number 3. And if you are St. Ambrose, I have not heard them talk at their station. So definitely a little bit of frustration here in game number 3. Hawk gonna go ahead, get something going here. Again on offense, you know, if you can go ahead and put up 6, 7, just anything to kind of battle the mentality of St. Ambrose. We haven't really seen them kind of make many mistakes. However, they are kind of playing a little bit skittish. So you got to be mindful of that. This ball able to go ahead and get cleared for Hawk. Already three goals on 4 shots, 75% efficiency from the pitch. Able to go ahead and get 2 assists as well. So definitely a key contributor here late in this best of 7 series. As St. Ambrose, again, you know, you are able to get a goal, so you don't have to worry about the skunk situation. However, they have come back. They, being the Huskies, have been able to come back from a skunk situation. I don't think that in any of the matches that St. Ambrose has had, at least streamed, didn't have any kind of, yeah, they've at least scored at least 1 goal or won that game. But big shout out here to the Huskies, 5-1 in game number 3. And as we move into game number 4, maybe the Huskies can use this momentum going into it and maybe kind of equalize. Of course, Blanc not making his presence known. Of course, even though offensively he was kind of there, 25% efficiency, you just weren't getting any quality shots. And normally we've seen St. Ambrose get a critical demolition when they get the offense rolling. However, don't really see that here in this series. So again, they're just kind of playing more reactive, which I don't feel like is something that they really want. Also, Panther fans, if you want to support UNI Panther Esports with the holidays just around the corner, do exclamation point merch. That'll take you to our Guardian Pro line shop where we have t-shirts, hoodies, and fully customizable jerseys. So get something for the gamer for life and grab some merch today. Here we go. Game number 4. Huskies looking to try to tie the series. However, St. Ambrose has the series lead 2-1. Looking to win 2 more in this series as we are in the winners final. Top 4 do play a best of 7, whereas the losers have to play a best of 5. Until we hit to losers final, that will be a best of 7. And it looks like one of the teams might be electing to use their timeout, so they get an additional minute to maybe discuss things, maybe see what kind of is working for them, what isn't working for them. And the biggest thing that I've noticed is as St. Ambrose, again, needs to get something offensively. First, we saw earlier as Astonic this series, we saw a little bit there with Schlonk. Of course, able to go ahead and get the hat trick in game number 2. Would really like to see his presence known offensively, as it seems to be the presence that is working for the Fighting Bees. Kickoff is clean, and Hertz will go ahead and have to get something going here defensively. Astonic getting a critical demo on Voltic, Voltic able to go ahead and get this one cleared, and Schlonk going to go ahead, maintain that pressure. Left-hand side, over to right. Voltic vibes with the shot and the goal, and I believe it was Hertz there, third man back, just wasn't quite ready. But Voltic's by, able to go ahead in game number 4 with the Schlonk assist. So with 4:24 left to play, it looks like the Fighting Bees will go ahead and score first in game number 4. Hertz gonna get demoed by Astonic. Hawk will go ahead, defensively rotate with the ball in his possession. Defers to Hertz. He'll clear it out onto St. Ambrose side of the pitch. Tries to pinch it in, right-hand side. Set it up for Blocky. Blanc to steal it away. He'll nose it in. Hawk trying to intercept. However, Hertz gets theirs first. And 50. Hawk able to bump. Has all 3 members of St. Ambrose there and waiting. Of course, I don't think would have taken a miracle to get that past them. Hertz with full set of boosts. Gonna have to rotate out and around. Sonic. Right-hand side. Tries to set it up for Voltic Vibe. Follow up from Schlonk. Double back. Is it good? Big save by a member of the defense, but it's not enough as Astonic from the right-hand side able to go ahead and extend their lead 2-0 with 3:20 left to play in game number 4. Again, this back and forth kind of play style. Astonic, Voltic, Blanc kind of taking what the defense gives them, and sometimes it's that unrelenting pressure and really good rotations coming out. Blocky off the initial kickoffs, pretty clean. Missed opportunity there, as Astonic will take advantage of the missed clear, and just like that, 3-0 with 3:03 left to play in game number 4. St. Ambrose showing strong offense here and capitalizing on a missed opportunity. Initial kickoff is going to be in favor of St. Ambrose. Of course, maybe not, as Hertz tried to get the follow-up. If Schlonk wasn't there, it would have been a kind of initial kickoff goal for the Huskies. However, the Huskies now back on offense. Maybe it's this up-tempo play to try and outpace St. Ambrose's rotation is exactly what they need to do. Blocky able to go ahead and get the goal, and with 2:41 left to play, maybe this is exactly what they need to do going into these later rounds. And it all starts here in game 4. But we will go ahead and get a pause. It looks like there might be some kind of issue. Maybe this is when they're finally taking their time out. Gonna try and see what the issue is as we currently have a pause. In the meantime, if you want to go ahead and support UNI Panther Esports, do exclamation point merch. That'll get you to our Guardian Pro Line store. All right, so it looks like a screen went black for just a minute. And we will go ahead and restart from kickoff. Then I believe if we unpause, we will be able to go ahead and get back into this matchup. So here we go, back into the initial kickoff. It was really nice that it kind of happened in between kickoffs. So no team kind of can cry foul about a kind of faulty kind of issue. And that's why you should definitely donate to our Give Campus so we can go ahead and upgrade our equipment to more reliable equipment. Of course, we're trying to get $10,000. Every dollar that you donate, the foundation will match up to $5,000. So here we go. Off the initial kickoff. Hawk able to go ahead and get this scored off kind of a quick succession, 30 seconds in. Hawk able to go ahead and nose it in, and the missed opportunity there for Astonic. And the deficit is now down to 1 for the Huskies. Of course, they still looking to tie the series as St. Ambrose leads the series 2-1. Blocky defers to Hertz. Third man back. Blanc able to go ahead, clear. Tries to set up the double back. Blocky to bump it out of the way. And with no set of boost, has to rotate out and around. Astonic able to go ahead and get the clear. Past the Voltic Vibes. Back to Astonic. We've seen this work before, but Blocky able to go ahead and get this one intercepted. But Schlank with the pressure and the follow-up and extends their lead by 2. 4-2 with 1:42 left to play in game number 4. Really great job from this St. Ambrose team as we go ahead and get another pause in. And at this time, it looks like Rocket League crashed for a member of one of the teams. And just unfortunate situation, of course, talking with Brewer Dog earlier today, the situation was that they had to reinstall Windows because it was on the hard drive and not on the SSD. So, of course, for those of you who want to know more about computers, SSD, of course, is a little bit quicker than just a basic hard drive. So getting those kind of situations kind of taken care of. I'm going to go ahead, restart from kickoff. And again, kind of thankful that these kind of issues are happening in between kickoffs. And we are going to go ahead and pause again.
Moving back to 142.
All right, so we will go ahead and start this one again. This time due to Rocket League crash, and of course in a winner's final could cause some controversy. Kickoff is going to be clean. Astonic trying to get something going on offense. Blanc going to work the right-hand side. Hammer it in for Voltic Vibes, and that one's good and could be the potential dagger with 1:27 left to play in game number 4. Of course, in a best of 7 after this, St. Ambrose, instead of winning the match, has to win one more. Maybe the Huskies can battle back, as when it comes to a game of attrition like this, Huskies usually always win. Nice little demo coming out for the Huskies. Tries to get the follow-up. 50. Loses momentum. Pinches it out for Hertz. Astonic able to go ahead and take this one away. Hertz able to go ahead and get the demo. Flip reset for Astonic. That one's going to get bumped out of the way by a defender of the Huskies. Hawk defers. Or instead, Voltic Vibes going to get the save. And with less than a minute to play, down by 3, the Huskies might be needing to rethink this one. Hertz
over. Wow. A Sonic able to go ahead and get this one in, and what I wasn't quite prepared for, to have that one rotated out and around. Again, just kind of noses it in as Schlonk, right-hand side, able to go ahead, pin it in. Extends the lead 6-2 for St. Ambrose, and I would almost think that it's hard for the Huskies to come back in this one. So again, just going to kind of get more comfortable, get more into your pace of play. If you can get a goal in the last 35 seconds, that would be great. However, not necessary, and the Huskies might need to use their timeout if they haven't used it already. Maybe rethink about what they want to do going to game number 5. Baltic Vibes going to go ahead, rotate around. Hawk to clear. Hawk takes it across the timeline. He's going to work the left-hand side. Over to Blocky. Blocky. Back to Hawk. And this is the rotation that we kind of need. Get to feel good. Get the juices flowing late. And St. Ambrose going to go ahead and take game number 4. 6-2. And it's coming off of that Astonic hat trick. Really great job. And of course, big saves coming out. And I feel like Voltic Vibes early was the one who kind of set up that go-ahead win. We will go into game number 5. 3-1. St. Ambrose leading the series. Initial kickoff going to be in favor of St. Ambrose. Double back, set up for Voltic Vibes. No good. 50. Hawk able to go ahead and salvage that 50. Tries to get the clear. Voltic Vibes. Going to go ahead. Defer. But he'll go ahead and take it this time. Mid-pitch. Passes to Astonic. Astonic's going to be demoed by Hertz. Just have Schlonk. Schlonk able to nose it in with the last bit of boost that he can. Over into his own corner. Hawk make one. Defender missed. Has to work it out and around. Over to Astonic. That one's stolen away by Hertz, who comes screaming off the right-hand side. Hawk, Blanc, able to intercept. He'll try and take it to the right-hand side. Demo comes out from Hertz, third man back. Blocky able to go ahead and get this one saved. Blanc over to Voltic Vibes. He misses it. Able to nose it in, though. Hawk trying to make Schlonk miss. Blocky lets the ball roll dangerously in front of his own goal. But sometimes that's just what you got to do when you're trying to get some boost pads. Blocky, working the right-hand side. Voltic Vibes, trying to clear. Set it up. Left-hand side. Over to Astonic. No can do. Follow up for Schlonk. Trying to get the waterfall set up. No can do, as no one was quite ready to follow up on the side of St. Ambrose. Astonic misses the kind of follow-up. And Schlonk going to go ahead, try and rotate back out and around. What I want to see from the Huskies is more kind of interruption plays, as this one just misses the corner, as Astonic's going to be credited with the save. What I want to see is more interruptions plays. Of course, we want to see more kind of slide tackles and interruptions on Astonic, or maybe you want to get a demo on Schlonk, who's kind of been the third man back, because this is what might happen. Astonic from right of the pitch, able to kind of nose it in, and just well executed nose play with 2:59 left to play. Could this be the go-ahead goal that St. Ambrose needs to go ahead to advance to the grand final? We'll find out. And we only have to have 2:55 left to play if they are able to outlast the Huskies. Pace is definitely slowed down. Astonic tries to nose it in. Schlonk with the follow-up and the potential dagger. Left-hand side as Astonic sets him up. Again, trying to nose it in. Right-hand side sets it up for Schlonk. On the left-hand side, able to go ahead and could be the potential dagger for the Huskies. However, the Huskies, if they lose this matchup, will have to play the winner of Tweet Patrol or the Monkey Men. Of course, in that matchup, Tweak Patrol beat Lulu 3-1, and the Monkey Men beat Corn 3-1. So really excited to see what that matchup will look like. Maybe we'll have it for you next as this winner's final slowly drawing to a close, unless the Huskies can capitalize. And a missed opportunity there as the first time that I think we've seen the ball go into the St. Ambrose side of the pitch. No one was there to follow it up as the ball was in front of the St. Ambrose goal line. Hawk. Again, just kind of floating midair. Kind of useless there in that current moment as Voltic Vibes able to nose it in. Blocky trying to get the clear, but he's going to get demoed by Voltic Vibes. Astonic setting up the defense. Slide tackle out of the way. Blocky, follow up. Hawks has to rotate and react. Blanc. Going to get his shot interrupted by Hertz. Hertz with the kind of the 50, able to go ahead and allow Hawk to get the clear. He's center of the pitch, going to try and see if he can flip reset. Can't, doesn't have enough boost, doesn't have enough momentum to kind of nose it in front of the goal. Astonic defers the 50, gets bumped out of the way, able to go ahead and nose it, tries to set it up for Blocky. Blocky able to steal that one away. Blanc in his own corner tries to get it cleared, and with 1 minute left to play, the Huskies still down by a pair in a kind of situation where if St. Ambrose maintains this lead, St. Ambrose moves on to the winners final. But Hertz able to go ahead and get this one scored. Huskies may be coming back in this one. We'll see if they can go ahead and maintain that pressure. We've seen them score in 8 seconds flat. Maybe they can maintain that here with 46 seconds left to play in game number 5. Astonic over to Hertz. He'll take it away. Voltic Vibes gets slide tackled out of the way, but eventually makes Hertz pay for it with the demo. Blocky, right hand side, over to Hawks. 50. Blocky has to defer to Hertz. Clear out. 24 seconds left to play. Blocky again, maintaining that pressure. Noses in for Hawk. Hertz, Astonic with the save. And Blocky gonna have to rotate out and around as he is out of boost. Hawks maintaining that pressure. 50, 10 seconds left for Hertz. Hawks has 2 defenders. Pass to Blocky. Blocky with the shot. Hertz can't nose it in right in front of the goal. And maybe, just maybe, unfortunately, nothing. And St. Ambrose will go ahead and win the series 4-1 against the Huskies. Huskies going to play the winner of either Tweak Patrol or Monkey Men. And maybe we'll have that one here next. We will go ahead, take a brief pause. Again, if you want to support Panther Esports, do !! merch. Take you to our Guardian Pro line where we have t-shirts, hoodies, fully customizable jerseys with the holidays just around the corner. Stay tuned. We'll have more LAN action coming from the basement of the Mocker Union here at the Northern Iowa Cup. Stick around. Stay tuned. All right, Rocket League fans, we are going to go ahead and get underway here momentarily. It's going to be Tweak Patrol versus the Monkey Men in the losers semis. Gonna either face the winner of this, will move on to face the Huskies and play for their venue fee money back. Whereas if you can outlast, if you're either one of these two teams, for the next 2 matches, you get to face St. Ambrose in the grand finals. However, you have to get through either Tweak Patrol or Monkey Men. And a big shout out to Monkey Men, of course, not the only team to show up in kind of a uniform, really like the black fade into red with the white text, and just a monkey on the kind of center of the chest. Really like their style, really like their uniforms, and hopefully maybe dressing good, feeling good, maybe you'll play good as we are getting ready here for the losers semi. It is going to be a best of 5 matchup just for a time's sake, as of course we are here till about 10 o'clock, and then once 10 o'clock hits, they're going to kick us out. So we have to play these matches here very, very quickly in quick succession. Going to be looking forward to see what either of these teams can do. Of course, Monkey Men losing a heartbreaker to the Huskies. Of course, that had a 6-minute overtime in game number 3. Huskies coming out ahead in that matchup. Weak Patrol, of course, losing to St. Ambrose in a 3-1 easy fashion for them. Unfortunate that they then got pushed down into the losers final. And here we are. Also, Panther fans, if you want to go ahead and join us on our Discord, just do !socials. That'll take you to our link tree where we have access to our X. So if you want to catch game times and scores, go ahead, follow us on X. If you want to talk with the players, join Discord and interact with them. Or if you want to relive your favorite moments here on stream, just go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel where we will have that available to us. So it will be Monkey Men that will have base, tip, and acuity, whereas Tweak Patrol will have Sappy, Storm, and Jonathan. Best of 5 underway. Oh, and it looks like it was a misfire as both of these teams are going to have to reset. So we will go ahead and get this reset here underway momentarily.
We're gonna teach you stuff. Pause it. Firstly, that.
All right, so kind of misfire there. We will go ahead and restart clean. Here we go. Losers semi underway. Tweak Patrol versus the Monkey Men. I know there is Monkey Men fans out there, so go ahead. Love to see you in the chat. Love supporting your teams here. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. Base is going to go ahead, try to set it up, the double back. Able to try it, pinch it in. No can do. A member of Tweak Patrol able to go ahead, get this one saved. Base makes one defender miss. However, Storm not so fly as he will go ahead and take that away. Jonathan, base. Jonathan able to go ahead, maintain the pressure. Base to steal it away. But Jonathan, right there, right-hand side, tip the nose it in. He'll go ahead, try to get this one cleared. Acuity and Sappy trying to work for it. Nice little clear out by Storm, and that's going to be bumped by Tip. However, nice little pass to Storm. However, not enough boost, and that's just unfortunate. Pause. And it looks like a game crash situation here, so it looks like we're going to have to reset again. Unfortunate, as these PCs have been running all day. And, you know, this would be a prime time to kind of discuss that we are looking to raise money for 6 new PCs. Our PCs are getting old, and we kind of want to increase our capacity. If you want to go ahead and donate to our Give Campus campaign, just type !donate. Every dollar that you donate will go to Panther Esports to expand our capacity and upgrade our PCs. Every dollar that you donate, $1 will be donated by the foundation. So if you go ahead and donate just $1, it's actually going to be 2 for the organization. So like this, we'll go ahead, reset from the game crash with 4:02 left to play. Storm going to go ahead, get the demo out on base as Tip is going to go ahead and clear it out left-hand side. Everyone with a full set of boosts on side of Tweak Patrol. Funny how these kind of game crashes are coming here late today. Haven't had an issue for the last 30 minutes. I'm not looking at you, Gabe. Of course, Gabe now working in production here. Brooke, relieved of her position. She is going to go and get some food. Big shout out to her for being here for the first 6 hours of today's matchup. Unfortunately, you're going to have to stick with me, Hunter, for the remainder of the games. And off the kind of joust match we have here between both of these teams, still scoreless in game number 1. Best of 5 for time's sake. Of course, this is agreed upon each team. No team has a timeout, so they just have to take the minute that they have in between games to discuss things. And with the ball now on the side of Tweak Patrol, side of the pitch, Storm trying to get something going here on offense. Jonathan, right-hand side, no can do. Base able to go ahead and get the demo. And the Monkey Men trying to get something going here on offense. Base crosses the timeline over to Acuity, tries to set it up for Tip with the shot and the goal! Tip from the right-hand side, able to go ahead and draw first for the Monkey Men. And just a really nice setup play there. Dappy missed the clear out. Storm, of course, kind of being the third man back, out of position, out of rotation. And with 2:33 left to play in game number 1, Monkey Men lead it 1-0. Initial kickoff's clean for both teams. Base able to go ahead, try to get something here offensively. However, that one's going to be stolen away by Tip. Tip punches it in for Acuity. Base with the nose in the angle. Nice little double back into the corner. And Base able to go ahead and get this one in. Tip credited with the assist on the right-hand side. Jonathan was just not quite ready for that. Didn't know what angle he was going for. And just like that, we're up by a pair with 2:12 left to go in game number 1. Initial kickoff's going to be clearing out for the Monkey Men. Tweak Patrol, again, struggling here defensively as they don't seem to have the rotations out like you would like to see. Kind of a trade of demo for a brief second. It's 2v2 as the ball gets shot on goal. Jonathan able to go ahead and stem the tide here for Tweak Patrol off of that 2v2 situation. Not necessarily a power play if you're a big hockey guy or hockey fan. Of course, able to go ahead and take advantage of the demolition trade. And it is 2-1 still in favor of the Monkey Men. Jonathan, initial kickoff, tries to set the double back in Storm. Just like that, Tweak Patrol back in it. We're tied with a 1:45 left to play in game number 1. And here we go. This is where it matters the most. The loser's final. Winner of this gets to go ahead and play for their money, or try to double their money, or try to win $150. But they have to get there first. Minute 30 left to play in game number 1. Best of 5. Dappy gonna get bumped out of the way. Able to go ahead, get the clear pass to Jonathan. Jonathan has Base. Base to Tip. Base will go ahead and get demoed. Tip will go ahead and get this one cleared out and away. Acuity for the Monkey Men. We'll take it across the timeline. Jonathan to steal for Weak Patrol. Base. They have to rotate out and around and put it right in front of his goal with 1 minute left to play. And we could be staring down a first round OT. The last time we saw that was actually last matchup against the Huskies in St. Ambrose. That game 1 OT went into a 58 OT. Of course, that coming off of a San Ambrose goal. This one pinched in now for the corner of the Monkey Men. 50. No can do as Base tries to pinch it in. Maybe a waterfall opportunity. No, as Tip will go ahead. He'll try to clear it. Sappy to kind of nose it away for the 50. That's going to be a favorable bounce for the Monkey Men. One of the members of Monkey Men will be demoed. 9 seconds left. Acuity tries to nose it in. Over to Base. Base has it squared up for the double back. Off the bounce. Tip. Sappy still has that ball in the air. Acuity not going to give up quite yet. Donatan tries to set it up, and just like that, it's a game 1 OT here in the losers semis. Weak Patrol versus Monkey Men. Initial kickoff is going to be a demo on Base by Storm. Tip able to go ahead, try to get a minor flip reset into the right-hand corner. Acuity working out right-hand side, doing some theatrics. Jonathan to intercept. Defers to Sappy. Sappy tries to clear, but Base is right there with the deep shot. Jonathan able to go ahead and get that one saved. Defers to Storm, but that's quickly intercepted by a member of the Monkey Men. Tip. Shot. Saved by Jonathan, and no follow-up from Tip, but he will get the demo on Storm. Base applying that pressure. Jonathan coming in clutch for Tweak Patrol. Tip. Base. Tip. Defers, and the Monkey Men will go ahead and take game number 1. 3-1 coming off of the goal from Tip. And a big shout out to the Monkey Men, just able to go ahead and rotate out and around, kind of not get tense. And of course, Tip coming in clutch there with 2 goals, 2 saves, and an assist. And of course, Acuity, the quiet one, able to go ahead, get a save at least. And Jonathan and Storm with a goal apiece. Big shout out to Jonathan, able to go ahead and get 2 saves. And Sappy with 3 saves, the third man back. Dude, obviously didn't say his name that much offensively. We have seen him be offensive in the past. So really excited to see what both of these teams can do staring into an elimination situation, of course. The winner of this is guaranteed at least their venue fee back, which got to be feeling good there. Able to go ahead, take $10 a piece if that's how you decide that you want to split it up. But, of course, you've got more money to play for, and St. Ambrose is waiting for you at the finish line. But you would have to go through the Huskies and St. Ambrose if you want to try and get that $150 grand prize. Game number 2 underway. The Monkey Men leading it 1-0 in the series, playing a best of 5. Really want to see Sappy, Jonathan, and the Weak Patrol able to get more rotations going. What we really like to see is more transition kind of offense set up for them, kind of outlast them, outpace the rotation. And maybe that might be their key to success here to get back in this one in a best of 5. Acuity with the shot, off angle. Sappy able to go ahead, get this one saved. Base trying to maintain that pressure, instead has to rotate out and around. Acuity trying to keep it on the offensive side of the pitch. Able to go ahead and get the demo, but Jonathan able to go ahead and clear it and get it across the timeline. Sappy, right to left, has 2 defenders. Makes 1 miss. Sappy will go ahead and defer to Storm, still maintaining that left-hand side. Lots of communication coming in from both of these teams. Of course, by my position, only by virtue, I'm able to hear one of the teams kind of communicate, and you can kind of hear one of the shot callers really trying to take command here. Double back, interrupted by Tip. Storm to follow up. Tip to get the clear and credited with the save. However, Sappy going to pass back to Jonathan. Jonathan gets that one stolen away by Acuity. He'll try and set it up. Left-hand side. Base trying to nose it in, and he gets it in. Base able to go ahead and draw first with 3:27 left to play. Seen this story before. And a really nice setup pass there by Acuity. Just like that, the Monkey Men in prime position with the go-ahead goal by Base with 3:21 left to play. However, Tweak Patrol has come back before, and they've battled adversity before. Sappy, right-hand side, set up for Jonathan. Quick succession goal, and we're tied with 1-1. 3:12 left to play in game number 2. Again, I've seen this story before. Tied situation. The kickoff is going to be clean. Acuity going to try and take it off the ceiling. Base able to go ahead and get a demo as Acuity tries to pinch it in. Interruption play by Storm. Is it enough? As the ball goes left to right to Jonathan. Jonathan to Acuity. Acuity trying to set something up here. Noses it in. And just like that, the Monkey Men maintain control. 1 goal lead with 2:51 left to play in game 2. And really nice setup play there. Of course, Storm wasn't quite ready for it. Jonathan, who usually is the third man back, can't quite rotate out and around. And of course, Storm, who is generally the third man back, got 3 saves in game number 1, just wasn't making his presence known. Kickoff, clean. This time, ball's going to be on Monkey Men's side of the pitch, where Base will try and take it. Fly tackled out of the air by Jonathan. Tip with the demo and Acuity, able to salvage what's left. Tries to get the clear, successfully does. Base maintaining that bump into the corner off the backboard. Storm passing to Sappy. He'll try and flip reset, tries to bump it in, right-hand side. No follow-up, but Storm with a full set of boosts. Going to be slide tackled out of the way just in time for Base to try and get that clear. But Jonathan able to set it up for Sappy. Oh, missed opportunity if you were Sappy to kind of maintain that pressure and get the Monkey Men out of rotation. And just like that, you pay for it. Base able to go ahead and score again. 3-1 with 2:01 left to play in game number 2. And the Monkey Men kind of not losing their beat here, as another thing to kind of note, if they are going to win this, they will go ahead and get the rematch against the Huskies, where they lost 3-1 and just what seemed to be a pass masterpiece by the Huskies. However, if they go ahead and get this match under their belt, get warmed up, maybe they'll go ahead and pass a little bit more, communicate a little bit better against the Huskies if they go on to win this series. However, they still have to win this game and another one in order to get the 3-0 run. But looking pretty good with 1:20 left to play, as this double back, missed opportunity by Tweak Patrol. Tries to get it in for the corner. Storm has to gather himself. Base gets demoed. Acuity, though, able to go ahead and take it across the timeline. You were planning on getting a demo. If you were Tweak Patrol, you kind of wanted to get that a little bit earlier if possible. Storm with 1 minute left to go. Down by a pair. Tweak Patrol working that left-hand side. Acuity trying to get this one cleared out. Jonathan trying to intercept. Kind of has the awkward kind of bump. Didn't quite have the momentum, so Tip's going to set up the double back. Ooh, nice little move there by Base. And Acuity. Acuity kind of flipped for the fake, and Base trying to set the double back. Really good moves by the Monkey Men. With 30 seconds left to play, Monkey Men looking pretty strong here, as the ball is on the Tweak Patrol's side of the pitch. Storm trying to get something going defensively here. Has to defer to Jonathan. Jonathan going to get that one stolen away by Base. Left-hand side. First one there is Tip. And kind of fake out for Tip. Over to Acuity. Set it up like it's a textbook. Acuity able to go ahead and get this one scored. And Base having something to do with almost every goal this game in game number 2. And if I was Tweak Patrol, I would maybe kind of rethink what they want to do kind of offensively here, as it seems like Base and this Monkey Men squad just one step ahead each time. And a big shout out here to Acuity. 2 goals, 2 assists, and a save. Of course, Base able to go ahead and get his hand in for an assist and 2 saves. Or, excuse me, 2 goals. Tips with 2 saves. So while we go ahead and have a break, it looks like we are going to, both teams kind of agreed that in this best of 5, to go ahead and grant each team a timeout, and then therefore one was granted. So we will have an additional 2 minutes to kind of talk about it. The next team, gonna have that in the back pocket if you want it, and I believe the team who took that timeout would be Tweak Patrol, because the series is currently in favor of the Monkey Men 2-0. So Tweak Patrol kind of want to talk about it, get their kind of mojo back into it. Maybe that extra minute of time would be nice. So we will go ahead and while they have this break, go ahead and type !merch. That'll take you to our Guardian Pro line, where we have t-shirts, hoodies, and fully customizable jerseys, where you can get something for the gamer in your life with the holidays just around the corner. So if you can, go ahead, type !merch, or scan the QR code and support UNI Panther Esports. So with that, here we go. Game number 3. Monkey Men looming large in this best of 5, looking to face the Huskies in the losers final. Looking for that rematch. But they have to go through Tweak Patrol to get there. Initial kickoff is going to be in favor of Jonathan and Tweak Patrol. However, the Monkey Men applying that pressure. They're going to try and be back on offense, but Storm, he's going to try and take it coast to coast if Base wasn't there to intercept. Jonathan going to go ahead, bump it, and clear it over to the right-hand side. Acuity, flip, reset, tries to nose it in, and gets it to go. Acuity from the right-hand side, and the Monkey Men exactly where they left off the last 2 games. Able to draw first here, as Sappy just couldn't quite get the angle that he wanted, and Acuity able to go ahead and nose this in. I believe player from each, or I guess a member from Monkey Men, each one of them kind of had their initial goal to start off with. First it was Tip, then it was Base, and now it's Acuity. Each one of them get to draw first in this series. Sappy, kickoff, clean initially, and this is exactly what you want to see from Tweak Patrol, is you want to get more slide tackles, and that is what opens up for you. Storm able to go ahead and get the equalizer with 4:07 left to play. 1-1 is not going to be enough. And here we go. Game number 3. Tip off the kickoff. Gonna have to defer as Acuity. Oh man, missed opportunity there for the third man back on Monkey Men. And for the first time in a while, Tweak Patrol able to go ahead and lead it here. 2-1 left to play in game 3. 3:58 left to play. So still lots of Rocket League left to play. Acuity Gonna go ahead, try to pinch it out. Wins the 50. Able to go ahead, get the clear. And Storm, though, gonna be right back at it for Tweak Patrol. Defers to Sappy. Right-hand side. Base. Able to take it across the timeline. It's a foot race. Acuity able to tie it, and he gets both goals here in game 3. And 2 isn't going to be enough here with 3:37 left to play in game number 3. And a really nice breakaway play there for Acuity. Set up there by Base. Kickoff is good and clean for the Monkey Men. Tip, gonna go ahead and get the demo on Jonathan. Maybe get something going here defensively. Tip, if he wasn't the third man back, kind of waiting, that would have been a long shot on goal. Tip, though, setting it up back to back, hammers it in for Acuity. And Tip, I'll give him the coast to coast on that one. Nice little setup there. You just didn't get the friendly roll. And Acuity able to go ahead and hammer it in. Monkey Men maintain their lead. And Acuity with the hat trick. And will it be enough to face the Huskies in the losers final? Of course, really looking forward to that rematch. Of course, Tweak Patrol lost 3-1 to St. Ambrose. St. Ambrose currently sitting pretty in our grand finals. They, I believe, went 4-0, 5-0 potentially. Of course, that's including their 3-0 run in the pools, and then their 2 wins from the quarters to semis. Or shoot, it might be because they had to face off in the winners final. But as I'm trying to figure that out, Base will go ahead and extend the lead by 2 for the Monkey Men. Able to go ahead. A long shot from the left-hand side. Kind of caught Jonathan, who's usually the third man back, or I guess rotationally the third man back. Storm not quite there, as he was going to try and work the wing on the offense for Sappy. But looks like this kickoff is going to be in favor of Tweak Patrol. 2:32 left to play in game 3. Monkey Men trying to stem the tide, push to the loser final. And so far they have it led by a pair. Jonathan rotates out. Has to defer to Storm. Sappy, not enough boost. Base lets it over to Acuity. Acuity hit. And this one's tipped out of the way by Jonathan. Here comes Tweak Patrol. Setting it up for Sappy, but Acuity gonna go ahead, try work it right to left over to Base. Jonathan able to intercept. However, it's not enough, and Tip's able to go ahead and get this one cleared. Coast to coast, set himself up, right-hand side. No good, as Acuity's going to be demoed. Only has Base, but Base able to go ahead and get that well defended on what could have been a potential breakaway goal for Sappy. Tip defers to Acuity. Storm doesn't quite get the 50, and Acuity kind of left high and dry as he tries to get gravity to get him down. Storm has to defer. Sets up for Jonathan with the shot and the goal. Jonathan able to go ahead, get this one in with 1:20 left to play. And Jonathan making his presence known and has been relatively quiet for the most part. However, he is constant here for this Tweak Patrol squad. 1:20 left to play. Now a goal separates here, but it could be 2. Missed opportunity, and the Monkey Men able to capitalize off the kickoff. Only 2 seconds done and away. And something that you wish, if you were Tweak Patrol, to have that initial kickoff back, able to go ahead and get that one moved over. And just like that, the goal deficit for Tweak Patrol rose by 2. Acuity back on the shot, and Acuity cannot be stopped. 5 shots, 5 goals, 100% efficiency from the pitch. 5 of the last 6 goals. Amazing. Acuity wielding his power against Tweak Patrol here with 1:09 left to play. Down by 3 now for Tweak Patrol, as they are potentially staring down a 3-0 kind of route on the series. And of course, not to say that they have been battling back. Every single member has had their hand in victory and loss today. Of course, this time it just so happened to be Jonathan who was the one. I remember earlier on in today's games, Sappy able to go ahead and make some stuff happen. Of course, right there, you see Sappy able to go ahead and go in, take that one coast to coast as Hip kind of missed the opportunity. So with 35 seconds left to go, down by 2, Weak Patrol still can make anything happen. Of course, they wish, they hoped and prayed to have that initial kickoff back. Hip gonna go ahead and get the demo. Base gonna wait patiently. Tip will go ahead and try and maintain the pressure. Base with a nice demo, or excuse me, Tip with a nice demo on Storm, allowing Base to go ahead and extend the lead back to 3. And this time, Base making his presence known. 7-4 with 23 seconds left to play in game number 3. Jonathan, the Sappy, Acuity, tries to do a flip, little reset there. Dip able to go ahead, take it right hand side, set up the double back, but Acuity not going to follow up. He gets demoed by Sappy, and Storm going to go ahead and defer. As the ball will go ahead and be up in the air, it looks like it will be the Monkey Men who will advance to the losers final to face the Huskies, whereas Tweak Patrol, unfortunately, will get 4th place and will have to walk away empty-handed. But a big shout out to Tweak Patrol. You know, the last match, able to go ahead 3-1 Lululu, send them home, and just battled back against adversity. You know, big shout out to Tweak Patrol, able to come in here and kind of do the best that they could. Unfortunately for not, as the Monkey Men will go ahead and get the 3-0 sweep. So big shout out to them. In the meantime, we will go ahead and take a brief pause as we will let the Huskies warm up as we look to the losers final. Winner of that match will go ahead and face against St. Ambrose. So we will be back with the Monkey Men and the Huskies in the losers final. Best of 7. My name is Hunter, Gabe is in production, and we will be back in just a moment. All right, as we go ahead and get this losers final kind of ready to set up a big one, a rematch between the Monkey Men and the Huskies, we'll go ahead and shout out our Twitch, or excuse me, our merch. So if you want to go ahead and support Panther Esports, go ahead, do ! merch. That'll take you to our Guardian Pro line, where we have t-shirts, hoodies, and fully customizable jerseys. Jerseys half the price of a regular like NFL or professional jersey. So if you want to go ahead with the holidays coming up to support Panther Esports and rep the organization while you go around campus or whatever you do, go ahead, just type !merch. Also, !socials will go ahead and get you access to our link tree where you can have access to X, where you can get the ability to look at our game scores and what games are coming up. I believe our Marvel Rivals team made their playoffs, so really excited that they had a win-in opportunity there. Also, I believe our Overwatch team was able to kind of default into their post-season. So if you want to go ahead, follow us through !socials. If you want to interact with any of the players or kind of connect with Panther Esports, you can go ahead and get access to our Discord invite there on the link tree. Also, if you want to relive your favorite moment, go ahead and look at our YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube. We will go ahead and get our VODs kind of up on stream within the next couple of days, if possible. So if you want to go ahead and relive your favorite moments, especially from today, kind of check back in about 3 to 4 days. We'll probably have this up on air. So looking at our losers final matchup, winner gets to face St. Ambrose and play for $150. The loser of today's match will go ahead and walk away with a venue fee kind of reimbursement. $30 will be in your back pocket. Can't shy away from that, especially with gas prices nowadays, and you have to go ahead and commute. So big shout out to the Huskies and Monkey Men and St. Ambrose. Going to be the ones who will outlast the rest of the top 8. Of course, 5 teams have now walked away kind of moneyless and podiumless, if that even is a word. Well, it is now, as we are going to go ahead and get this losers final set up here momentarily. And it sounds like they're going to go ahead and join. So a rematch between the winners semifinal teams, the Huskies versus the Monkey Men. Of course, the Huskies outlasted in our only best of 5 to win it 3-2. That was also where we had our 6-10 minute overtime where the Huskies were able to go ahead and outlast. So with that, we will go ahead and get this best of 7 underway. And from reports outside, it is snowing, so you don't want to go outside, especially this late at night. So with this best of 7, so stick around. Go ahead. Don't go outside. Stay here. And we will have this matchup here ready. Both of these teams joining, getting ready. And with that, we will go ahead and begin our losers final. Of course, it doesn't really sound really exciting when you say losers with such gusto. And as we go ahead, initial kickoff going to be here for Tip and for the Huskies. It will be Hertz, Hawk, and Blocky. The Monkey Men will have Base, Tip, and Acuity. Blocky, go ahead, get the 50, bounce pass over to Base. Base with the nose, and Hawk with the save. Acuity maintaining that pressure right-hand side. Hertz with half set of boost. But we'll go ahead, try to nose it in. Acuity trying to get something going here defensively. as here comes the Huskies. And the biggest thing that we've noticed from the Huskies today is that they have been able to outlast to the very end. Of course, with that 6-10 OT win in game number 3, a very critical moment that they were able to go ahead and get. And with that, Base will go ahead and get it scored in center of the pitch. Kind of nice little missed follow-up there by Hertz. Of course, Hawk wasn't quite ready for it. And with that, the Monkey Men will draw first with 3:59 left to play in game number 1. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. Base able to go ahead and get the demo on a member of initial kickoff. So sorry, folks, if you are not able to go ahead and get some audio from the game. Oh, we are good now. So fantastic. And now I can't see half my screen. So sorry about that, folks, as we are trying to get some technical difficulties here. Salt with 3 minutes left to go. Of course, Base able to go ahead and get that long shot from the center of the pitch. So far, going to be the go-ahead goal if the Huskies aren't able to come back from this one. And of course, the Monkey Men have that 3-0 sweep under their belt. They got to be feeling good. They're warmed up. Of course, the Huskies were given 15 minutes to warm up on a different set of PCs. So maybe something that might have to play in is that they were going to transition. But just like this, could be seeing an interesting matchup here with the Monkey Men able to go ahead. So far, have the go-ahead goal with 2:19 left to play in game 1. Acuity, flip reset, get bumps out of the way. Or Blocky's going to get bumped out of the way, but he will go ahead and get the clear. Tip, the third man back. Base able to go ahead and get the demo. For a brief moment, Monkey Men have a 1-car advantage. However, Blocky will go ahead, try and nose it in. Right-hand side, Base tries to follow up for Acuity, but Hertz able to go ahead, steal this one away. Deep shot for the Hawk is good, and we are tied with 1:53 left to play in game number 1. We're tied 1-1. Lots of ones to deal with. And it's going to be a pause. And it's going to be this time a Discord crash. So unfortunate there. Of course, you want to kind of communicate with your players. So as we kind of wait here in this losers final, while we have a moment, do ! donate. That'll get you to our Give Campus, where we are trying to raise $10,000 for new computers. Of course, for those of you who unfortunately going to have to deal with our old PCs, of course, Discord crashing. So we are going to have this pause here, as it looks like it was a complete freeze out. Thankfully, it wasn't a blue screen situation, but going to have to see what the situation is going to be there. So if you want to go ahead, hit ! donate. That'll get you to our Give Campus site, where UNI is looking to raise $10,000 for new PCs. Of course, our PCs that we currently have are about 5 years old. So every dollar that you donate will help upgrade our capacity and help move forward with this. So we are going to go ahead and get the restart. So it looks like everything's going to be set up here pretty good. So we will go ahead in game number 1. Go ahead and restart here with 1:53 left to play, still tied. Kind of like nothing ever happened. It's just a quick little matchup with 1:53 left to play. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. It's going to be in favor of the Monkey Men, as Tip will go ahead and get the clear out for Blocky. Blocky, who had a full set of boosts, gets demoed. And Hawk, again, trying to go for that long shot, as one goal wasn't enough. Tip Gonna get that one cleared out by Hertz. And Blocky able to go ahead and get this one scored, and the Huskies kind of outlasting here as they will go ahead and take their first lead of the series and the game 2-1 with 1:26 left to play. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. However, a member of the Monkey Men will go ahead and get a demo on, I believe it was Hertz, as Tip will go ahead and try and maintain the pressure. Up-tempo offense is usually what we've seen be successful against this Huskies team, and a couple well-timed demos certainly do not hurt. Hawk working right to left, 1 minute to remain. Shot off the mark as Base is going to be able to go ahead and get this one saved. He'll take it across the timeline. He just has Hawk. Tries to kind of bump, float it in. Hawk being patient and being the third man back. Really good job. With 43 seconds left to play, Monkey Men down by a goal. Hertz gonna go ahead, have to rotate around. Acuity off the ceiling has Hertz. Acuity pinches it down. 30 seconds left to play. Still down by a goal. Pinch out for Base is to no avail as he's gonna get demoed out. Tip has to work around the ball as that one's gonna be cleared out. Of course, the 50 pinch was going to be a go-ahead goal and could potentially tie it. Base able to rotate around, and Tip with 10 seconds left has to work it right to left. Base with the awkward 50. Tip nosing it to Base. Set it up for Acuity with 1 second left, and we're tied. Really nice kind of follow-up and just kind of lulled the Huskies to sleep, and we could see another first game overtime. Of course, the ball still has a second on the kickoff, and you still get extra time with the ball in the air. But just like that, we're heading into overtime. 2 goals will not be enough in this Huskies v Monkey Men matchup. Initial kickoff is going to be clean. Base trying to work it out, right-hand side. Has to defer to Acuity. Acuity trying to take it across the timeline. Hertz, though, able to go ahead and bump it. Set it up for Blocky. Blocky try to work it right to left. Can't quite get it there as Hawk is going to maintain that pressure. Right-hand side. Set it up. Oh, he'll go ahead and rotate around. Whatever was going to be game plan there for the Huskies didn't quite maintain, and here comes Base. Base passing over to Tip. That's going to be intercepted by Hertz. He'll go ahead and get the clear out. Pinch out for Acuity. Could maybe set up for Blocky, but however, the centered shot for Blocky, unfortunately, did not go through as he kind of mistimed that in the air. Base makes one defender miss. Pass to Acuity. Makes the second defender miss. Follow up for Tip. It is missed. And a missed opportunity for the Monkey Men. Unfortunate there as you kind of had it set up on the left-hand side. Base will go ahead, get it cleared. Blocky, the third man back, has to kind of tip it in as he will go ahead and get it cleared out over to Hawk. Hawk to Acuity. He'll go ahead, steal it away. Over to Base. Lots of communication coming from both teams, as you can kind of hear it by virtue of our position. Really great communication coming out from both of these teams, as we are already a minute 27 into overtime in game 1. Now, these two teams were also the same two teams that had that 6-10 overtime bout. Really looking forward to see maybe this time the Monkey Men can go ahead and nose it out in this game of attrition. As Tip will go ahead and try and get it over to Hertz. Tip get the demo on a member. Flip reset for Acuity. He tries to double back. Just by pure virtue of where the ball was kind of landed. 2 minutes done and away in this overtime. And Acuity, being the third man back, able to go ahead and intercept it with 90% boost. Blocky. Left-hand side. Over to Base. Base going to try and set it up. Mid-pitch. 50'd. First one there is going to be Hawk. Acuity able to go ahead. Pass to Base. Tries to nose it in. Double back for Tip. Is no good. That's a nice save for Blocky. And Hawk with 5 saves already in this 2:30 OT event. Base able to go ahead, get this one saved, and we are back in it with the slog. Hertz able to go ahead and get a demo on the Monkey Men. Hertz, Tip, able to intercept. Double back. Set up. Base to interrupt. And Blocky missing it. Pinch out for base. He's going to have to rotate out and around. Can't follow that with no boost. Blocky setting it up. However, that one's going to be bumped by Tip. Hurts trying to get slide tackled out of the way by his own member. He's going to set up the right-hand side, but Acuity's the first one there to save it. 3 minutes now in OT in game one. And we're only in game one of a best of 7. So strap in, folks. This one's going to be a long one. Tip, left-hand side, tries to nose it in for base. And this time, the Monkey Men able to outlast the Huskies with 3:16 in an OT goal. And just like that, same kind of situation too. 3-2. This time it was in favor of the Monkey Men. Maybe this is what they need to maintain pressure. And a really big shout out here to each member of Monkey Men able to go ahead get a goal. Of course, big shout out to Base being kind of the third man back just by volition of 4 saves. Of course, big shout out to Hawk as well for the Huskies. 5 saves, 33% from the field, and Hurts being that rotational wingman. 2 saves, 2 assists. So big shout out to Hurts. There was a couple of good shots that he had on goal. Unfortunately, just didn't go in. And with that, we will go ahead and go into game number 2. And with that, the Monkey Men will go ahead and lead this one 1-0 in a best of 7. Initial kickoff's going to be clean. Tip able to go ahead and get the demo on Hurts and base with a full set of boost. Floats it into the corner. 7 seconds in, and the Monkey Men have not skipped a beat. Able to go ahead, get a successful demo. Hawk with a full set of boosts. Of course, that third man back for the Huskies couldn't quite get anything going as he just wasn't quite ready for whatever Base was going to go ahead and do as just kind of out the initial kickoff. Tip, this time trying to nose it in, right-hand side, no can do, followed up for Acuity. Hawk misses, Base to finish it home, and Base with a second goal. 4:43 left to play, and the Monkey Men dominant here early in game 2. Huskies kind of missing answers here, as normally they're the ones who kind of beat the attrition, usually has the good rotations out, and just unfortunately kind of getting dissected by Pip and Base and Acuity, kind of getting these really nice rotational passes, transition kind of setups. They're able to go ahead and get some boosts when they need it, and it always seems like someone's always there that ready for an offensive kind of trickery. Tip, Blocky. Tip's going to win that clear with the deep shot. Hurt's going to be able to be credited with the goal. However, the 50 not going to be in favor of the Monkey Men. That one's going to be essentially a clear out for the Huskies. And the Blocky, right-hand side, makes Tip miss. He's going to try and clear it out. Base, though, centers it up. Hurt's able to go ahead and get the clear, as this one's going to go all the way into the Monkey Men's side of the pitch. Tip, though, able to go ahead, get that one saved. Follow-up is no good for the Huskies. Base, slide tackles somebody out of the way, and they'll go ahead, pinch it, move it, right-hand side for Acuity. Acuity, coast to coast, no can do, as Hurts is able to go ahead and bump that out of the way. Base, working around. Gonna have to rotate around, as Acuity and Base will have a full set of boosts. Same with Tip now. So they are ready for whatever the Huskies pull out, as Tip will go ahead, try to set up the double back, but Blocky's going to intercept. Tries to pass to Hawk. Base trying to set himself up on the left-hand side. Has to work that one right to left over to Tip. Hurts to intercept. Hurts trying to get a pass play going here. Right-hand side, defers, able to get a full set of boosts instead. Or excuse me, yes, is able to get a full set of boosts over to Tip. Tip takes it across the timeline, over to Base. Base looking for the hat trick. Unfortunately, doesn't get there, as there was a defender for the Huskies right there. Center of goal. That's one thing that I'm really looking forward to see here is how the Huskies can go ahead and play with kind of tense play style right now, as it doesn't seem like no one is getting the boost that they want, or they're not going to get the boost stolen where they need to get it stolen, and it just seems like they're kind of just one step behind, playing very reactive to the Monkeymen right now. And with 2:20 left to play, down by a pair, the Huskies are going to need to make something happen quickly in what was and is currently a low-scoring affair. Hurts, left-hand side. Demo on a member of the Huskies, so whatever kind of offense the Huskies were going to try and go for there, unfortunately, got that stolen out by a key demo from the Monkeymen. Centered up for Hurts. Unfortunately, he missed that opportunity. Tip's going to be bumped out of the way, trying to get the clear. And a nice little corner shot here for the Huskies. Rotate, out and around for Hurts. Misses, base with the shot, and Blocky able to go ahead, get this one defended just off the top of the crossbar. Tip in for Tip is nice. A nice little floater, left-hand side, able to go ahead and extend their lead to 3 with 128 left to play in game number 2. And so far, the Huskies have won 4 games straight, looking for 5. When with 120 left to play, the Huskies still trying to search for answers. And if I were them, I would maybe think about taking their timeout to really think about it. However, I believe, if I could be wrong, maybe they already have taken their timeout. Maybe not. Probably not. Acuity, right-hand side, has to pass back to base. He'll go ahead, take it right-hand side. Tries to set up a little waterfall kind of motion. Hurts, able to go ahead and get it saved. And Acuity this time with the goal. Each member of the Monkeymen again with another goal, and it has to do with this really key rotation, really good pass play, and of course Tip, the third man back in this setup situation, had a full set of boost in case of a clear or a follow-up, and that's exactly what's been their piece de resistance, is just always having someone available with boost. Kickoff's clean, 43 seconds left to play, and if I was the Huskies, there we go. You avoid the skunk, which of course feels good in the moment, but knowing that you're down 3 with 38 seconds, you essentially need have 12 seconds per goal, if that's something that you can do with how strong the defense has been for the Monkeymen. Of course, Hurts able to go ahead and get an initial kickoff. Demo again. Hurts able to follow it up. Okay, so 7 seconds in that goal allows you about 15 seconds for the next 2 goals if you want to go ahead and try and tie it. So if they can go ahead and get this initial kickoff, but it's going to be a shame on me, shame on you situation. You're the Monkeymen, so they're going to be ready for it. Hawk, though, able to go ahead, get something going here. Offensive side of the pitch. However, that one's going to be cleared out. You're missing your opportunity if you are the Huskies to get something going here. Hurts trying to nose it in, able to go ahead and get the clear. Hawk able to go ahead, set up the double back. Tip able to go ahead, get it in. Maybe Hurts defers to Hawk. Hawk's going to be demoed with that ball, going to lazily go in. It looks like the Monkeymen will go ahead and win 5 games in a row. They are on a heater, and if I was St. Ambrose, I'd be starting to think twice about this Monkeymen offense. Of course, big shout out there to Base, 2 goals and an assist, and of course Hurts this time getting to be the fourth or third man back, with 4 saves. So here we go. Game number 3, best of 7 situation. Monkeymen going to have to win 2 more straight if they want to go ahead and get this one to the finals. Grand finals, that is. As Base off the initial kickoff. go ahead, try and set something up here. However, Hertz will take it across the timeline. He'll kind of brute force his way through. As Acuity with full set of boost tries to flip reset. Defers over to Tip. Tip. As it looks like Hawk will go ahead, get the interruption play and the demo on base. And so Blocky will go ahead, set up, right-hand side, Tip to intercept, Hawk to follow up. Base is going to be there if needed. Flip reset, but Acuity able to follow up, and that's exactly what the Mucky Men are been doing so successfully. Acuity always there with a full set of boost, or at least any member of the Monkey Men always there with some sort of boost to be able to kind of react to whatever the Huskies have been able to do. They have learned a lot since that winners semi. Ace over to Hertz. Tip. Going to take it across the timeline. He's going to try and set himself for a double back. Unfortunately, it's not set up, but Base, again, trying to kind of float it in right-hand side. Wasn't quite ready for it. Didn't know what the situation was going to play out, so he just elected to kind of bump it. And Tip is going to be credited with the save. Forced, again, brute force, right-hand side to Tip. He'll take it across the timeline. Blocky to steal the boost. And a well-timed demo on Tip as the ball was just going right in front of the Huskies' goal. Acuity takes it off the ceiling, defers it to Tip. He'll get the clear. As Blocky and Hawk will try and work that right-hand side. Nose it down in. Stolen away by Base. Base kind of jousts for it, right-hand side. Hertz able to go ahead, come out on top, and Blocky with the first one to get it there. Base passes to Tip, over to Acuity. Acuity going to go ahead and defer over to Base. Blocky defers. Hawk with the shot. Nice save by Base this time, and a missed opportunity on offense by the Huskies. 2:38 left to play, and we are still scoreless in game number 3. Hawk, excuse me. Gonna go ahead, try and rotate out back. Gonna be the third man back. Now he's got just Tip. Tip trying to nose it in. Base able to go ahead and get it cleared. Now Hertz, third man back. Off his own backboard. Has to defer over to Hawk. Tip makes him miss. Has one defender. Blocky able to go ahead and get it cleared. Acuity kind of sets it up on a tee for Base left-hand side, but Hawk flip resets and defers. Tip trying to get it cleared. Hertz able to go ahead and get it left-hand side now. Over to Acuity. Acuity doesn't have a set of boost. He'll go ahead, still take it across the timeline. Tried to pass the Tip. Missed pass. As Hawk will go ahead, try to get the flip reset. Tip back on offense. 140 left to play in game number 3. Maybe, and this would be crazy to say, but maybe the Monkey Men can win 6 games straight. However, they are going to have to maintain pressure, and it's kind of difficult with how well these rotations have been coming out for the Huskies. Acuity defers to Tip. Tip bounces it off the wall. Hertz to Blocky. Blocky to clear. Sets up the double back for himself. Can't quite get it. Too strong. Hawk over to the right-hand side. Gets Base to clear it with less than a minute to play. Any goal could make it or break it here in this game. Tip. Base. Demo. And he just walks it in center of the pitch. 47 seconds off of a big demo from Base on the Hawk. And with 47 seconds left to play, the Tip dagger could be all it takes. Initial kickoff over to Base. Base trying to flip reset. He's going to try and nose it in for the corner. Wins the 50 and the potential dagger 7 seconds in. Base able to go ahead and get this one in left-hand side. And again, Hawk kind of the third man back. Just wasn't quite ready, expecting Hertz to kind of get that clear, and the follow-up couldn't. And just like that, leading it by a pair for the Monkey Men. Initial kickoff's clean. Tip going to go ahead, defer. As Hertz elects not to go ahead and get this one in and 30 seconds left to play. We'd love to see more fight back in the side of the Huskies. Flip reset for Hertz. As base interrupts in Acuity, will go ahead and get this one cleared. 15 seconds left to play. Ball going to be on the Huskies side of the pitch. And 5 seconds left to play. We are looking at 6 games in a row victories for the Monkey Men. How amazing is that? And it all comes off of an excellent demo by base onto Hawk as Tip is able to just walk in with that goal. And that was the difference. That was the kind of difference maker between these two teams. Here we go. Game number 4. The Huskies kind of staring down a kind of lose and go home situation. If not, they're going to have to try and come back in a reverse sweep fashion. Of course, Blocky trying to get the initial kick off. Hammered in, right-hand side, no can do. Hertz to follow up, right-hand side. Can't quite get it there. And here comes the Monkey Men offensively. Tip, center of the pitch, has a full set of boost. Gonna have to get this one deferred. Over to Blocky. Base, flip reset. Tries to nose it in. Hertz able to go ahead and get this one cleared. And again, it's a strong defensive matchup from either of these teams. It's just going to come down to a well-timed demo or a capitalization off of a missed bump. Hit. 50. Base. Shot. Good! And with 4:07 left to play, it doesn't stop here. Base drawing first. Great job from the right-hand side. And Tip able to go ahead and tip it to base. Winner today has the potential, has off the initial kickoff, Tip able to go ahead and get this one in. And you do not want to see that if you're the Huskies. Of course, Hertz was supposed to get that follow-up, unfortunately didn't, and a clean, clear kick from Tip. Just like that, lead him by a pair with 4:01 left to play in game number 4. Hawk gonna go ahead, try to defer. However, Tip coast to coast. Hertz able to go ahead, bump it out of the way. He's been the third man back this game, this series. Unfortunately, Hawk hasn't been able to make their presence known, who is typically the third man back for the Huskies. And off a series of demos, Acuity able to go ahead, get this one in. And just offensive dominance, just off of well-timed demos from this Monkey Men squad. Just they get the rotations. They were able to go ahead and feel good against Tweak Patrol, where they were able to go ahead, get the 3-0 sweep, and could now be looking at the 4-0 sweep with 3:22 left to play. And that would be absolutely mind-boggling if you were a St. Ambrose. You haven't faced them at all yet this series, and now you have to go against what potentially could be a very hot team going into the grand finals. Now, of course, not to say that, Hertz, Blocky, and Hawk have been battling back. It's been a very strong defensive matchup, and I want to say this last game only had maybe 5 total registered shots, as Hawk will go ahead and get this one in. So still some life in this Huskies squad. Big shout out to the Huskies traveling all the way from northern Illinois area to be here today. I think I calculated it out to about 4 hours drive, and it's going to be a long drive home, unfortunately, but hey, big shout out to them to make the trek and the drive. And of course, they're going to walk away with $30 in their pocket if they don't come back in a reverse sweep situation. Flip reset for Acuity. Hawk able to go ahead, get it cleared. But Tip, going to go ahead, take the center of the pitch. Makes one defender miss. Pinches down. Really good mechanics there for Tip. He's kind of feeling himself. But Hawk going to try and get the answer. The hot hand here for the Huskies. Tip able to go ahead, get the demo on Hertz. Definitely going to be the one to intercept. Blocky makes two defenders miss. Pinches it down. And then pinches it up off the ceiling. And Hawk is going to have to reset here. No member of the Huskies have a set of boost. And that is dangerous. That is something that you don't want to do if you are kind of late in these games, late in these series. Someone always has to have a little bit of boost. And that's just a failure of rotation. Blocky with the deep shot off the crossbar and doesn't get the favorable bounce to go in, doesn't get it across the goal line. And what could have been a 2-3 situation, unfortunately, is going to be Acuity and base rotating around, still down by a pair. Hawk going to go ahead, try and get the 50 instead. You send Tip to the other side of the pitch. 50 for base and Hertz. Hertz wins that one, makes him miss, gets demoed. Hawk with the follow-up and a big save by Tip. And again, just being able to kind of capitalize on this kind of good kind of rotation, the good mojo for these teams. However, missed opportunity, and I wish Blocky had that one back, had that one centered up right to left, tried to hammer it through and no can do. And with 1 minute left, two missed opportunities, and now you're staring down a 2-goal deficit for the Huskies and in a lose and go home scenario. Tip, Hertz, Tip, right hand side, tries to look for the dagger, over to Acuity. He just grabs some boost, has to rotate back into his own corner on the left hand side, where Blocky, Hertz, shot, can't follow it up as base is able to go ahead and get that one defended. And Blocky going to go ahead, try and center it up. However, Acuity is going to steal it away. 20 seconds left, still down by a pair. We've seen teams score with less time. Blocky tried to nose it in for the corner. Can't quite get there. Two defenders able to go ahead, defend the follow-up shot. And with 8 seconds left to play, it looks like the Monkey Men on a 7-0 hot streak. And a really great job by the Monkey Men. They will go ahead and move to the grand finals. But big shout out to the Huskies, able to go ahead and make it this far. They're going to go ahead and walk away with $30 in their pocket. We'll see who wins the next matchup in our grand finals. St. Ambrose versus the Monkey Men. Winner takes away $150. So we will be back from the basement of Mocker Union Gaming Lounge. It is going to be St. Ambrose versus the Monkey Men. So go ahead and stick around here momentarily as we will have that match coming for you next. All right, Rocket League fans, as we go ahead and get our grand finals ready, go ahead, do exclamation point merch or scan the QR code. That'll take you to our Guardian Pro line where we have t-shirts, hoodies, and fully customizable jerseys where they are the half price of a professional jersey. So you could go ahead and rep Panther Esports. And with the holidays just around the corner, you could go ahead and get something for the gamer in your life. Also, do exclamation point donate as we are trying to have a drive to raise $10,000 to our Give campus where we can go ahead and expand the capacity of our PCs. So every dollar that you donate, we will match. We being the foundation is going to match dollar for dollar up to $5,000. And I am supposed to shout out T-Dog and Tips Mommy. So big shout out to them. Of course, they've been supporting them all day, and what has led to them go on a 7-0 run. St. Ambrose, though, has the benefit of being able to sit patiently waiting for the Monkey Men, as the Monkey Men currently have a 7-0 run from the losers bracket. Really excited to see this matchup between them. And for St. Ambrose, it will be Schlunk, Astonic, and Voltic Vibes. The Monkey Men will have Base, Tip, and Acuity. As these teams go ahead and get loaded in, it all comes down to this. 8 teams, round robin. 10 actually kind of participated in the round robin game. Believe Clark and the University of Nebraska at Omaha didn't even qualify for today's LAN tournament. And it all leads down to this. 5 teams walk away with nothing. Huskies walk away with $30 in their pocket. And at this point, for either of these teams, it's pure profit. $150 grand prize. Loser walks away with double their venue fee. $60. Here we are, St. Ambrose versus the Monkey Men. For St. Ambrose, Blanc, Astonic, Voltic Vibes, Monkey Men, Base, Tip, and Acuity. And we are ready for the grand finals, best of 7. Now, you will note that St. Ambrose, just because of time constraints, if they being the Monkey Men, if they were going to go ahead and get a flip reset, or a bracket reset, just because of time constraints, we're just going to go ahead. Both teams agreed to give St. Ambrose a game lead. So already down here as Base tries to get it to go, and Base able to go ahead and get the first goal of the grand finals matchup with 4:39 left to play, and a big shout out to Base. Again, I guess we have to shout out Sea Dog and Tip's mommy, if you're watching. Of course, Base was the one who kind of flashed that. So, big shout out to them, huge supporters of the Monkey Man. And of course, when talking with Monkey Man in between the matches, it sounds like they are just representing themselves. Of course, there was people here, just having fun. Of course, Lulu was just a group of guys, but the Monkey Men kind of representing themselves and the form, or I guess the founder of the Monkey Men, because when I asked, how did you get Monkey Men as a name, turns out I was supposed to ask somebody else, and that somebody else was not here today. So really awesome to kind of see. I know one of the team members plays for Cornell, and another one is a coach. Acuity able to go ahead and get that one saved. Follow-up double back for Astonic is bumped out of the way, and Voltic Vibes able to try and scramble for what's left. 3:42 left to play in the grand finals game. I guess 2, game 1. With that extra game, it's kind of hard to kind of note with this kind of bracket reset situation. Of course, St. Ambrose, big shout out to them. 3-0 in their pool play and went undefeated every single step of the way. And honestly, the team to beat right now. But right now, the Monkey Men are showing that. Oh, missed shot for Astonic isn't gonna go in. And the follow-up though for Voltic Vibes, able to go ahead and hammer it in. 3:04 left to play, and a goal will not be enough. Yeah, St. Ambrose went 6-0 going into this grand final matchup. So the team to beat. Kickoff's gonna be clean. Sonic tries to set up the double back. Nice demo by Tip. Tip and Base able to roll this one in. Tip able to go ahead and get a critical demo. And Base as well able to go ahead and get a follow-up demo. So really great job. Well executed demolitions by this Monkey Men team. Again, it has to come down to the communication and the rotation. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. 2-1 is the score in favor of the Monkey Men. Kickoff is kind of clean, kind of had a double series of kind of slow volleyed 50s. As Tip will go ahead and take this off his own backboard. Tries to touch it down. Makes Voltic Vibes miss. Astonic has to race back to defend as Tip will work the right-hand side over to Acuity. Voltic Vibes. Just a bump, get out of the way, and rotations come out around. This is the first time that we've seen all day long of St. Ambrose just kind of waiting to see what's going on. Trying to be very reactive. Again, this is the first time that we've really seen St. Ambrose be reactive. I guess defensively on the side. Base, able to go ahead, try to set it up. Shot is good for Astonic, and on that transition rotation, a really nice job by St. Ambrose and Tip. Trying to get some extracurricular demos. Maybe a little bit of frustration there. Just let them know that. Astonic able to go ahead, draw first, and these are the two juggernauts that we've seen from these teams. Able to go ahead and get the goal. Base and Astonic, big players. As Acuity with the waterfall, able to go ahead, get it in. 150 left to play, and able to nose it ahead for the Monkey Men. Of course, just because of time constraints and agreed upon between both teams, St. Ambrose will go ahead and have that one game lead in the series, just because as soon as this match gets up, we need to clean up, and we're going to get kicked out at 10 o'clock. Base tries to get his double back, tries to pinch it into the corner. Voltic Vibes able to go ahead, get that one saved, cleared out to Astonic. Missed his kind of set up off the backboard on the left-hand side. Tip's going to slow the pace down. Takes one defender miss. One. Going to go ahead, try to get it clear in Astonic. It's all red. Able to take out Tip. Voltic Vibes. Has set it up. Astonic gets the demo on base. Love to see those two go at it. Schwarm tries to pinch it in. Tips right there. And again, with these two teams, Blanc and Tip, kind of the complementary players. And of course, big shout out to our big men, third man back, Baltic Vibes, Security. Looking right hand side. Tries to bump it in. Tip. Able to go ahead and tip it out of the way. Blanc following it up. To left. To right. To Astonic. No follow-up. Didn't quite have the angle on it. 37 seconds left to play in virtually game number 1. Go ahead and move it in. But just like that. Oh, base. Baltic Vibes tries to follow it up. Awkward 50. 30 seconds left to play. And a missed opportunity to tie it for St. Ambrose. And just really nice demo there on Baltic Vibes as Acuity tries to get the dagger before a few more demos come out. And this Tip tried to float it in with no boost. St. Ambrose able to go ahead and get the save. We've seen scores with the extra time before 2 seconds. Base takes it in across the timeline. Gonna try and get the last goal, can't, and the ball is gonna still stay alive. Tip looking to nose it in, and just like that, our series is tied 1-1. Monkey Men have gone on an 8-game win streak, able to go ahead and battle past the Monkey Men. The Monkey Men have been able to go past Korn 3-1. Monkey Men take out Tweak Patrol 3-0. Monkey Men 4-0 against the Huskies. And just like that, we have tied the series 1-1. Monkey Men 8-win streak. So it looks like the team, one of the teams have called a timeout. Of course, they're allotted a timeout. So they will get an extra 2 minutes to kind of discuss things. So while we have this, if you want to go ahead and support Panther Esports, go ahead, do exclamation point merch. That'll take you to our Guardian Pro Line store where we have t-shirts, hoodies, and fully customizable jerseys. With the holidays just around the corner, get something for the gamer in your life. Scan the QR code and support Panther Esports today. Another thing, hit exclamation point socials. That'll take you to our link tree where you have access to X, our Discord, if you want to go ahead and hang out with more members of Panther Esports or just enjoyers of esports in general. We have Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, of course, Rocket League, and a whole host of other games. Super Smash Bros. Is pretty big on campus, so if you're into that, go ahead and get connected with that team by joining our Discord. Also, if you want to relive your favorite moments, we have a YouTube channel where we upload our Twitch VOD. That is something that you can have access to. Subscribe to our YouTube if you want to go ahead and relive your favorite moments. So in the meantime, we're still going to have a 2-minute kind of pause. Each team granted in this best of 7, granted a timeout if they so desire. So we will go ahead and kind of wait as St. Ambrose currently on the back heel. Of course, first time that we ever saw them play reactive this entire series long. Really difficult situation for them, as they are definitely going to be talking about how they want to attack the Monkey Men. So here we go. Game number 3 gonna be underway. And so far, right now, what we thought was going to be the 6-0 undefeated St. Ambrose team to be the team to beat. However, it's the 8-game win in a row Monkey Men that might just be the team to beat. And the only team to really defeat the Monkey Men was just defeated by the Monkey Men in the losers final. And here we go. Initial kickoff. Game number 3 underway. Tip bumps it over to base. He's going to try and set up a double back. Instead, slide tackles a member of St. Ambrose out of the way and fighting. He's trying to rotate out, backing around. Long. Over to Baltic Vibes. But Tip able to go ahead, get it bumped. Kind of an awkward double commit, as it was just kind of the virtue of where the ball kind of went. So base will go ahead, try and salvage it with the demo. Baltic Vibes to go ahead and slow down the pace. Right hand side is base. Stonic gets the demo on tip, so again, something that they need to be mindful of too. Double back, no good. Missed opportunity for a Stonic trying to draw first. Follow up from Schlonk is no good as well, and a well-timed defense for the Monkey Men. Just like that, Base trying to take it coast to coast. Unfortunately, couldn't get the follow-up on the left-hand side. And we are just going rounds here, back and forth. Goal to goal, coast to coast, with 3:40 left to play in Game 3. Acuity defers over to Tip. Tip gonna try and nose it in. Schlonk 50'd and able to go ahead and get it clear. Go ahead, work the left-hand side. Tries to set up for a Stonic. Base, go ahead, get that one to save. But Voltifies applying the pressure for the fighting bees. Gets the demo on tip. Could be critical here. Acuity able to go ahead and get the clear with the deep shot and the goal. Right-hand side for Acuity, and he has started as this third man back. He needs to go ahead and go coast to coast and get critical goals when necessary. Big shout out to Acuity, drawing first in Game 3. Voltic vibes. Go ahead, clear the Schlonk, the top screen. Able to go ahead, get this one cleared out. Vibes, maintaining pressure. Right hand side. Tip gets a demo on the Stonic. Gets a little revenge there. Voltic vibes goes down as well, but Schlonk, last man standing, able to go ahead, get that one cleared. Now he's demoed. And Tip gonna go ahead, work the right hand side, set it up for Base and hammers it in. And a big shout out coming from the side of the Monkey Men's side of the arena. Really great job from Base. Set it up there by Tip. Just like that, Monkey Men head by a pair. 2:42 left to play in game number 3. Looking to go the distance and win 4 outright. But still, St. Ambrose trying to get something going here. But again, it seems like they've started to make mistakes, trying to play very reactive. But normally we have seen a very communicated team, of course. Base is able to get that one saved. Of course, the head coach of St. Ambrose, Flame Rose, talking to his team. And kind of, at this point, if I was them, try to ease their nerves. It doesn't seem like they're kind of playing together. They're getting themselves demoed way too often. They're just not kind of getting the ball into the direction that they want to. Block it, go ahead, get the 50 and the clear. That ball's going to work left to right, over the tip, center of pitch. Trying to get those by Voltic. Able to get the demo on a Stonic. Ball, floater is good for Acuity. That's his second of the game. And just kind of by virtue of not having a third man back, because Schlonk missed the follow-up. And Stonic, who got demoed, unfortunately didn't have enough momentum to go ahead and get the save. And the offensive aggression that St. Ambrose was trying to give, unfortunately, was not enough. 3-0 with 135 with the play. Game 3 is dangerous. That shot by Voltic Vibes saved by Tip. And again, just a member of Monkey Men, just always there with a little bit of boost, able to kind of get the reaction. If necessary, with the clear, gold, save, whatever they need. They always have somebody there with a boost available. Ambrose going to have to give it to one of their playmakers. Of course, we heard of Stonic a lot in one of the matches that we've seen today. And that was one of the matches that we were able to go ahead and get an absolute sweep. But he's got to make his own decisions. His Tip will go ahead and get this one through. Again, another situation where each member of the Monkey Men able to go ahead and get a goal. This time, Tip was the last one to follow up. Of course, like what we saw in the last matchup against the Huskies, every member in that best of 5 in that 3-0 sweep, someone new got the first goal. So it just proves to show how good of a rotation that Monkey Men have and how hot they're feeling. As this ball, go ahead. Almost tried to lazily go in, but Base is going to have none of that with 30 seconds left to play. And if you can walk away with the skunk, that would feel even better if you're the monkey. Well, maybe go ahead, get this cleared out to the left-hand side of his pitch. Tip has to defer, rotate out, back and around. Base will bump in. Astonic with the shot and the save by a member of the Monkey Men. And Tip able to go ahead and try and get this one cleared out. 4-0 going into game number 4. St. Ambrose already used their timeout, I believe, so this is going to be something difficult to come back from. And just like that, 4-0. And the Monkey Men, 9 games straight. Nothing but dubs. Nothing but W's for this Monkey Men team. 9 in a row. Of course, St. Ambrose trying to come back from this one. Which is just uncharacteristic for them. They don't seem to be like they're hitting their rotations. Kind of like the same situation that we saw with the Huskies, is that they didn't seem like they had sufficient boost to kind of play their game. So that's really unfortunate for them. Here we go. Game number 4. Monkey Men lead it now in the series 2-1. An Acuity off the initial kickoff. 5 seconds in, draws first again, and claps coming from the side of the Monkey Men bench. St. Ambrose, how can you respond? How do you lock in? It's been quiet from their side of the bench just by virtue of where we're sitting. And normally when they're winning, they're communicating, they're talking, and they have to battle back from this adversity. And of course, if the Monkey Men go ahead and win this, they can't do a bracket reset just because of time constraints. And both teams have already agreed that St. Ambrose would go ahead and just default with a score, or I guess a game already won. So that's kind of why you see it there on your scoreboard. And here we go. Kickoff, 50. Or I guess that 50 was kind of set up for Sonic. Over to Schwann. Baltic 5 is playing that pressure. Working right-hand side, he doesn't have to boost. Let's rotate out and around. Here comes Tip. Center of the pitch. Slide tackled out of the way for Schwann. 50. Over to Acuity and Astonic. Follow-up for base is good. And just kind of like a broken record for Acuity. Base getting the offense going for the Monkey Men. Really great job by this kind of offensive rotation, that whatever defensively is shown for St. Ambrose, the Monkey Men are always there. Initial kickoff's clean. Demo comes out for the side of St. Ambrose. Would really like to see more demos come out as that demo for base onto Baltic Vibes. The third man back, able to go ahead and get this one in. As you kind of see there, base gonna go ahead, get the demo. They're just giggling now. They're having fun. And of course, I'd be having fun too if I scored essentially what would be 7 unanswered goals in a row, on top of an already 9-game hot streak. They're just in their zone. They are locked in. And St. Ambrose has no answer whatsoever. And it is quiet on their side of the arena. Maybe the Monkey Men can run away from this. Maybe St. Ambrose can come back into the next game. However, in this grand finals matchup, it's going to all come down to the next set of games, especially if you can get something going here on offense. 3:21 left to play. Just anything you can do to make yourself feel good. Sonic with the double back. Quite follow it up. Acuity and base. Double commit. Try to get them clear. Tip to Acuity. To base. Base. To Tip. Astonic able to go ahead and get that one saved. And Schlank able to go ahead and try and get this one cleared out. And he does. 50 over to Astonic. See, that's the other thing that we haven't really seen that we normally see from the St. Ambrose team. It's normally just a well set up set of passes. At least one member, or at least each member of the St. Ambrose team usually kind of touches the ball in order to get a successful goal. That's usually what we've normally seen. However, that demo coming out on Bouchon as he was kind of centered up on the pitch. Again, one speaks volumes as Bouchon going to try and get the shot on goal. Tip able to go ahead, get this one saved. He'll go ahead, work it out with a full set of boost. Tries to nose it in. Sonic, 50, in favor of the Monkey Men. Voltage vibes again, no boost. Something that you can't do. You just don't want to be set into that situation. And a missed pass now for Sonic. If I'm St. Ambrose, I'm just frustrated. You need to get the rotates. Your base is going to be on Voltage vibes. You just need to settle into your offense. You need to relax. You need to get your pass plays. And that's exactly what St. Ambrose needs to do here. And if you can just get a goal, if anybody can get a goal on the side of St. Ambrose, that would just pay dividends. Own weight in gold if you can at least get a goal. But so far, it's been 8 unanswered goals for the Monkey Men, in addition to 9 straight games won. Really like to see more of that kind of interruption and chaos play from the side of St. Ambrose, because what we've seen successfully work, especially in that 3-2 bout with the Huskies the first time around. Of course, they got a lot of value from bumping, slide tackling, demoing, base, and tip, who are kind of critical in these kind of rotational situations. So maybe thinking about it in the next game, if you are St. Ambrose, you can get the early demo on base. Tackle tip out of the way. Get the rotations out and around and ready for Astonic to get his game going. We haven't set his name at all. He's usually a pivotal player offensively and defensively. We just weren't able to say his name at all because he's just kind of been taken out of the equation, whether it's a key demolition hero or a missed pass day. Go ahead. Pass to Voltic vibes. Tip. And set up the right-hand side. Just like that. Game number 5 is going to be in the books. And I'm going to have to double check. 10 games in a row that the Monkey Men have won. Unbelievable. And of course, Acuity and base. This time, Tip able to get 3 assists, so really good rotations coming out from both of these teams. And just everything in their favor. And they are feeling themselves here. So if you want to relive your favorite moments, do ! Socials. That'll go ahead and take you to our link tree. And if you want to relive this grand finals match, go ahead and head on over to our YouTube, subscribe, and we will have that match up in a few days. Getting that here ready for you. So here we go. Game number 5. Game, set, match for the Monkey Men if they go ahead and push it the distance. Head 3-1. And Astonic is going to go ahead and try to get something going on offense. However, basically able to go ahead and get the demo on Astonic. What I want to see in the first minute here for St. Ambrose is to get a demo on base and get a demo on tip. Be on offense or defense, you just need to get a demo and kind of break up their rotation. Because right now we both see base and tip with a full set of boost. As this one in, Voltic vibes, able to go ahead and draw first for St. Ambrose for what was virtually the first time this entire series. St. Ambrose able to go ahead and lead it with 4:28 left to play in game number 5. Maybe this is where the Monkey Men kind of start losing their offensive pressure. Of course, you lose your 8-goal kind of unanswered streak there. And now St. Ambrose leads it by a goal. Sometimes they've won those goals where it's only 1 or 2 goal advantage. This is exactly where they sit. Acuity has 1 member. take it solo center of the pitch. Holy cow, Acuity taking it coast to coast. Kind of had Schlonk in a vice grip. Schlonk just wasn't quite ready for it. Just like that, one goal isn't going to do it. With 4:05 left to play. And a game set match for the Monkey Men. Sonic, gonna go ahead, take across the timeline, takes the shot, tip, able to go ahead, get this one saved. 3:52 left to play. Game number 5. Tip. Get slide tackled out of the way, and again, you just need to be playing disruptive. If you are that is exactly what you need to do. However, Acuity able to nose it in center of the pitch and kind of a missed clear out by Schlonk. And all 3 members converging for the Monkey Men to go ahead and get that goal. Something that you usually see in football is that everybody kind of pushes towards the football, especially on offense. If the ball is just right there on the goal line, if you all converge, at least someone's going to get a follow-up and the go-ahead goal. But just like that, the go-ahead goal for the Monkey Men potentially could be the dagger, unless St. Ambrose and the Fighting Bees. But can't right there as Voltic Vibes again tries to get the demo, but just kind of caught out of rotation as Base was able to set this one up for tip. Just like that, 3-1 with 3:16 left to play in game number 5 in our grand finals matchup. Winner walking away with $150, loser with 60. Yeah. Left-hand side, slide tackle out of the way. Take 5s. Go ahead, try to get clear. Base. Kind of forces Acuity to kind of flip reset. He is starved for boost. Maybe this is what St. Ambrose needs to be their calling card. But Base able to go ahead. Left-hand side, get this one to go. And again, St. Ambrose, when you think they're ahead, they're behind. Because Astonic, who tried to try and get that interruption play, couldn't. Ace, right there, able to go ahead and get it in. Kickoff's clean. Astonic with a full set of boots tries to work the right-hand side. Acuity trying to clear it. 50 in favor of the Monkey Men. This one's going to be cleared out. Dip. Trying to intercept. Deep shot, too strong off the crossbar. Follow-up for Astonic is good. And a quick succession goal is exactly what St. Ambrose needed. And the Fighting Bees decrease the deficit to 2. Long. Off the initial kickoff, he'll get a full set of boosts. Has Acuity, who has a full set of boosts as well. Acuity, first one there. Astonic to intercept. Gets to pass it out and clear it out. He'll take his own bounce off the wall. Now here come the Monkey Men on offense. Tries to nose it in. For Voltic Vibes. Got it. Nice save by Voltic Vibes. Critical third man back that we've seen all day long. Base though, center of the pitch, doing some aerials. Passes to Acuity. Voltic Vibes. Gonna get slide tackled out of the way. Astonic has to follow it up. Does. Acuity bumps it out of the way. Voltic Vibes to Astonic. Oh, and a very nice save there by Tip. With 150 left to play, wish you could have that one back. Just a really nice transition pass play that we've seen St. Ambrose do so well. Usually ends in a goal. Astonic able to go ahead and get the demo on base. That's exactly what we want to see. Now here comes Schlonk and Astonic on offense. Base will go ahead, rotate out and around. Base is definitely picked up. Voltic Vibes. Off the own backboard. Schlonk able to get there first, but Acuity able to go ahead and get it saved. Pass over to Tip. He's got a full set of boosts. He'll look the right-hand side. He's going to be there for the flip reset. And it looks like it was going to be Voltic Vibes. Again, it's not credited with the game save. However, I would give that clear to Voltic Vibes. Acuity. Go ahead. Set it up with a minute left to play. Staring down the barrel of a $150 grand prize. If they can go ahead and outlast the Fighting Bees. Bounce down. Over the base. Communications coming out from both teams. trying to capitalize with 40 seconds left to play. What could be a win and finish situation for the Monkey Men. Dip. Over to Astonic. Astonic gets demoed. This is critical for the Monkey Men's success. Voltic vibes, right hand side, 50. Astonic, able to follow it up. Pass to Schlunk. Sets up the double back for Astonic. Is he patient enough? But Base able to scream in and get the save. 13 seconds left to play. Tip able to go ahead and get the demo, and at this point, with a long shot, Acuity with the dagger. 5-2 with 6 seconds left to play, and on the Acuity hat trick. Could be it for Sammy and Rose. And just like that, with 6 seconds left to play, the Monkey Men go on a 10